not allowed, and they were told that. They went ahead with it and were then detained. Now the wrestlers are very clear. They are demanding that the Federation Chief and BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh be arrested. Till he's arrested, they are going to continue this protest. But now the protest of Jantar Mantar, the site, has also been cleared. They're not being permitted to return. Where do the wrestlers go? The sports fraternity has slammed the way police has handled the situation, asserting this was no way glorious heroes should have been treated. So the opposition has jumped in because they're targeting the government of the centre and the BJP about it.
Inside the bus, but there is police and Vinesh.
कल जिस तरीके की घटना हुई, पुलिस आपको डिटेन करके ले गई, क्या कुछ था पूरा?
जैसा कि हम पहले दिन से बताया था और हमारे खाप पंचायत ने मैसेज दिया था कि हम 28 तारीख को महिला सम्मान महापंचायत करेंगे नए संसद के सामने। तो हमारी जो और महिलाएं थी वो जगह जगह से आ रही थी, उनको तो पहले ही उठा लिया गया पुलिस ने। महिला जो संगठन की मेन नेता थी, किसान संगठन की नेता, सबको डिटेनिंग कर लिया था। और हम जैसे पैदल मार्च हमने शुरू किया तो जंतर मंतर से 10 कदम से ही बैरिकेडिंग स्टार्ट थी। तो हमने बोला कि हमें जाने दो, क्योंकि हमारी सुनवाई वैसे भी नहीं हो रही। तो हम पैदल पैदल चल रहे थे तो उन्होंने आगे से पुशिंग स्टार्ट कर दी कि नहीं आगे जाने देंगे। पुशिंग में फिर ऐसे ही उन्होंने जबरदस्ती हमें डिटेन करने की कोशिश की। हमने भी थोड़ा सा रोकने की कोशिश की कि हमें मत लेके जाओ, हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करेंगे, हमारी बात तो सुनो, हम कोई हिंसा नहीं कर रहे, हम किसी को मार भी नहीं रहे, बस जबरदस्ती घसीटा। उसमें ये थोड़ा बहुत खरोच और ये जो भी आई, फिर उन्होंने डिटेन करके बस में ले गए। वो बुराड़ी वाले उसमें लेके गए 2 घंटे लगातार ड्राइव के बाद। और मैं अकेली उस बस में थी। मैं उनको लगातार रिक्वेस्ट कर रही थी कि मैं घबराई हुई हूँ, मुझे अकेला मत छोड़ो, और जहाँ डिटेन करके लेके जा रहे हो मुझे उनके साथ तो लेके जाओ। उस बस में सिर्फ मैं अकेली महिला थी। तो उन्होंने मेरी बात नहीं सुनी और फिर वहाँ जाके मैं बात कर रही थी घर पे, मेरे पास मेरा फ़ोन था कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, मुझे आ जाओ या कोई तो आ जाओ, क्योंकि मैं अकेली हूँ। पीछे से कांस्टेबल ने मेरा फ़ोन पुल कर लिया और फिर उन्होंने मतलब 6 बजे तक बिठाए रखा और फिर कोई फ़ोन नहीं दिया, फिर उन्होंने छोड़ा।
भाई उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ा, जो पुलिस की हिदायत थी उसको नहीं माना, कानून का उल्लंघन किया। और ये जो नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन समारोह है, इसमें किसी तरह की खलल न पड़े, कोई विघ्न बाधा न हो, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी बात है, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी एक्शन है। तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ के और आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो उनको रोक करके यहाँ से हटाया गया है। और बाकी जो ड्यू लीगल प्रोसेस है, जो प्रोसीड्योर है, कानूनी तौर तरीका है, उसको अमल में लाकर हम लोगों ने, दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक्शन किया है और फर्दर अभी हम कर रहे हैं ताकि यहाँ पर पीस एंड ट्रैंक्विलिटी, जो शांति व्यवस्था है, वो कायम रखे।
कौन सा बैरिकेड तोड़ा है? पुलिस प्रशासन जबरदस्ती उन बैरिकेडों को हमारे पैरों में मार रही है। डीसीपी बोल रहे कि देश विरोधी हम, जो देश विरोधी जिन पे टाटा लग रहा है उसका तो आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे। हम देश विरोधी बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, हम देश विरोधी तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं, हम तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं।
क्या आप पर क्या देश विरोधी का डीसीपी आरोप लगा रहा है?
देखिए, हम शांतिपूर्वक जा रहे हैं, हमने कोई हिंसा नहीं की है। और साक्षी मलिक है, उसको डिटेन कर दिया है। पद्मश्री भी है, ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट कितनी हमारे देश में, उनको डिटेन कर दिया गया है। किस लिए? वो अपने
कौन यहाँ पर है?
वो बहन बेटियों के लिए न्याय मांग रही, इसलिए उनको डिटेन कर दिया।
हमें से ना तो हमें बताया कि वीडियो बना रहे बेटा, उन्होंने हमने बोला कि सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक वीडियो बनती है, 2 वीडियो के लिए लगती है। अभी बनाई है सिक्योरिटी के लिए, लेकिन चोरी से अपने पर्सनल फोन में वीडियो बना के कहीं पे सेंड करना, और 7-8 वीडियोज लड़कियां किस पोजीशन में बैठी हैं, क्या कर रही हैं, वो बहुत सरासर गलत है। और हमने उसका विरोध भी किया अंदर कि ये गलत है, इसका संविधान भी इजाजत नहीं देता है आपको। और उसके बाद में फिर वो हमारी ऊपर ही चढ़ाई करने लगे कि नहीं ये ऐसे होता है, हमने सिक्योरिटी के लिए बनाया है, तो ये बहुत सरासर गलत है और हमने इसको
जिस तरह से पर्सनल।
Listen in now to the massive outrage that has come from opposition parties. They're lashing out at the government at the centre, highlighting how the police were dragging, detaining India's sporting legends while Prime Minister Modi was busy inaugurating the Naya Parliament.
भाजपा का नारा एक्सपोज हुआ ना इस बात पे, जो बेटियों का साथ देने की बात करते थे, बेटियों के सम्मान की बात करते थे। आपने देख लिया क्या सम्मान किया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। ये केवल दिखावटी नारे थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, और दिखावटी नारे इसलिए थे कि उन्हें वोट चाहिए था। वोट मिल गया, उसके बाद अपमानित करेंगे आप।
वो कौन लड़की है? हमारा गर्व है, वो देश के लिए सोना जीतता है, वो सोना जैसा और सोने का लड़की है। उसका ऊपर जिस तरह पुलिस एट्रोसिटीज हुआ है, जिस तरह जो लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे ये बुरा काम का, उसके ऊपर जिस तरह ये पुलिस अटैक हुआ है, हम लोग विरोध करते हैं।
News coming in, an Apache attack helicopter of the Indian Air Force has made an emergency landing in Madhya Pradesh today. We're being told that all right now that there are no injuries or more that are being reported, but this emergency landing of the Apache attack chopper of the Indian Air Force made an emergency landing in the Bhin district of Madhya Pradesh. The local residents have rushed in. The chopper for now looks in a fine condition. We are trying to ascertain more details about the pilot. This is an Indian Air Force Apache helicopter and of course has been in the service for many years. What exactly happened, what led to an emergency landing, and as you can see, as is the training of most of these pilots, it has tried to ensure that it landed in a field area, not in a residential locality, and this is to ensure that, God forbid, if there is a crash, that there are no casualties that are taken place of civilians. And as you can see, it is a matter of seconds that the pilot usually has to make this decision. And for now, we are told that this Apache is the AH-64 helicopter of the Indian Air Force. It is a precautionary landing near Bhin. It was a routine operational sortie training that was going on. The good news is all the crew and the aircraft are safe right now. The pilot and the aircraft are in a safe condition, as we can see. Rectification party has also reached the site. The Apache chopper of the Indian Air Force made this landing. But of course, going by the presence of mind of the pilot as well, they're ensuring it landed in a field area. You can see that around that there were no houses. This is to avoid any sort of casualties like we had seen, remember, a few days ago when there had been a crash that had taken place of a fighter jet as well. We can see in these visuals that the pilot and the aircraft appear to be in a fine condition. We'll try and get more details from our reporters on the ground, but this was an Apache chopper making an emergency landing. This is an initial information. Of course, a spectacle for many as well. The local residents, the local villagers rushing to the spot. And as the situation looks all right for now, they are of course here to catch a glimpse of the Apache chopper. I have Hemendra Sharma for the latest on that. Hemendra, what are the details that you're hearing about this emergency landing during a rotational operation training? Hemendra, if you can hear me, what is the initial information that you have about the emergency landing of the Apache attack helicopter that has landed near Bhind, making an emergency landing? All right, we'll try and get that line back on with Hemendra. You're looking at the visuals, and it looks like, even though it was an emergency landing, but more of a precautionary landing. Now, whether what sort of a technical issue faced or if there was any other error that was made, we'll try and get more details on that. But the local residents around catching a glimpse of the chopper. This looks like the pilot and the rectification party that is also at the spot nearby. This was a routine operation training that, of course, the pilots are used to. But of course, those who can, trying to catch a glimpse and recording the photographs and videos of the chopper that they've got to be able to see from close quarters. But of course, this is a moment that has been managed pretty well by the pilot on the ground. One, to land in a field, and then to ensure that there are no casualties in this. We'll try and get more details about these visuals coming in. I'm heading into a very short break. Coming up next, Prime Minister Modi's government will be completing 9 years and they're planning about 50 rallies across India. We get you the latest on that after a very short break. Stay tuned. Thank you very much for watching.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd, live across the Business Today multiverse.
Kashmir and and Himachal are where you see apple orchards in India. This orchard is in Uttar Pradesh's Ghazipur. Sunil Kushwaha is growing Himachali apples in his farm during off-season at a time when temperatures rise up to 48 degrees Celsius.
ये जो सेब की वैरायटी है ये 48 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर में भी सरवाइव कर लेता है और इसमें अहम योगदान एक हिमाचल प्रदेश के बहुत ही बहुचर्चित साइंटिस्ट हैं, वैज्ञानिक हैं, हरमन शर्मा जी का। हरमन शर्मा जी ने इजाद किया और एक वैरायटी निकाली अपने नाम से ही हरमन डबल।
Is there enough understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Mordani at these times only on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Watching India Today, I'm Nabila Jamal. BJP now planning a nationwide outreach as Prime Minister Modi's government all set to complete 9 years in power. To mark that occasion, the Bharatiya Janata Party has now decided to start a mass outreach campaign across India. Chief ministers of the BJP-ruled states, along with union ministers, will be holding press conferences on the achievements of the Modi government over the last 9 years in non-BJP governed states. BJP is now planning to hold around at least 50 rallies all across India between 30th of May and June 30th, of which Prime Minister will be leading the charge and address half a dozen rallies. That's what's on the cards. The Reach Out campaign will be inaugurated by on the May 31st through a mega rally by Prime Minister himself in Rajasthan's Ajmer. Meanwhile, launching a direct attack on Prime Minister Modi's government, Congress is now all set to hold at least 35 press conferences across India starting Monday in order to prove that all the promises that were made by Prime Minister Modi and the BJP were truly fictional. Recently, Congress also released a document attacking the centre titled 9 Saal 9 Sawal.
So India is now a country which believes in its own strength. Even if it believed earlier, there was no recognition for it. So there can immediately be voices from opposition parties saying, oh, what, 2014 only onwards that you have belief in yourself? No. Belief and recognition. I appeal to you all at this juncture. The data is there before you, you can always test it. But unless we understand that leadership matters.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने 9 साल बाद आज कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री जी से 9 सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। ये सवाल राहुल गांधी जी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के समय पहले उठाया था। हम चाहते हैं कि इन 9 सवालों पर प्रधानमंत्री अपनी चुप्पी तोड़े।
First they let them give 15 lakh rupees to all the account. When BJP had assured 1 lakh rupees loan to be waived off. First they keep up their word. We know how to keep up a word. What opposition has. First let them do their job. People has given us a mandate, we will honor our mandate.
मोदी जी की सरकार से 9 सवाल पूछे जाएंगे। वो सवाल हमारे सवाल नहीं है, वो देश की जनता के सवाल हैं जो हम उन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के माध्यम से पूछना चाहते हैं। मोदी जी, आप सवाल पूछने की बजाय विपक्ष को पर सवाल पूछने के बजाय आप सवालों का जवाब दीजिए। पिछले 9 साल में जो आपने वायदे किए थे वो पूरे क्यों नहीं हुए?
प्राइम मिनिस्टर, आपसे बड़ा कोई एक्टर नहीं है। आप जो 9 साल से पिक्चर बना रहे हैं ना, वो सब लोग देख के खाली खुश हो रहे, मगर जब ये पिक्चर खत्म होगी तब इस देश के लोगों को ख्याल आएगा, अरे ये पिक्चर थी, रियलिटी नहीं थी।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live for a little more. Aishwarya, we're looking at 9 Sawal, 9 Saal Ke. This is the Congress's campaign as Prime Minister Modi all set to hold press conferences. His party men will be announcing in different states, BJP, non-BJP ruled states, and the kind of achievements of the BJP government in the last 9 years. And this is in the run-up to 2024. Congress stepping up their campaign. Tell us a little more on the claims and the counter-claims made.
Well, the claims at the moment, Nabila, are obviously the work that the Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party has done over the past 9 years. And that's the reason why we are seeing all the top leaders, be it the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, be it the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, all of them have been spread across the country, making sure that they tell the people the work that has been done by the BJP. On the other side is the Congress Party, which is now announcing that they will also go to various cities and they will be asking 9 questions on the 9 years of government of the BJP. So it's a full-fledged war, and as you rightly pointed out, Nabila, this is the semi-final before the big final that will take place in the year 2024.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on that, Aishwarya. Well, this is a grand event, undoubtedly, for Prime Minister. It's 9 years in power, and they're, of course, at this point, listing out all those achievements by the Modi government, with the Congress giving replies saying all the claims made by the BJP are all fictitious. We're going to see that in the run-up to 2024, enough and more. Now, cutting across to all that happening in Karnataka, as the cabinet expansion has just about taken place, we're seeing that a couple of portfolios that have been given, allotted to the top faces in the state. I'm going to take you through a list, a few of them for that. In fact, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah gets to keep the finance ministry, as was expected. And we believe that D.K. Shivkumar was also vying the same post. But it appears at this point, Siddaramaiah gets to keep the finance ministry, considering that he has presented 13 budgets for the state of Karnataka. Even last time, 2013, when he became the chief minister of the state, he was given the finance portfolio, and he is the one retaining it this time. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, as he keeps the finance portfolio, D.K. Shivkumar gets major and medium irrigation and Bengaluru city development. Notably, G. Parmeshwara has got home department. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has kept intelligence with himself. H.K. Patil, on the other hand, gets law and parliamentary affairs, legislation and tourism. The health and family welfare department has been given to Dinesh Gundu Rao. In fact, these are portfolios that were allotted to those ministers. In fact, many of those ministers, a lot of them were pitching for plum portfolios. It appears that most of them have been kept by top leaders like Siddaramaiah, D.K. Shivkumar, H.K. Patil. Of course, G. Parmeshwara getting Home Ministry is also looked at as a very important position and a post, considering there was a lot of talk that he, being Dalit, was not honoured with a post of Deputy Chief Minister. He lost out on that. Clearly, the Congress High Command pleasing G. Parmeshwara with a plum portfolio like Home. But here we are seeing Siddaramaiah retaining the Finance Ministry as much as DK would have wanted it. DK Shivkumar, though, given major and medium irrigation and Bengaluru city development, both again looked at as plum portfolios. There's been a lot of talk about power sharing, a formula between the two. We're looking at DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, both of them now coming together as one unit, at least presenting themselves as a united house and to ensure good governance. They've promised that, but how far will that be able to, will they be able to achieve that in the long run? That remains to be seen. In 2.5 years, will there be a power shift? Again, we've got to wait and watch. All right, cutting across now to Manipur, that's now on the edge after fresh spate of ethnic violence ahead of Amit Shah's visit there to the violence-hit Manipur. Kuki terrorists allegedly carrying weapons set many houses ablaze in Serau and Sugunu area. Angry mobs there stormed into a BJP MLA K. Raghumani's home. Amit Shah will be leaving for Manipur today for a 3-day tour. He will be meeting with local communities there and party cadres, also hold a meet with Security Department's top officials over the recent spate of violence. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has said that around 40 militants have been killed by security forces during retaliatory fire and defensive operations. Meanwhile, a Congress delegation will also be meeting with President Draupadi Murmu in relation to the Manipur violence.
हटो यहाँ से हम लोग खुद देख लेगा भूखी बस्ती जीते
Mr. Amit Shah ji is coming to Manipur for the 3 days. So we request and appeal to him to take the necessary steps and action as early as possible in his journey, because this is not a time to negotiate and this is not a time to talk about the peace, because if this action is not taken to the earliest, the Manipur will vanish.
सर मणिपुर सिचुएशन के लिए क्या ब्रीफ करने वाले
तो उसके लिए हम मंगलवार के दिन प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया से टाइम पूछे हैं। हम जाकर डेलीगेशन में जाकर उनसे मिलेंगे और मिलकर उनसे ये सारी चीजें बताएंगे।
All right, that's Mallikarjun Kharge, who's all set to be meeting with President Draupadi Murmu on the Manipur violence. Manipur has been burning months now, and you have Home Minister Amit Shah also taking a quick look at the violence-hit state. Kuki terrorists allegedly carrying weapons have set many houses and cars ablaze in Serau and Sanguru areas. These angry mobs also barged into a BJP MLA's home, Raghumani's house, and those are the visuals that you see right in the center of your screens. Raghumani's home vandalized as miscreants there trash all the belongings in that house there, drag it out of the home in a statement that they are hoping to make. All right, now let's take a quick look at all the national stories that's making headlines. YS Sharmila, president of YSR Telangana Party, has met with Karnataka's newly inducted Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar in Bengaluru at Shivkumar's party office. He branded it only a courtesy meet, saying Sharmila is his sister. She's come by to congratulate his victory. All right, a lot more news coming up on the other side. I'm going to slip into a short break and be right back. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Quality today. In Delhi, 61. In Mumbai, 48. In Kolkata, 108. In Bangalore, 38. In Chennai, 109. In Hyderabad, 108.
You are watching India Today.
All right, now days after the new Sansad launch, Congress Chief Malik has slammed the Modi government, reiterates that President Murmu is being insulted. That's the attack that Congress makes even till today, right after the Parliament inauguration as well by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. You have the opposition stepping up their attack on the BJP, accusing insult to President Draupadi Murmu. Listen in.
जो उनको इनॉग्रेट करना था उन्होंने किया है, लेकिन देश के संविधान के अनुसार सबसे पार्लियामेंट के जो पूरा जिनके पास अथॉरिटी रहती है उनके हाथ से ये कराना था, ये हमारी इच्छा थी और हमने ये कहा भी, लेकिन वो नहीं चाहते थे कि ये प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया से ना फाउंडेशन रखा जाए ना उसका इनॉग्रेशन कराया जाए.
All right, that's Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress. But we saw how the Parliament was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. Clearly, the inauguration of the new Parliament there really marked how India has now moved over from the colonial era and embraced a Parliament structure that's built by Indians in India. Dignitaries included diplomats of several countries, opposition leaders attending that inaugural ceremony there. A bunch of them, not all, but yet was quite a grand one. Let's have a quick look.
Futuristic, state-of-the-art, apt for new India's new dreams. The brand new parliament unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Brainchild of Prime Minister Modi, the new Sansad was hailed by him as a reflection of the aspiration of new India and a testament to the dawn of a self-reliant nation.
ये नया भवन आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बनेगा. ये नया भवन विकसित भारत के संकल्पों की सिद्धि होते हुए देखेगा.
सभी आदियों को साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं।
Early on Sunday morning, the Prime Minister held a consecration ritual for the Singal inside the new parliament and installed it near the Speaker's table inside the new Lok Sabha.
महान चोल साम्राज्य में सेंगोल को कर्तव्य पथ का, सेवा पथ का, राष्ट्र पथ का प्रतीक माना जाता था।
The historic event was attended by former President Ramnath Kovind, Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy, Yogi Adityanath, Eknath Shinde and nephew Rio, apart from foreign envoys, parliamentarians and people from different walks of life. Modi said, as India surges ahead, the new parliament will also contribute to the world's progress.
ये सिर्फ एक भवन नहीं है, ये 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं और सपनों का प्रतिबिंब है। ये विश्व को भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प का संदेश देता हमारे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है।
राष्ट्रपति भारत गणतंत्र संदेश।
Rajya Sabha Deputy Chairman Harivansh read out messages from President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar.
स्वर्णाक्षरों में दर्ज रहेगा। मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामना है कि नवनिर्मित संसद भवन भारतीय लोकतंत्र की महान परंपराओं और आदर्शों के अनुरूप नए प्रतिमान स्थापित करे।
The Congress and 19 opposition parties boycotted the unveiling of the parliament. The opposition alleged Modi unveiling the parliament is an insult to the president. BJP accuses the opposition bloc of being blinded by hate against Modi. Despite the political war, the unveiling of the new parliament comes as the biggest day of Indian democracy. With Rahul Gautam and Maushmi Singh in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi installed the historic Sengol near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament building on Sunday. As many as 21 Dharmapuram Adhinam seers all the way from Chennai flew down for this grand procession to be carrying the Sengol to right next to the chair of the Speaker in the Lok Sabha, with Prime Minister Modi itself carrying it. It was quite a grand ceremony at that. Let's have a quick look at what happened.
नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं.
The holy Sengol finding its pride of place in Lok Sabha. With Vedic chants, puja and havan, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi participating himself.
भोलाभं भूमिपुत्रः सकलगुणयुतां वाग्विभूतिं च सौम्यः सौभाग्यं देवमन्त्रे रिपुभयशमनं भार्गवः शौर्यमार्गिः.
On Sunday, India witnessed the historic return of the Sengol to the seat of power, this time Lok Sabha. Dressed in traditional attire, Prime Minister Narendra Modi performed the Ganpati Havan along with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla ahead of the inauguration of the new Parliament building. Prime Minister Narendra Modi then did a Sashtang Dandavat, prostrated himself before the Sengol, which symbolized transfer of power from the British to India. Priests of Shaivite mutts, Adhinams from Tamil Nadu, the original owners of the Sengol, presented the Dharma Dand to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. after the rituals.
नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं.
The 5 feet long, 2-inch wide spectre was later installed near the Lok Sabha Speaker's chair in the new Parliament House by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Prime Minister also sought the blessings of the 21 Adhinams from Tamil Nadu who presented him the symbol, the Singol.
राजा जी और आदिनम के संतों के मार्गदर्शन में यही सेंगोल सत्ता के हस्तांतरण का प्रतीक बना था.
The Prime Minister took a jibe at those who neglected the Singol after using it for the freedom ritual in 1947, referring to the Singol's relegation as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's golden walking stick at the Anand Bhavan Museum at Prayagraj.
ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि इस पवित्र सेंगोल को हम उसकी गरिमा लौटा सके हैं, उसकी मान मर्यादा लौटा सके हैं.
The Congress, meanwhile, rubbished the use of Singol as a symbol of transfer of power, calling the claim bogus.
BJP's issues are that they are running from the real issues and they want a diversion. After the Karnataka defeat, they wanted a diversion and therefore they are mingling with all this kind of dates on a one day and making it into a different tune they want.
Samajwadi Party attacked the government, slamming the invite to the Tamil Nadu Adhinam seers, calling it pampering of radical Brahmin sects from Tamil Nadu.
भाजपा की सरकार लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनी गई. वर्तमान में भारत लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य है. लोकतंत्र में राजतंत्र के प्रतीक का आवश्यकता कहां से आ गई? इसका मतलब है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विश्वास लोकतंत्र में नहीं है, राजतंत्र में है. इसीलिए राजतंत्र के प्रतीक राजदंड सिंगोल को खोज करके लाई है.
देखिए, स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी जब से चुनाव हारे हैं तब से आप देख रहे हैं कि इस तरह के कई तरह के इस तरह से गलत बयान, कभी रामायण पर, कभी श्री राम पर, मैंने इस तरह के बयान देते रहते हैं. वो चुनाव हारने के बाद जो है उनका दिमाग असंतुलित हो चुका है. इस
The Singol will now symbolize justice, righteousness and ethical governance, standing silently to witness the new parliament shaping India's future. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of Bulletin. Thank you very much for watching. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app. Stay with us. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 24 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees.
Understanding of lifestyle diseases? That's the big question.
The only news channel to focus on what matters the most, and that is your health. India's news TV industry's only health show. India Today's relentless effort to bring to you the best reports and the best medical and wellness experts on health, lifestyle, wellness and more. Watch Health 360 with Sneha Mordani at these times, only on India Today.
So sorry.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news as wrestlers were protesting at Jantar Mantar, headed towards the parliament right on the day of the parliament inauguration, slapped with FIRs for manhandling the police. I'm going to take you through those key updates. The headlines first. Key details of FIR against wrestlers has now been accessed. FIR says cops alerted that the stir will really affect national prestige, reveals wrestlers broke barricades, obstructed cops, and therefore sections of the FIR slapped on them. Prime Minister Modi government to complete 9 years. Over 50 rallies have been planned across India. 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in the states. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Prime Minister Modi. Ahead of Home Minister Amit Shah's visit, fresh violence has erupted in Manipur. Chief Minister Biren Singh says 40 terrorists killed by security forces. India's landmark satellite launch, ISRO launches second generation navigation satellite launch to boost Indian GPS system.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन GSLV F12 का
I'm hearing on NIA plea for death penalty for Yasin. NIA in court claims Yasin behind killing of Air Force official, says Yasin coordinated stone pelting as well. All right, now Delhi Congress unit opposes helping out Arvind Kejriwal here. A mega twist to Kejriwal's ordinance Dangal. Delhi Congress to Rahul, no backing for AAP. Setback to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the ordinance Dangal, as the Delhi Congress unit now in a huddle with Rahul and Malik Kharge. Kejriwal sought Congress's support in the Rajya Sabha against the ordinance. And you have the Congress in Delhi now refusing to come to aid the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, this was expected. The Congress has been opposing the AAP on several levels. It is a party that's been, in fact, the Congress in Delhi itself has been relegated to nearly nothing with the rise of the Aam Aadmi Party, a 3-time victory. The Congress now refusing to support Aam Aadmi Party while it seeks support in the Rajya Sabha against the ordinance. Again, some of the powers taken away by the centre, the Delhi government looking for opposition party support, and the Delhi Congress, very crucial for, and so the AAP, Kejriwal reached out to the Congress asking for some kind of backing in the Rajya Sabha, but we believe the Delhi Congress unit now have met with Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, both denying support in the ordinance ordeal. Rahul Gautam, who's joining us live from Delhi for a little more on that. Rahul, tell us more. We believe that Aam Aadmi Party has reached out to Rahul Gandhi or to the Congress unit of Delhi, specifically asking for support in the Rajya Sabha when it comes to the ordinance, the powers that have been taken away by the centre of the Delhi government. AAP looking for opposition support, while many other parties now in favour of AAP. You have the main Congress party itself, who's been pushed to margins in the state of Delhi by the Aam Aadmi Party, refusing to come to aid.
Well, this is the same argument that was given by Delhi leaders that Aam Aadmi Party has grown at the expense of Congress Party. Therefore, we should not have any sort of understanding or alliance with Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, on the decision, Centre's ordinance against the Delhi government, it was also conveyed to the High Command that either the party should remain silent or should not be seen standing with Arvind Kejriwal because of the fact that Congress Party, is fighting Aam Aadmi Party in many states, and in fact many states have been snatched by Aam Aadmi Party from Congress Party. And as we speak, Navjot Singh Sidhu, a very senior leader from Punjab Congress, is now speaking with media. You can expect that he'll be putting on record that how it has been decided by 2 state units and have been conveyed now to High Command. That includes Rahul Gandhi, that Congress Party should not have any sort of understanding with Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Mr. Ajay Makan, we've been informed that not just opposed Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, in fact he said that we should not trust him given the fact that he has betrayed us on several counts. So obviously you can expect now that it comes as a major jolt as far as opposition unity is concerned, because Aam Aadmi Party was trying to garner support on this issue recently. Mr. Kejriwal had met Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray and KCR, Mamata Banerjee, and he was trying to garner more and more support on the floor of the House. But it seems that Congress Party is unlikely to support Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of Centre's ordinance that has been brought in as far as national capital is concerned.
Tell her, Rahul, tell us a little more on the other opposition parties who have now backed the Aam Aadmi Party. Give us a sense on who are on board with the AAP.
Well, there are several parties who have already pledged support to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. For example, Mamata Banerjee has said that she is going to, oppose this.
सरकारें लोगों का वेलफेयर कर सकती हैं, लेकिन आज मैं डंके की चोट पे
Navjot Singh Sidhu there is just speaking to the media. I'm going to cut across to that reaction there. But Rahul Gautam, who joins us as the Delhi Congress unit, now opposing to help Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to the ordinance matter. AAP has been slamming the Congress, calling out the Congress, claiming that the Congress plays politics of convenience. On one hand, Congress calling for opposition unity. Here, Delhi government desperate to receive some kind of opposition backing in the Rajya Sabha when it comes to the ordinance, and they've been refused. Sidhu, Navjot Singh Sidhu of the Congress speaking. Listen in.
जब वो स्नैच होता है और इतिहास रचा जाता है कि पॉस्को में एक माइनर कंप्लेंट पे किसी की कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन नहीं होती and he is considered above the law, तो फिर आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को डिवैल्यू कर रहे हैं। उसके साथ बड़ा मुद्दा यह भी है कि आप सिर्फ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को डिवैल्यू नहीं कर रहे, आप इस देश के जो मार्गदर्शी रहा है फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को धीरे धीरे करके तहस नहस कर रहे हैं। स्टेटों के स्टेट लिस्ट पे आप लेजिस्लेट कर रहे हैं। काले कानून इसका प्रमाण है कि आपने कानूनी अधिकार भी छीन लिए और उनसे जिन्हें हम दाता के नाम से, अन्नदाता के नाम से जानते हैं। देखिए, जब आप गवर्नर्स के द्वारा इलेक्टेड सरकारों को डिक्टेट देते हैं तो वो असंवैधानिक है। And I protest strongly against all that. I stand with the Constitution of India. और हर बंदे को पार्टियों से ऊपर उठ के अपने देश के साथ, अपने स्टेट के साथ खड़ा रहना चाहिए भाई। जब सच की आवाज दबाई जाए, जब सिर्फ एक पक्ष की सुने, तो फिर जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की वैल्यूज से ताकत ड्रॉ करती हैं और लोगों की भलाई के लिए।
All right, I'm cutting back to Rahul Gautam on that. Navjot Singh Sidhu speaking a tad bit on how the AAP has sidelined the Congress party in Delhi. Allegations are that Aam Aadmi Party does not let the Congress workers work in the state. To which the AAP has also responded, saying this is the inefficiency of the Congress which is being blamed on as Congress playing politics of convenience. Sheila Dikshit had passed a similar resolution in the parliament back in 2002, calling out the then central government, claiming that powers were taken away arbitrarily. What's different from then to now? This is just politics of convenience.
Well, it seems that Congress party is looking this issue in two different ways. On one hand, they're seeing it from political lens, saying that, if they're going to go along with Aam Aadmi Party, it is going to be detrimental for the interest of the party, given the fact that party, is completely wiped out. It has zero MLAs, all because of Aam Aadmi Party, which has...
All right, Rahul, apologies, but seems to be a glitch in your audio. I'm going to try and patch you on that. We're going to continue tracking the story. For now, we hear that the Congress unit in Delhi have reached out to Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, and they're formalizing this this decision that they do not want to support Aam Aadmi Party in the parliament, in the Rajya Sabha, because they claim the AAP has been unjust to them, not allowed them to work in the state of Delhi for the last 15 years that they've been in power. All right, now meanwhile, days after fiery wrestlers' Delhi police face-off in the national capital, sporting heroes Vinesh Phogat, Sakshi, Malik, Bajrang, Punia, along with 12 other protesters, have now been booked by the Delhi police under various sections of the IPC. They've been booked for rioting, obstructing public servants, gathering in large numbers despite Section 144 being imposed. FIR mentions Delhi police have alerted that their protest would hamper the national prestige, and considering it was the day of the parliament inauguration, we believe that the police had alerted that this protest by these wrestlers, many of them Olympians there, would really tarnish the image of the country. It would really hurt national prestige. And yet the wrestlers continued with their protest, and the police claimed that they were heckled. Some of the police were manhandled. A few of them were injured in duty. Wrestlers have now been demanding WFI chief and BJP MP Brij Bhushan's arrest with immediate effect. They say that no matter what, they will continue with their protest. Protest site at the Jantar Mantar has all been cleared out ever since. Wrestlers have been moved out of that protest site yesterday, right after they were detained, and FIR were filed on many of those wrestlers. That protest site where they've been protesting for months now has been fully cleared out. Sports fraternity has now slammed the way the police have really handled this situation, asserting that this isn't the way glorious heroes should be treated.
इनके खिलाफ जो भी लीगल एक्शन होना है वह नई दिल्ली डिस्ट्रिक्ट ले रही है, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए बहुत गलत है कि वो वाला दिन और वो वाला समय जब हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज हमारे नए पार्लियामेंट के उद्घाटन में बिजी थी, तब इन्होंने ये सब करने की कोशिश की है जिसकी उनको कोई परमिशन नहीं थी।
हम जैसे पैदल मार्च हमने शुरू किया तो जंतर मंतर से 10 कदम से ही बैरिकेडिंग स्टार्ट थी, तो हमने बोला कि हमें जाने दो, क्योंकि हमारी सुनवाई वैसे भी नहीं हो रही। तो हम पैदल चल रहे थे, तो उन्होंने आगे से पुशिंग स्टार्ट कर दी कि नहीं आगे जाने देंगे। पुशिंग में फिर ऐसे ही उन्होंने जबरदस्ती हमें डिटेन करने की कोशिश की। हमने भी थोड़ा सा रोकने की कोशिश की कि हमें मत लेके जाओ, हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करेंगे, हमारी बात तो सुनो, हम कोई हिंसा नहीं कर रहे, हम किसी को मार भी नहीं रहे, बस जबरदस्ती घसीटा। उसमें ये थोड़ा बहुत खरोच और ये जो भी आई, फिर उन्होंने डिटेन करके बस में ले गए। वो बुराड़ी वाले उसमें लेके गए 2 घंटे लगातार ड्राइव के बाद, और मैं अकेली उस बस में थी। मैं उनको लगातार रिक्वेस्ट कर रही थी कि मैं घबराई हुई हूँ, मुझे अकेला मत छोड़ो, और जहाँ डिटेन करके लेके जा रहे हो मुझे उनके साथ तो लेके जाओ। उस बस में सिर्फ मैं अकेली महिला थी, तो उन्होंने मेरी बात नहीं सुनी। और फिर वहाँ जाके मैं बात कर रही थी घर पे, मेरे पास मेरा फ़ोन था कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, मुझे आ जाओ या कोई तो आ जाओ, क्योंकि मैं अकेली हूँ। पीछे से कांस्टेबल ने मेरा फ़ोन पुल कर लिया, और फिर उन्होंने मतलब 6 बजे तक बिठाए रखा, और फिर कोई फ़ोन नहीं दिया, फिर उन्होंने छोड़ा।
भाई उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ा, जो पुलिस की हिदायत थी उसको नहीं माना, कानून का उल्लंघन किया, और ये जो नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन समारोह है इसमें किसी तरह की खलल न पड़े, कोई विघ्न बाधा न हो, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी बात है, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी एक्शन है। तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ के और आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो उनको रोक करके यहाँ से हटाया गया है, और बाकी जो ड्यू लीगल प्रोसेस है, जो प्रोसीड्योर है, कानूनी तौर तरीका है, उसको अमल में लाकर हम लोगों ने, दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक्शन किया है, और फर्दर अभी हम कर रहे हैं ताकि यहाँ पर पीस एंड ट्रैंक्विलिटी, जो शांति व्यवस्था है वो कायम रखे।
कौन सा बैरिकेड तोड़ा है? पुलिस प्रशासन जबरदस्ती उन बैरिकेडों को हमारे पैरों में मार रही है। डीसीपी बोल रहे कि देश विरोधी हम, जो देश विरोधी जिन पे टाटा लग रहा है उसका तो आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे। हम देश विरोधी बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, हम देश विरोधी तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं, हम तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं।
क्या आप पर क्या देश विरोधी का डीसीपी आरोप लगा रहे हैं?
देखिए, हम शांतिपूर्वक जा रहे हैं, हमने कोई हिंसा नहीं की है। और साक्षी मलिक है, उसको डिटेन कर दिया है। पद्मश्री भी है, ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट कितनी हमारे देश में, उनको डिटेन कर दिया गया है। किस लिए? वो अपने
कौन यहाँ पर है?
वो बहन बेटियों के लिए न्याय मांग रही, इसलिए उनको डिटेन कर दिया।
All right, I'm going to cut across to Shreya joining us, who's been tracking those developments. Shreya, what a tragedy. You have many of those wrestlers, Olympians, national pride, for months have been seated in protest. We are looking at FIRs that have now been filed against them under various sections, saying that their protest hurt national prestige. Give us a little more under what really are the allegations against these protesters, and more importantly, they've been protesting at the Jantar Mantar. The site has been cleared out. Will they now go back to the same site of protest as they vow to continue the protest unless Brij Bhushan is arrested?
Well, you know, Nabila, first and foremost, the sanctions that's been levied against these wrestlers. There are at least 7 such sections, which includes the kind of rioting, causing disobedience to the public servants on duty and damaging public property. So these are some of these sections that are being slapped against the wrestlers. What we clearly do know that the Delhi police has cordoned off Jantar Mantar. No one can get in the area without a particular pass or a proof that they reside in that region. So clearly for Jantar Mantar, we can say it's become a no-go zone for the wrestlers. As per sources, the wrestlers are also now trying to understand that what could be the future course of action. As of now, they do want to recuperate and again join a protest, but where is something that we need clarity on. So far as Delhi police is concerned, they have given a clear message that Jantar Mantar won't be allowed. If the wrestlers want to protest, they'll have to give a permission to the Delhi police that they want to go in for a sit-in protest, and simultaneously they will be given a separate designated area where they could continue the process. So this is something that has transpired after yesterday's incident, because Delhi police felt that yesterday's action of the wrestlers to move forward to the parliament has damaged national prestige, and that's why such an action was taken in by the Delhi police. There are reactions coming in from the opposition who have slammed this sort of an action, but if we talk about the protest per se, we're yet to get a clarity whether at all the wrestlers will be able to restart their protest.
You know, stay with us, Shreya. Unfortunately, it's only looked one way, national prestige being hurt because of the protest. But here you have a bunch of the Olympians, those who brought national pride to the country, been protesting for months now, and yet they seem to be far away from finding justice. I'm going to cut across to all the political reactions coming in on the same.
भाजपा का नारा एक्सपोज हुआ ना इस बात पे, जो बेटियों का साथ देने की बात करते थे, बेटियों के सम्मान की बात करते थे, आपने देख लिया क्या सम्मान किया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। ये केवल दिखावटी नारे थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, और दिखावटी नारे इसलिए थे कि उन्हें वोट चाहिए था। वोट मिल गया, उसके बाद अपमानित करेंगे आप।
वो कौन लड़की है? हमारा गर्व है, वो देश के लिए सोना जीतता है, वो सोना जैसा और सोने का लड़की है। उसका ऊपर जिस तरह पुलिस एट्रोसिटीज हुआ है, जिस तरह जो लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे ये बुरा काम का, उसके ऊपर जिस तरह ये पुलिस अटैक हुआ है, हम लोग विरोध करते हैं।
After months on the roads protesting, wrestlers have clashed with the cops at Delhi's Jantar Mantar just last evening. This came after protesters insisted that they wanted to move away from their designated protest site in Jantar Mantar and walk towards the newly inaugurated parliament, where all focus and eyes were on Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the newly built swanky parliament building. These wrestlers moved towards that parliament building only to make their voices heard. Several of those wrestlers then clashed with the police who were deployed in numbers. They had ensured strict security. Section 144 was also imposed only to avoid any such kind of protests that could happen around the parliament building. Several wrestlers, including Bajrang, Punia, Sakshi, Malik, were all detained. Heavy police deployed at the Delhi borders as well to stop many more protesters from entering the national capital. Along those border areas, there were chaos, and the police sent out a message to these protesters: doing what they were would only hurt national prestige. And yet, protesters insisted on heading towards the parliament, and that's when they were detained. Several sections of the IPC have been slapped on them.
Some of India's top wrestlers pinned, dragged and detained. These were the scenes that unfolded at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. Protesting Vinesh Phogat, Bajrang, Punia and other protesters were detained as they were marching towards the new parliament from their site of protest at Jantar Mantar. Olympic medalist Sakshi Malik accused the police of manhandling her.
हम सोचे शांतिपूर्वक जाएंगे, पर शांतिपूर्वक जाके आगे से धकाना शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं आओगे, गिरा दिया गया, मेरे सारे कपड़े पाड़ लिए, बहुत गंदा व्यवहार करा है। हम कोई भी इंसान नहीं करते, बिल्कुल चुपचाप जाने लग रहे थे आगे।
Bajrang Punia lashed out at the government, saying the authorities didn't even respect a Padma Shri awardee.
साक्षी को उठा लिया है पुलिस प्रशासन ने, डिटेन कर लिया साक्षी को। दिनेश आप भी तो तुम बोलिए, और ऊपर से उसको पद्म श्री भी दे रखा है। पद्म श्री की भी गरिमा नहीं रखी लोगों ने, गरिमा नहीं रखी। जो मेडल मिले हैं, जो मेडल मिले, जो अवार्ड मिले, उनकी गरिमा नहीं रखी।
तो पूरा देश बनाएगा आगे का प्लान, क्योंकि जिनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए थी उनकी नहीं है, और रिपोर्ट करताओं की गिरफ्तारी है।
यहाँ पर जो भी टेंट लगा था, जो भी बंदोबस्त किया गया था, जहां पर पिछले 1 महीने से ये पहलवान बैठकर रोज धरना प्रदर्शन करते थे, अपनी बातों को कहने की कोशिश करते थे, दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से उस पूरी जगह को खाली कर दिया गया है। जो भी टेंट था, सामान था, उन सभी सामानों को, टेंट को एक ट्रक में रख कर यहाँ से विदा कर दिया है, पूरी जगह को खाली कर दिया है।
Khap Panchayat leaders backed wrestlers calling for a women's Mahapanchayat outside the new parliament. They were, however, stopped by cops. Heavy police force was deployed on all the borders of national capital to stop what the police called unsocial elements.
जो इनको डायरेक्शंस जो है फोर्स को ये है कि जो पब्लिक है उसको इनकन्वीनियंस नहीं होना चाहिए, ट्रैफिक जो है वो स्मूथ रहना चाहिए, लेकिन बस एक ही चीज़ इंश्योर करनी है कि जो अनसोशल एलिमेंट्स हैं, जो अनरूली एलिमेंट्स हैं जो आइडेंटिफाई कर रखे हैं, वो जो है बॉर्डर्स क्रॉस करके दिल्ली ना पहुंच पाए।
Supporting the wrestlers, the ruling Aam Aadmi Party refused the request of the Delhi police to convert MCD school into a temporary jail. Congress too backed the wrestlers, slamming the Modi government. The Grand Old Party demanded action against Wrestling Federation chief.
बेटियों का बलात्कारी उस सदन में मौजूद था, उसका सम्मान हो रहा था, और इस देश की बेटियों के ऊपर पुलिस टूट पड़ी थी। इनके छातियों पे मेडल रहता है, इनकी पीठ से वो पटकनी देती हैं, उन छातियों पर आज बूट थे, पीठ पर डंडे थे, और पुलिस उनको ऐसे खींच रही थी कि कोई वो दुर्दांत आतंकवादी हो।
It has been over a month since a group of wrestlers started their protest against the BJP MP and Wrestling Federation chief Brij Bhushan Saran Singh. With Nitin Srivastav and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now news tightens around Kashmiri separatist Yasin Malik. The Delhi High Court now is hearing a plea by NIA seeking death penalty for Malik, reiterating how he was the catalyst of deadly 26/11 attacks and has a hand even behind coordinating the stone pelting that took place in Jammu and Kashmir. NIA in court has listed out Yasin's involvement in Air Force officials' killing. Yasin has been convicted of indulging in acts of terror and raising funds for terror activities. He was convicted after pleading guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and successionist activities in Kashmir in 2017. Backing Yasin Malik, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has said that the case must be reviewed, reconsidered, since even the assassins of a prime minister were pardoned. Kanu Sharda joining us on the phone line, who's tracking court for us. Kanu, tell us a little more on the court's observations. NIA seeking death penalty for Yasin Malik.
Yes, Nabila, the NIA is seeking a death penalty for Yasin Malik basically on the grounds that, if a dreaded terrorist like him is not given a death penalty on the grounds that he has pleaded guilty, then it will basically result in the complete erosion of the country's sentencing policy. This is the main ground on which NIA is seeking death penalty, saying that he is involved in so many terrorist activities in the past, and he himself has pleaded guilty, but that doesn't give him a chance that, he should be given a life imprisonment and not death penalty. So some certain records were asked to be produced before the High Court from the trial court, which was scheduled to be produced any time now. So the hearing is still underway when we speak. Basically, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta today told the Delhi High Court that if this kind of plea is allowed, that if an accused is pleaded guilty and then he is given a lesser punishment, then a wrong trend would be set in the criminal jurisprudence, and this should not be allowed, and that is why they are seeking the death penalty.
All right, we're going to slip into a short break on that. Kanu, thank you very much for joining us. Prime Minister Modi on the other side of a short break, taking you through Prime Minister Modi's grand announcement of completing 9 years. He's going to be holding several press conferences, rallies, over 50 of them across India to announce the achievements of Prime Minister Modi under his governance, the 9 years, what India has achieved. More on that on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
युवा साथियों को सुविधा होगी और सबसे अहम बात, इससे पर्यटन और व्यापार से बनने वाले रोजगार बढ़ेंगे। ये वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस मां कामाख्या मंदिर, काजीरंगा, मानस राष्ट्रीय उद्यान, पवित्रा वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी को कनेक्ट करेगी। इसके साथ साथ मेघालय के शिलोंग, चेरापूंजी और अरुणाचल प्रदेश के तवांग और पासीघाट तक भी पर्यटकों की सुविधा बढ़ जाएगी। भाइयों और बहनों, इसी सप्ताह केंद्र में एनडीए की सरकार के 9 साल पूरे हुए हैं। बीते 9 साल भारत के लिए अभूतपूर्व उपलब्धियों के रहे हैं, नए भारत के निर्माण के रहे हैं। कल ही देश को आजाद भारत की भव्य दिव्य आधुनिक संसद मिली है। ये भारत के हजारों वर्ष पुराने लोकतांत्रिक इतिहास को हमारे समृद्ध लोकतांत्रिक भविष्य से जोड़ने वाली संसद है। बीते 9 वर्षों की ऐसी अनेक उपलब्धियां हैं जिनके बारे में पहले कल्पना करना भी मुश्किल था। 2014 से पहले के दशक में इतिहास के घोटालों के हर रिकॉर्ड टूट गए थे। इन घोटालों ने सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान देश के गरीब का किया था, देश के ऐसे क्षेत्रों का किया था जो विकास में पीछे रह गए थे। हमारी सरकार ने सबसे ज्यादा गरीब कल्याण को प्राथमिकता दी। गरीबों के घर से लेकर महिलाओं के लिए टॉयलेट तक, पानी की पाइपलाइन से लेकर बिजली कनेक्शन तक, गैस पाइपलाइन से लेकर एम्स मेडिकल कॉलेज तक, रोड, रेल, जलमार्ग, पोर्ट, एयरपोर्ट, मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी, हमने हर क्षेत्र में पूरी शक्ति से काम किया है। आज भारत में हो रहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम की पूरी दुनिया में बहुत चर्चा हो रही है, क्योंकि यही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो जीवन आसान बनाता है। यही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो रोजगार के अवसर बनाता है। यही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तेज विकास का आधार है। यही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी ऐसे हर वंचित को सशक्त करता है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सबके लिए है, समान रूप से हैं, बिना भेदभाव के हैं, और इसलिए ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण भी एक तरह से सच्चा सामाजिक न्याय है, सच्चा सेक्युलरिज्म है। भाइयों और बहनों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण के इस काम का सबसे अधिक लाभ अगर किसी को हुआ है तो वो पूर्वी और उत्तर पूर्वी भारत है। अपने अतीत की नाकामियों पर पर्दा डालने के लिए कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि पहले भी तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बहुत काम हुआ था। ऐसे लोगों की सच्चाई नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोग बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। इन लोगों ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को मूल सुविधाओं के लिए भी दशकों तक इंतजार करवाया। इस अक्षम्य अपराध का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान नॉर्थ ईस्ट ने उठाया है। जो हजारों गांव, करोड़ों परिवार 9 साल पहले तक बिजली से वंचित थे, उनमें से बहुत बड़ी संख्या नॉर्थ ईस्ट के परिवारों की थी। टेलीफोन, मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी से वंचित हुए बड़ी आबादी नॉर्थ ईस्ट की ही थी। अच्छे रेल, रोड, एयरपोर्ट की कनेक्टिविटी का अभाव भी सबसे अधिक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में था। भाइयों और बहनों, जब सेवा भाव से काम होता है तो कैसे बदलाव आता है, इसका साक्षी नॉर्थ ईस्ट की रेल कनेक्टिविटी है। मैं जिस स्पीड, स्केल और नियत की बात करता हूं, ये उसका भी प्रमाण है। आप कल्पना कीजिए, देश में 150 वर्ष से भी पहले पहली रेल मुंबई महानगर से चली थी। उसके 3 दशक के बाद ही असम में भी पहली रेल चल चुकी थी। गुलामी के उस कालखंड में भी असम हो, त्रिपुरा हो, पश्चिम बंगाल हो, हर क्षेत्र को रेल से जोड़ा गया था। हालांकि तब जो नियत थी वो जनहित के लिए नहीं थी। उस समय अंग्रेजों का इरादा क्या था? इस पूरे भूभाग के संसाधनों को लूटना, यहां की प्राकृतिक संपदा को लूटना। आजादी के बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट में स्थितियां बदलनी चाहिए थी। रेलवे का विस्तार होना चाहिए था, लेकिन नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अधिकतर राज्यों को रेल से जोड़ने का काम 2024 के बाद हमें करना पड़ा। भाइयों और बहनों, आपके इस सेवक ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट के जनजीवन की संवेदना और सुविधा को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। देश में आया यही बदलाव बीते 9 वर्षों में सबसे बड़ा और सबसे प्रखर है, जिसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से विशेष रूप से अनुभव किया है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में पहले की तुलना में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में रेलवे के विकास के लिए बजट भी कई गुना बढ़ाया गया है। 2014 से पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए रेलवे का बजट औसत बजट करीब 2,500 करोड़ रुपए का होता था। 2,500 करोड़ रुपया, 2,500। इस बार नॉर्थ ईस्ट का रेल बजट 10,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक है, यानी लगभग 4 गुना बढ़ोतरी की गई है। इस समय मणिपुर, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, मेघालय और सिक्किम की राजधानियों को बाकी देश से जोड़ने का काम भी तेज गति से चल रहा है। बहुत जल्द नॉर्थ ईस्ट की सभी राजधानियां ब्रॉडगेज नेटवर्क से जुड़ने वाली हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट्स पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का खर्च किया जा रहा है। ये दिखाता है कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट की कनेक्टिविटी के लिए बीजेपी की सरकार कितनी प्रतिबद्ध है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज जिस स्केल के साथ, जिस स्पीड के साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं, वह अभूतपूर्व है। अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पहले के मुकाबले 3 गुना तेजी से नई रेल लाइनें बिछाई जा रही हैं। अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पहले के मुकाबले 9 गुना तेजी से रेलवे लाइनों का दोहरीकरण हो रहा है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में ही नॉर्थ ईस्ट के रेल नेटवर्क का बिजलीकरण शुरू हुआ और अब 100% लक्ष्य की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, ऐसी ही स्पीड और स्केल के कारण आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अनेक क्षेत्र पहली बार रेल सेवा से जुड़ रहे हैं। नागालैंड को 100 साल के बाद अपना दूसरा रेलवे स्टेशन अब मिला है। जहां कभी नैरो गेज पर धीमी रेल चलती थी, वहां अब सेमी हाई स्पीड वंदे भारत और तेजस एक्सप्रेस जैसी ट्रेनें चलने लगी हैं। आज नॉर्थ ईस्ट के पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए रेलवे के विस्टा डोम कोच भी नया आकर्षण बन रहे हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, गति के साथ साथ भारतीय रेल आज दिलों को जोड़ने, समाज को जोड़ने और लोगों को अवसरों से जोड़ने का भी माध्यम बन रही है। आप देखिए, गुवाहाटी रेलवे स्टेशन पर भारत का पहला ट्रांसजेंडर टी स्टॉल खोला गया है। ये उन साथियों को सम्मान का जीवन देने का प्रयास है जिनकी समाज से बेहतर बर्ताव की अपेक्षा है। इसी प्रकार वन स्टेशन वन प्रोडक्ट इस योजना के तहत नॉर्थ ईस्ट के रेलवे स्टेशनों पर स्टॉल्स बनाए गए हैं। ये वोकल फॉर लोकल को बल दे रहे हैं। इससे हमारे स्थानीय कारीगर, कलाकार, शिल्पकार ऐसे साथियों को नया बाजार मिला है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सैकड़ों स्टेशनों पर वाईफाई की सुविधा दी गई है। संवेदनशीलता और गति के इसी संगम से ही प्रगति पथ पर नॉर्थ ईस्ट आगे बढ़ेगा। विकसित भारत के निर्माण का रास्ता सशक्त होगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी को वंदे भारत और दूसरे सभी प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Quality today. In Delhi, 91. In Mumbai, 65. In Kolkata, 78. In Bangalore, 65. In Chennai, 121. In Hyderabad, 82.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
All right, welcome back. Manipur on the edge after fresh spate of ethnic violence reported ahead of Amit Shah's visit to the violence-hit Manipur. Kuki terrorists allegedly carrying weapons set many houses ablaze and vehicles vandalized in Serao and Suguru areas. Angry mobs there storming into a BJP MLA K. Raghumani's residence as well, and we see how his home has been vandalized. Amit Shah will be leaving for Manipur today for a 3-day tour. He will be meeting with local communities there and party cadres. Also set to hold a meeting there with Security Department's top officials over recent spate of violence. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has said that around 40 militants have been killed by security forces during retaliatory fire and defensive operations. Meanwhile, a Congress delegation all set to meet with President Draupadi Murmu over the Manipur violence ensuing.
Mr. Amit Shah ji is coming to Manipur for the 3 days. So we request and appeal to him to take the necessary steps and action as early as possible in his journey, because this is not a time to negotiate and this is not a time to talk about the peace, because if this action is not taken to the earliest, the Manipur will vanish.
Sir, Manipur situation के लिए क्या brief करने वाले हैं? उसके लिए हम मंगलवार के दिन प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया से टाइम पूछे हैं। हम जाकर डेलीगेशन में जाकर उनसे मिलेंगे और मिलकर उनसे ये सारी चीजें बताएंगे।
Cutting across to Ritik Mandal, joining us live from Kolkata. Ritik, give us more on the tensions that prevail currently in Manipur. It is upsetting and tragic to see that many lives lost. We see now a lot of a lot of the alleged terrorists and militants who are now carrying out enough and more vandalism for the Home Ministry itself to take note. Amit Shah is due to arrive there to take cognizance. But even before his visit, we see a BJP MLA's home has been vandalized. It's almost a statement that they want to send out.
Well, that's right, Nabila, that Home Minister Amit Shah will be visiting, violence hit northeastern state Manipur today, and he will stay there till 1st of June. And amidst a situation when the situation is not really good, what we are picking up that situation in Manipur is extremely vulnerable. And what we know that fresh violences have been evaporated across Manipur ahead of Home Minister's visit. And what, as per the government of Manipur is concerned, we are given to understand that government report says that since last couple of days, that in a joint operation conducted by the commandos of Manipur police with the help of army, they did several rounds of operation, counter-insurgency measures across the Manipur. And what more we are picking up, at least 35 militant, and I quote Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, where he says that terrorists, those were using, sophisticated weapon against the civilian of Manipur, have been killed in this gun battle. And what more we are picking up, yesterday, BJP MLA's house particularly was attacked by mob. And these are the, measures are being taken at this point in time in Manipur. Situation is really a matter of concern. Amid a situation, Amit Shah will be visiting and will be staying there for next couple of days, where he will chair several rounds of crucial meeting to restore the peace back in the valley. But what more we are picking up, that particularly he will be meeting several administrative heads, and also will meet the representative of both the communities. And at a time when these things are unfolding, and we did see that statesmen coming from the Kuki community, they are also looking forward to Amit Shah's visit to Manipur. They are
stay with us.
waiting for
I'm going to quickly cut across to stay with us. I'm cutting across to Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, speaking at a press conference listening.
Dignity is protected. Toilets were being constructed, and 11.72 crores of toilets have been already built for the sake of our people, of which 100% coverage has been achieved in rural India. Whereas it was only 13% earlier in 2013-14. Now, access to water in houses, again, 12 crore households have been covered with access to pure and good drinking water. You all know the story of Ujjwala. 9.6 crore families have been given free connection, and then the cylinders are being used. There are always this discussion about now when the prices have gone up, what happens? 200 rupees per cylinder, unlimited number of cylinders we are subsidizing even today. So the prices have gone up, not because we want to increase the price, it's a global fact, and we are importing it. But we have made sure that 200 rupees goes to the account the moment the order for another cylinder is booked. Then this fact about which Deputy Chief Minister Fadnavis Saab referred, 80 crore people for 2 full years have been given totally free grains and some quantity of pulses, so that some protein is also supplied to them. And that even today, when we go for international meets in the World Bank or IMF, has been acclaimed as one of the biggest food security programs in the world, achieved without fail, and it reached the people even during the lockdown. Again, a fact which Fadnavis ji referred to is cover up to 5 lakh crores for medical facilities for all the poor people. This is a very sensitive topic which even our Honorable Prime Minister spoke from the Dread Fort. So are we making sure that the poor girls are given sanitary equipments and sanitary pads. So that today is being given through Jan Aushadhi Kendras, 1 rupee per pad available in Jan Aushadhi Kendras. There's no doubt that it has made a big change to the poor people. Jan Aushadhi Kendras is something which I already spoke about. For lifestyle related diseases, where people were spending more than about 4,000, 5,000 rupees per month on getting medicines for that. Today, that very set of medicines is available between 800 and 1,000 rupees for the same set of medicines, provided they were generically bought. I mean, they are generic drugs rather than branded. It's brought down medical expenses, out-of-pocket expenses drastically down for people. This is a story which we've said in the Parliament several times. During the pandemic and immediately after that, international fertilizer prices shot up the roof. 95% of all the fertilizers that Indian farmers use are imported. There are 3 or 4 different categories they bring in, and all these are largely imported. And 1 or 2 of them became so expensive. But Prime Minister Modi was very clear that we can't let the farmers not have adequate fertilizers, but at the same time we can't shift the burden of the price to them. So the entire cost of increase was borne by the central government, and the farmer was paying the same price that he paid before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and even after the pandemic, and no increase has been shifted to the farmer. Loans to buy seeds and 6,000 rupees per farmer, Kisan Samman Nidhi. I move also to talk about the social justice. 10% EWS quota has really helped a lot of poor families. There are very many anecdotal stories about how children coming from such families have today found admission in courses which they would have otherwise not dreamed about. Backward Classes Commission is a milestone achievement, and it is disappointing to say that today the leading opposition, which constantly questions about, what are you doing for poor? This is, you have a Central Vista program costing so much, but are you doing for the poor? Where the very same people who oppose the formation of Backward Class Commission. I wish and honestly request the media humbly that such questions should be asked of the opposition when they talk as though, this expenditure on the parliament is not required, it should have been spent on poor people. You didn't even support the Backward Classes Commission for a very long time. They stood against it. This is a step which I duly thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having brought this category. Till then, people were just saying handicapped, physically handicapped, mentally handicapped, whatever. He gave them a dignity by saying they have a quality which is not found in ordinary people, and called them Divyang. And then 7 to 21 categories have now been, where it was just 7 categories, 21 other categories have also been brought in. 77 categories have gone up to 21, and that is respect which is being given to Divyang. By increasing the categories, the facilities and the government support also increases. Now this is something which I will very quickly pass through. In the last 9 years, 74 new airports have been added, whereas till 2014, India had only 74. So 74 plus 74 is what we have now. Similarly, road construction till 2014, 91,000 odd kilometers. Now, additionally 53,000 odd kilometers. 9 years, there was no attempt to build any waterways in India, although it is cost effective. You have 111 being done in India, inland waterways. Vande Bharat Express, not with that name, any other name. No improved version of a railway coach system was introduced earlier. We brought in
Finance
Vande
Minister
Bharat.
Nirmala Sitharaman, as she lists out a few policies that the Modi government initiates. In fact, the 9 years of Prime Minister Modi's governance. As they've completed 9 years, here is the minister announcing all the achievements by the BJP and what they intend to do in the years to come if they come to power. I'm going to cut across to a short break. We'll be right back with the top news and updates. Stay with us.
Summers are devastating for stray animals. The scorching heat wave means animals living on the street struggle for water. Karma Foundation is on a mission to make life easy for stray animals.
This water bowl challenge is also one of such initiatives where we know during the scorching heats of summer has to provide the basic requirement for the health of the pet, which is water, and hence we are actually donating the water bowls.
These water bowls are a big relief for stray animals living under the open sky in sweltering weather. Karma Foundation has requested people to join their movement by placing a bowl of water outside their home or workplace. Bureau Report, India Today.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajrang, among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super. And I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product, and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through all the sections of the IPC that have been filed against wrestlers who've been protesting at Jantar Mantar, wanting Brij Bhushan, the WFI chief, to be arrested for sexual harassment. Cutting to the first headlines. Key details of FIRs that have been levelled and registered against these wrestlers have now been accessed. FIR says that cops alerted these protesters that their stir, this protest march that they intended to carry out from Jantar Mantar to the new Parliament building, will hurt national prestige. The cops reveal that many of those wrestlers broke barricades, obstructed the police from doing their duties. They've been now detained. Prime Minister Modi's government completes 9 years. Over 50 rallies have been planned across India. 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in the states. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Modi. Ahead of Home Minister Amit Shah's visit, fresh violence erupts in Manipur. Chief Minister Biren Singh says 40 terrorists have been killed by security forces. India's landmark satellite launch. ISRO launches second-gen navigation satellite launched to boost Indian GPS system. Hearing on NIA plea for death penalty for Yassin. NIA in court claims that Yassin is behind the killing of the Air Force official, says Yassin coordinated stone pelting. All right, some big news coming in from the national capital. Blood-curdling murder that's been caught on camera. This video here will certainly send chills down your spine. That's happened in the national capital. 16-year-old stabbed over 20 times. All that caught on cameras. CCTV cameras capturing this gruesome murder. Jilted lover has stabbed a teenage girl to death. Stabbed to death, bludgeoned by a stone thereafter. These visuals there showing how a jilted lover hacked to death his teenage girlfriend. This murder that's been caught on camera. Shreya joining us for a little more on that. Shreya, very, very tragic scenes that's coming from the national capital, all caught on cameras. 16-year-old stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover, stabbed and then bludgeoned to death by a stone. Tell us a little more. Who is this boy?
Well, Nabila, shocking visuals that is coming in from Rohini Shabad Dairy, wherein in a JJ colony, we are seeing that 16-year-old Sakshi was actually brutally thrashed by her jilted lover. What we are clearly understanding that this guy named Sahil, he's right now absconding. A case of murder has been lodged against him based on the complaint of the girl's father. But from the visuals, it is very disturbing. At least 40 times she was stabbed before this guy actually goes ahead to clobber her with a stone. And we clearly see that there are a lot of people who are also surrounding the same place, and despite so, hardly any passerby attempted to stop this guy, to stop from doing this kind of an incident. We can talk about the police. Obviously, people are mostly angry about the police not reacting in such cases. But what about the passerbys? These visuals clearly show that no one really attempted to stop the guy.
It's scary as we see those visuals coming from the national capital. A 16-year-old girl was hacked to death despite passers-by spotting this crime taking place. None really restricting that guy from carrying on with that murder. Let me cut across to Swati Maliwal, who's the chairperson of the Delhi Commission for Women. Ms. Maliwal, we're looking at the visuals here. Those are incriminating visuals coming to light. This boy killing his teenage girlfriend to death in full public glare. Any word on who he is? What more do we know of this case?
I think it is really shocking. I would like to say and put it on record that this has to be one of the most horrific crimes that I have witnessed in the past 8 years as the chairperson of the Delhi Commission for Women. I think it is really shocking, shameful. And I think this man needs to be immediately, strongest action has to be taken against him. The kind of crimes that are happening in the national capital, the way the criminals are being emboldened on a daily basis, I think it is just too much. Women, girls, they're very unsafe. They feel scared, and something really drastic has to be done in order to make sure that the capital becomes safe for women and girls. It's really horrible.
You know of the backstory to this murder, Ms. Maliwal? Any word on about the credibility of this boy? Does he have past criminal record? Who is this girl? Any details that your department may have sourced out?
We are also trying to find out exactly what has happened and why it has happened. But, whatever, just the visuals are just very shocking. And we are in touch with the police. We are trying to identify who the girl was and what exactly happened and why was she hacked in this manner on the streets of Delhi. And what is also very disturbing is that one can see other women and men just passing by. I mean, there were some people who did not even turn and see what was happening. I mean, all of them, if they would have decided to come together or, at least try and attempt to help the girl. I mean, she must have been screaming at the top of her lungs, and yet nobody came out to support her. I'm really, really shocked as to what kind of a society are we living in and what kind of a society are we building. It is just really, really shameful. And Delhi police has a lot to answer. In any case, on a daily basis, we are getting rape cases of at least, 6 cases of sexual assault are being reported on a daily basis. And even yesterday, we saw that some survivors who are fighting for justice, the way they were thrashed and picked up on the streets of Delhi by the police. And FIRs have been registered against those wrestlers. So I really don't know what kind of a world are we creating and what kind of a world are we living in. On a daily basis, there's so much effort that is going in trying to assist trauma survivors. But in the end, what for? In the end, none of us are able to save this 16-year-old girl who was hacked to death for absolutely no fault of her.
Absolutely. This area specifically, has there been an issue of law and order there, Ms. Maliwal? Any word, or if you may know that this is an area that is slightly volatile? Thankfully, CCTV cameras have captured the murder, but if not, I can only imagine the guy would have gotten scot-free. But yet, it appears that he has killed that girl. He's bludgeoned her to death, knowing very well what he was getting into, and that's why he carries out that murder in full public view. People passing by, not stopping him. Out of rage, he pulls off that murder without a care.
I think he was able to get away with it and was able to somehow just plan, just do it. Because somewhere everybody, all the criminals have this message that nothing will happen. If you look at that Chawla case, this girl, 19-year-old, she was brutally murdered, gang raped, acid was thrown into her eyes, alcohol bottles were inserted in her private part. And yet they were able to walk away scot-free after 10 years. So this entire message in the society that there is absolutely no deterrence against a crime. I think that is what is really very dangerous for the society, and that has to change. Delhi police has a lot to answer. You see, in each and every street of Delhi, especially in the slum areas, the kind of crimes that are existing, the kind of impunity with which the criminals are living, and the kind of fear that the women and girls are facing. It is unprecedented. The law and order situation in Delhi is horrible. There are just so many cases that the Women Commission is receiving on a daily basis. From snatching to stalking to rape to sexual assault to domestic violence and to these kind of brutal murders. Why is it that all of this is happening? I think the root cause is that people are absolutely not scared. There is no certainty and swiftness of punishment, and that is why there is no death. And that has to change.
Ms. Maliwal, thank you very much for joining us on that. Rightly said, Swati Maliwal, who's the chairperson of the Delhi Women's Commission, calling out this murder, and also the public particularly who are watching this gruesome murder taking place, but just walk past as if nothing happened. Unfortunately, the society that we live in, no responsibility is shown, No spine shown by any of those passers-by, despite seeing that girl wriggling in pain. Let me cut across to Shreya, joining us on that. Shreya, those visuals there are so shocking. It's not just about that man pulling off that murder. How old is that boy, first of all? Where is he from? Any word on his background? That aside, the passers-by, as they spot and witness this murder taking place, not one of them attempting to stop him.
Well, yes, Nabila, clearly there's a lack of good Samaritans so far as the national capital is concerned. That's one thing that's established from that CCTV visual that we are clearly showing our viewers. Now, talking about the boy, this boy named Sahil, he's right now absconding is what we've been confirmed by the police. We're yet to know whether he's a history sheeter where there are past cases against him. We're yet to receive a clarity on the same from the Delhi police. His age is also something we're yet to get a clarity on. Whether or not he's he's also not a minor or not is something we'll have to wait and watch. But as of now, Nabila, this is a very shocking visual that has come forth. And we can clearly see 40 times is when he's actually stabbed this girl. He doesn't stop there. He just takes a slab that's lying down next to the girl. Even after the girl has actually fallen on the ground, he constantly picks the rock and constantly hits her. These are trigger warning visuals. But most shocking of all is the passerbys. No one really thought that they should actually go ahead and stop this boy from what he's been doing. Extremely shocking visuals from recent times that we have seen. Delhi police has already launched a manhunt trying to locate the guy who's right now absconding. There's an FIR, as I mentioned, has been filed already on murder charges based on the complaint that the deceased girl's father has filed before the Delhi police.
Right. Shreya, police not being able to find the boy despite his face very clearly visible on CCTV cameras. How long since that murder took place? And what's the police saying to that?
Well, Nabila, it's yesterday night around 9:30 to 10 when this incident has taken place. So we can say that more than 12 hours has passed and this guy is yet to be located by the Delhi police, yet to be arrested clearly. Also, if we can clearly observe these visuals, he's not alone. There is clearly a known person of his who was also trying to pull him away. If we see the visuals from first, and that's also something that we've learned from our sources, that at least 2 or 3 persons were also part of the conspiracy. What transpired before this murder took place was that this boy and the girl had a quarrel. The day before, and then while she was going to a birthday party, this guy entered into a conspiracy of tracking her and then murdering her. This is clearly something which is shocking in a manner, and we also have to understand that a lot of time has passed. Delhi police is yet to nab, but slowly we do know that Delhi police in all likelihood will arrest him. But what next from there? There needs to be a message that needs to be set also. He needs to be given strictest punishment, because these kind of visuals are very disturbing to the society. Lot of questions on the role of the Delhi police as well. These are areas in the JJ colonies. These are clusters where sensitization and workshops are also supposed to be done that probably only are limited as mere PR tactics. So probably something needs to be changed on the ground. That's something that we can clearly say from these visuals. 40 times, no less than 40 times that man constantly stabbed that girl, and then he didn't stop there. He took up a slab and again constantly hit her, clobbered her on the face. This is clearly very disturbing and shocking visuals coming in from the national capital.
Right, Shreya, do stay with us. If I could give a quick look, a close-up look at the CCTV footage to show you exactly, and our viewers here, what exactly has happened there in this area at around 9:30 p.m. Clearly, people moving around. It's in full public glare and view that this man who approaches that girl, she seems to be at one corner of that road there, and this accused goes right up to her with a knife and stabs her, as Shreya tells us, nearly 40 times. He stabbed her in full public glare. That's the boy there you see in a blue t-shirt. His age, his whereabouts, his background is yet to be ascertained, but he walks straight up brazenly to that young girl, 16-year-old girl is what we've been told, 40 times stabs her, and then lets go of the knife, picks up a huge stone right beside, and bludgeons her to death. This is brazen murder in full public glare with people there, passers-by, all the more shockingly, not stopping that man from pulling off that murder. They do not even interfere for a moment, don't raise an alarm, just spot this crime happening and walk past. That's how shameful a bunch of the passers-by have behaved by not taking responsibility, alerting the cops maybe. They've just passed on, moved on from that spot of crime without actually raising an alarm or restricting the guy from carrying out that murder. We believe, as per the reports that we have, that girl has been stabbed in the chest and the stomach. At least 40 times the boy has stabbed that girl. His age, is he a minor? Is he also below 18 is something that we've got to ascertain, but that girl is 16 years of age, and we believe that they were in a relationship, and this also, as per Shreya, what we understand, this is a premeditated murder. He knew very well that this girl was going to be in the same spot here. He planned with one of his friends. We believe that one of those people there in the visuals, not too sure exactly, I can't point out, we've got to wait for the police to confirm, but one of those men, along with that blue t-shirt boy who's murdering that girl, came with that boy. He was accompanied by one of the men there, pulled off that murder and walks away brazenly. Those are the visuals there. We see the ferocious and angry murderer, after pulling off that crime in full public light, walks away. And he's now been absconding. The police now trying to track him down, but his face very clear on CCTV cameras. We're hoping that the police cracks down on him. But here is this murder that's happened in the national capital in Delhi, with CCTV cameras fully capturing this crime scene. Let's just hope the police are able to nab him at the earliest. Shreya joining us for more. Shreya, tell us more about this area and the accomplice. You did mention that he came in, that murderer came in with one of the boys who could be the accomplice in the murder. Who is that? Can you identify, or has the police identified in the visual, the CCTV cameras here, as to who accompanied this murderer to pull off this crime? And you did say that this was a premeditated one. He knew that the girl was there at the spot. There was a birthday party celebration. So it was planned. This boy planned the whole act in advance and came by and killed this girl. Give us a little sense on the planning itself that went behind this very gruesome killing.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. We cannot really say that this murder was in a spur of the moment. What we clearly do know from our sources in the Delhi police right now, that there was a quarrel that happened between the both of them, the day earlier in the day. And then this boy actually knew that this girl was going through her friend's Neetu's birthday party. So this girl was going through a birthday party when this guy intercepted her. And we clearly do understand from our sources that at least one or two men were also accompanying this particular guy. So clearly they were also a part of the conspiracy to track the girl down. We'll have to wait and watch that what actions are subsequently taken against those men. We are still yet to get clarity that whether some of his friends or his accomplices are yet detained, but Delhi police is still not given a word that whether he's arrested. As of now, we know this guy is absconding, but we can clearly say from the visuals and from what details we know from Delhi police that this is a premeditated murder. This guy intercepted the girl, then at that very place in Shahbaz Dairy's JJ colony, stabbed her, and not just stopped there. He then used a slab that was lying down there and then thrashed her face multiple times. So that was very disturbing visuals. Clearly, the Delhi police is yet to arrest that. We'll have to arrest the boy. We'll have to wait and watch how far and how quickly they make the arrest. But again, the question lies on the people, the public. This was a murder in a full public glare. We are not talking about a time which is late in the midnight. This is somewhere in between 9 and 10, where a lot of people were around in the area, which is also established from those CCTV visuals. Even then, not a single person thought that they should intervene, stop the boy from murdering the girl in full public day. This person that we're talking about, the girl, she's a minor, she's a 16-year-old girl who was brutally killed. Till now, Delhi police is yet to arrest this guy that we're talking.
Shreya, I'm going to cut across to Delhi PRO giving an official statement on this very gruesome murder.
उसमें मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं, वह बन गई हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरे फुल स्विंग पर चल रहा है और एक्यूज्ड है उसको भी आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है और जल्द ही हम उसको गिरफ्तार करने में कामयाब होंगे।
अभी तक कुछ मोटिव सामने आया होगा?
अभी एक्टिव इन्वेस्टिगेशन में और इसके ऊपर अभी कमेंट करना उचित नहीं होगा। तो यही कह सकते हैं कि ये एक्टिव अभी एक्यूज आइडेंटिफाइड है और उसको अरेस्ट भी हम जल्दी करेंगे।
एक ही आरोपी, कई आरोपी हैं अभी तक की जांच में शामिल?
अगेन मैं इस पर कमेंट नहीं करना चाहूँगी क्योंकि इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी चल रहा है, अभी प्रिलिमिनरी स्टेज पर है, कुछ ही घंटे हुए हैं, तो इसके ऊपर कमेंट नहीं करना चाहूँगी। ये कहना चाहूँगी कि केस हमारे संज्ञान में है, इसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और सारी कोशिशें की जा रही हैं, एक्यूज आइडेंटिफाइड हैं और जल्द ही शीघ्र ही उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया जाएगा।
थैंक यू।
All right, that's the Delhi police PRO says that they're investigating the matter. The police now in swift action trying to ensure that this man is found. He's nabbed at the earliest, but this is the visual there showing how this murderer has pulled off this crime in broad, in full public view. In fact, 40 times he stabbed that young girl, 16-year-old girl, after it seems like their relationship went wrong. And here we see the police now have launched a bunch of their teams to crack down on this man who remains absconding. All right, now Lokayukta in Bengaluru has taken note of Bengaluru techie's death. Lokayukta files suo moto case against the civic body, the BBMP. 23-year-old techie had drowned in a Bengaluru underpass. Lokayukta takes cognizance of the techie's death in Bengaluru underpass, files a suo moto case, issues notice to the BBMP and seeks an explanation from those officials on what led to the crumbling infrastructure, whether it was carelessness of the civic body to ensure that roads are safe for passengers, for commuters to ply. A bout of rain and we saw a lot of the underpasses in the city fully submerged. Unknowingly, one of those vehicles there that was stranded. Unfortunately, almost 6 of them who were in that car. The car too was overcrowded. We believe that there were 6 to 7 passengers. A lot of those passengers climbed on top of that car while one of that girl, the 23-year-old techie herself, working with Infosys, was stuck inside that vehicle and died due to asphyxiation. And this happened at KR Circle underpass. Flooding that was reported on the 21st May led to this young techie's death. And now the Lokayukta, taking suo moto cognizance, files a case against the civic body, the BBMP. All right, cutting across to Rajasthan as the Congress crisis itself there deepens. Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot hits out at Sachin Pilot, says can't take post just by asking. Gehlot says top brass won't just give party post to people just like that. I'm going to take you through the response of Ashok Gehlot as Sachin Pilot launches agitation, puts out lists of demands, asking for the Congress High Command and Ashok Gehlot to meet those demands. And of course, this is positioning for the upcoming Rajasthan elections. Sachin Pilot has also been vying for the Chief Minister's post, to which Gehlot says you can't just get a post by asking for it. Listen in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो मजबूत है कि ऐसी स्थिति नहीं है कि आप किसी को मनाने के लिए ऑफर करो, आप कौन सा पद स्वीकार करोगे। ऐसा आज तक ऐसी कभी हुआ नहीं जिंदगी में, ना कभी होगा। कांग्रेस बहुत मजबूत संगठन है, आज भी हाईकमांड बहुत मजबूत है। ना किसी कार्यकर्ता नेता की इतनी हिम्मत है वो कहने ये नहीं मैं ये लूंगा पद, ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है। ये सब स्टोरी अखबार में चलती रहती है या फिर कुछ लोग चलाते रहते हैं या स्टोरी बनवाते रहते होंगे, कोई दम नहीं है।
All right, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot hitting out at Sachin Pilot, saying that you can't get a post only by asking for it, almost indicating that you've got to work for it. And this has, the feud between the two has been on for a few months now. It's out in the open. The Congress High Command has been trying very, very hard to pacify two of their top faces in the state of Rajasthan, barely a few months away ahead of elections. And you have their top Congress faces, Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, both of them warring, with Sachin Pilot accusing Gehlot of not fulfilling the promises that he made to the state of Rajasthan. So this internal rift within the Congress party itself has really brought much embarrassment to the Congress party. And just days ago, Malik had tried to step in to pacify the two, also brought a consensus. And a few days later, you have this the crack wide open yet again. Rahul Gautam joining us for more. But before that, let's cut across again Gehlot as he said what he said.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो मजबूत है कि ऐसी स्थिति नहीं है कि आप किसी को मनाने के लिए ऑफर करो, आप कौन सा पद स्वीकार करोगे। ऐसा आज तक ऐसी कभी हुआ नहीं जिंदगी में, ना कभी होगा। कांग्रेस बहुत मजबूत संगठन है, आज भी हाईकमांड बहुत मजबूत है। ना किसी कार्यकर्ता नेता की इतनी हिम्मत है वो कहने ये नहीं मैं ये लूंगा पद, ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है। ये सब स्टोरी अखबार में चलती रहती है या फिर कुछ लोग चलाते रहते हैं या स्टोरी बनवाते रहते होंगे, कोई दम नहीं है।
All right, I'm cutting across to our reporter Rahul Gautam from Delhi, who's been tracking very closely the kind of rift within the Congress in Rajasthan. Rahul, it's just a few months away for elections in Rajasthan. The Congress really failing to pacify two of their tallest faces. Tell us a little more of the significance and what context did Ashok Gehlot say that you can't just get a post by asking for it?
Well, just before this crucial meeting that's going to happen here at Mr. Malik Kharge's residence, it seems that Mr. Ashok Gehlot has set the line for the upcoming meeting, saying that one cannot dare to ask for a post or a responsibility in Congress party from High Command, and it's the sole prerogative of the High Command as to what responsibility they are going to offer to you. So basically, he was saying this in the context of these media reports that Sachin Pilot could be accommodated as a PCC president, or he could be offered as a PCC as a deputy chief minister. So obviously it seems that he has put an end to all these speculations, and just before this crucial meeting, and put in clear words that High Command is the sole authority as far as Congress party is concerned, and it is the High Command that are going to decide that what role you are going to play in the upcoming assembly polls, or what responsibility is going to be assigned to you. So clearly it seems that he's putting pressure on Sachin Pilot, and at the same time he's also sending a message to High Command that one should not expect, or one should not put pressure on High Command to take responsibilities. It's a sole prerogative of the High Command as what responsibility they're going to give to you.
People make those statements. I mean, these things that have to be said will be said. Ultimately, Sachin Pilot has launched such an agitation that it appears has really dented the Rajasthan Congress's prospects ahead of elections. Of course, both the rift between the two itself has really embarrassed the party at large. Slipping into a short break on that note, on the other side, I'm taking you through Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announcing that Bandra-Versova Sea Link Bridge will now be named as Veer Savarkar Setu. Stay with us.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
All right, now Delhi High Court issues a notice to Yasin Malik. Notice has been issued to Yasin Malik on the NIA's plea seeking death sentence. Notice to be served through Tihar Jail Authority. Yasin Malik, the NIA now pushing for death sentence for Yasin Malik. As we see the Delhi court all set to issue a notice to Yasin Malik. Notice has been issued to Yasin on the NIA's plea itself, seeking death penalty, a death sentence for him. Notice to be served through Tihar Jail Authority. The latest update coming in on the Yasin Malik case, as allegations that he's been involved in several cases of murder and disrupting peace. And here Yasin Malik, proper statement, a notice itself will be going out to him by the Delhi High Court based on the NIA's plea or NIA's appeal seeking death sentence. Anisha Mathur joining us for more. Anisha, tell us more. Delhi High Court issuing a notice to Yasin Malik. What does a notice really contain?
Well, Nabila, the NIA has approached the Delhi High Court seeking death penalty for Yasin Malik in the larger conspiracy case arising out of the investigation done by the NIA into terror funding and repeated terror attacks in Kashmir and in India. Now, Yasin Malik, being the JKLF chief, had been given life imprisonment by the trial court because the trial court said that this is not a rarest of the rare case, and which is why the NIA has come now to the Delhi High Court saying that he is a terrorist, that he has in fact pleaded guilty to offences including Section 121 of the IPC, which is of waging war against the country. He's also pleaded guilty to offences under Section 15 of the UAPA, which is also of participation in a terrorist activity, terror funding, etc. What is important to note, however, Nabila, is that on the 9th of August, when which is the next date of hearing, Yasin Malik will have to be present in the Delhi High Court in response to the NIA's petition. Notice in this particular situation means that the Yasin Malik now gets a chance to give his side of the arguments as far as the death penalty plea is concerned. Now, NIA in their petition and in the arguments before the bench of Justices Siddharth Mridul and Talwant Singh has said that Yasin Malik has been involved in repeated terror activities since the 1980s, that in 1989 he had crossed over to Pakistan, gotten weapons training. He was responsible for a lot of violence in the 1990s, including the killing of 4 Air Force personnel in Rawalpura in Kashmir in 1994. He was also responsible for the kidnapping of Rubaiyah Saeed, the daughter of the then Home Minister, which resulted in the release of 4 dreaded terrorists who then went on to mastermind the 26/11 attacks on India. Further, the court has been informed by the NIA that there are several other charges against Yasin Malik, including encouraging terrorist activities, encouraging secession from India, including encouragement of stone pelting. Now, what the NIA said, and I'm reading from their application, that an act of terrorism, waging war against the state with the help of foreign terrorist organizations and having interest inimical to India per se falls into a rarest of the rare case. And therefore, instead of giving just a life imprisonment, he should have been given death penalty by the trial court itself. Now remember, the trial court, the NIA Special Court in May 2022 had declined to give death penalty, saying that this is not a rarest of the rare case. But the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, in his arguments today has repeatedly been saying that if terrorist activities of this scale are not rarest of the rare, then what else will count in that particular categorization? Because remember, under Indian law, death penalty is not given except for in what counts as rarest of the rare cases. What is also important is that the Solicitor General and the NIA have argued that not giving capital punishment in a case like this to a dreaded terrorist would lead to miscarriage of justice. That, in fact, Solicitor General repeatedly argued that if since the trial court had given life imprisonment instead of death penalty on the ground that Yasin Malik had in fact pleaded guilty and accepted his crime, therefore giving such kind of a lenient punishment instead of capital punishment would let other dreaded terrorists also escape death penalty by simply pleading guilty, staying in jail, and then by waiting for somebody else to rescue them, either politically or by doing the same kind of kidnapping or violence that was done in the Rubaiya Syed case. So effectively the NIA is saying that if Yasin Malik continues to remain in jail instead of hanging, there would be further trouble in the country. Back to you.
All right, well, that said, we're seeing the Hurriyat conference claiming that this is unjust and not right for the NIA to ask for capital punishment on Yasin Malik, but ultimately the decision now in the hands of the court. Thank you very much, Anisha, for joining us on that. As the news here tightens around the Kashmiri separatist Yasin Malik, NIA's appeal before the Delhi High Court seeking death penalty for Yasin Malik in Jammu and Kashmir's terror funding case. NIA in court has mentioned Yasin was the catalyst of deadly 26/11 attacks, his hand behind the coordinated stone pelting in Jammu and Kashmir as well. NIA in court has listed out Yasin's involvement in Air Force officials' killing as well. Yasin has been convicted of indulging in acts of terror, raising funds for terror activities as well. He was convicted after pleading guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and secessionist activities in Kashmir in 2017. Meanwhile, backing Yasin Malik, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has said that the case must be reviewed and reconsidered since even assassins of the Prime Minister were pardoned. All right, more good news coming in as Chandrayaan-3 is all set to be launched in July this year. After failure of Chandrayaan-2, ISRO follows up Moon Mission 3 to land on dark side of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 contains a lander and a rover. A big challenge, of course, would be safe and soft landing on the moon. Chandrayaan-3 all set to land on the moon. This is, of course, big news as Chandrayaan-2 the landing itself was problematic, and right after that failure, it appears ISRO is all geared up to launch Chandrayaan-3, and this is, of course, a matter of huge pride. The only challenge would be the soft landing of the Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, but this is a follow-on mission on Chandrayaan-2 to demonstrate end-to-end capability in safe landing and roving on the moon. As the ISRO now all set to launch Chandrayaan-3 in July this year. In fact, this comes after a second-generation navigation satellite, NSV-1's successful launch a little earlier today in Sriharikota. Let me cut across to ISRO chief speaking.
Chandrayaan-3 is already getting ready for launch this coming July. Our target is to launch in July itself. And because there is a given slot which will make it possible, so we are working towards that. Everything is getting ready. I don't find any problem for it. This time we are going to surely land because we have done all what corrections that we can think of and do of has been done. And all simulations to make sure that things that can go wrong are addressed. So with that confidence, we'll go. And if you have any doubt, we will not launch. That much I can tell.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Pramod Madhav, who's been tracking all that moon mission by ISRO. It is certainly a matter of pride. Pramod, tell us more on Chandrayaan-3, a follow-up mission of Chandrayaan-2. Give us a sense of the glitches that took place while launching Chandrayaan-2 and the confidence with which ISRO chairman speaks of relaunching Chandrayaan-3 this time that contains a lander and a rover in July this year, in a month's time.
Absolutely, Nabila. In fact, we are standing next to the rocket that was launched today. This is a scale model of GSLV, which took the Navig 1 second generation. However, this will be the rocket that we'll have to focus because this is GSLV Mark III. The similar kind of rocket was used for Chandrayaan-2. You could see the like huge massive boosters to the side and the second one, and you also have a proper cryogenic engine made in India, and this is a pod that's going to carry this particular Chandrayaan-3 mission. Just like you mentioned, this time they are not interested in sending an orbiter but a lander and a rover. And Somnath claimed that earlier they have already gone through a lot of specific tests and variables to find out like where are the things that could go wrong. In fact, last time everything was fine, the GSLV launch was fine, the orbiter was fine, but when they were actually bringing down the lander to the moon surface, that's where the glitch occurred. It came, as far as we know, it came a little faster and it collided, and this time they're not ready to do that. Also, the chairman Somnath very clearly mentioned that all parameters have been tested and they are completely confident, and they are doing it again and again, and if they find out that there could be some kind of reason to abandon the launch, they will definitely do that also. In fact, last time also during Chandrayaan-2 launch, they abandoned the mission was called back because there was an issue with the O-ring, and only the second time the GSLV launch was done. Similarly, Somnath is very confident that this time Chandrayaan-3 will be a success, Nabila.
All right, Chandrayaan-3 will be a success. We saw Somnath, the ISRO chairman, also saying if there's any doubts, we will not hesitate to stop it. But for now, they seem absolutely confident. Only a soft landing on the moon could be a bit of a challenge. But otherwise, after today's launch of the SLV, it appears that the ISRO is on a full moral boost. Pramod? Pramod, can you hear me?
It sure is, Nabila. In fact, he was much more in a way. Yes, Nabila, he was much more confident. In fact, he also gave more information about the future course of action of ISRO as well, including Gaganyaan. In fact, as we started asking questions more about Chandrayaan and Gaganyaan, he started saying that he do not want to give out more information because that will lead us to ask difficult questions. This is what Somnath gave as an explanation at that point, but he's very clearly has mentioned that whatever strategies, whatever kind of test that has to be done, they are all completed, and they are expecting this Chandrayaan launch to be done on July itself. Probably another 60 days or something we have, within that it will be completed. In fact, we have additional information also.
Pramod, we're short on time on that, but thank you very much for joining us. It's of course a big boost for India as Chandrayaan-3 is all set to launch a mission aiming to develop and demonstrate new technologies required for interplanetary missions. All right, BJP responding to the huge murder case, the gruesome murder case that came to fore in Delhi, right on the streets. A young man hacked to death, a 16-year-old girl. We believe they were in a relationship, and that their relationship itself went sour, and that soon after this boy planned this murder, hacked her to death in full public view. BJP now bringing the love jihad twist in this case. Kapil Mishra says Kerala story attack on Delhi government. In fact, asks how many Kerala stories in Gali Gali. Kapil Mishra of the BJP saying that Shraddha murder case, the Shraddha itself hasn't yet got justice. How many can we imagine? In every gully, we see a Kerala story panning out. The BJP bringing the love jihad twist to this gruesome murder in Delhi. BJP's love jihad twist, as Kapil Mishra itself terming this case of murder as a case of love jihad. In fact, he asks how many Kerala stories in every gully. Let me cut across to this ground report coming in from the spot of crime.
देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में एक बार फिर मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाला मामला है। देख सकते हैं दिल्ली के शाहबाद डेयरी की हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा, यहीं पर देर रात को एक लड़की को 16 साल उम्र बताई गई, उसी को यहीं पर बेरहमी से चाकू से गोद कर उसकी हत्या की गई। हमलावरों की अगर बात की जाए तो चाकू से गोदने के बाद भी उसका मन नहीं भरा और उसके बाद यहीं पर पत्थरों से पीट कर उस लड़की की बेरहमी से हत्या कर दी। ये वही जो गली है देख सकते हैं। और बात की जाए यहाँ पर तो काफी जो लोग हैं वो काफी यहाँ पर डरे हुए हैं, काफी खौफ में है, क्योंकि सरेआम ऐसी है कि जो लड़की है उसको बेरहमी से मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। यहाँ से महिलाओं से भी बात करें, क्या हुआ था मैडम, क्या पता चला आपको?
सर हमें यही था, पता चला कि काफी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कह रहे थे यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी पुलिस के आने के बाद। जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो
जिस समय जब लड़की को पीटा जा रहा था, चाकू मारे जा रहे थे,
तब तो
उस समय ऐसे पब्लिक गुजरी थी, क्या किसी ने बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की?
सर उस टाइम का मुझे पता नहीं है कि किसने देखा किसने नहीं देखा। अभी तक ये सब जिससे भी पूछ रहे कह रहे हमने नहीं देखा है। अभी ये तो है नहीं, 8 बजे 8:30 बजे का टाइम था, कोई तो आता जाता देखा ही होगा, लेकिन पूछने पे कोई नहीं बता रहा है कि किसने देखा किसने नहीं देखा है।
बिल्कुल, और भी महिलाएं उनसे भी बात करेंगे। मैडम क्या देखा आपने, क्या हुआ था यहाँ पर?
सर हमने ये देखा यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ हो चुकी थी। 9 बजे हमें पता चला लड़की को मार दिया गया है, तो हम जैसे बाहर निकले यहाँ पे पुलिस भी आ चुकी थी। बस हमने ये देखा कि बहुत हल्ला कुल्ला हो रहा था बहुत ज्यादा।
क्या लड़की यहीं रहती थी?
नहीं सर, लड़की यहाँ की नहीं है, लड़का भी यहाँ का नहीं था। ये देखा हमने।
तो क्या लड़की क्या करने आई थी?
पता ही नहीं है सर, ये हमें नहीं पता क्या करने आई थी नहीं आई। बस हमने ये देखा था भीड़ थी यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा, फिर पुलिस भी आ गई।
जिस समय चाकू मारे जा रहे थे उस समय यहाँ से काफी पब्लिक गुजरी थी, क्या किसी ने भी बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की?
पता नहीं सर, हम तो ऊपर ही थे, हम तो मार दिया उसके बाद पता चला बहुत सारी भीड़ हो गई तब। पहले नहीं पता था हमें।
क्या पहले कभी नहीं देखा उस लड़के को या लड़की को?
मैंने तो नहीं देखा सर, हम तो काम करते हैं, ड्यूटी में रहते हैं, हमें नहीं पता। मैंने तो आज छुट्टी कर रखी है इसलिए घर पे।
बिल्कुल, महिलाओं की अगर बात की जाए तो काफी डर का जरूर माहौल है यहाँ पर, और ऐसा बताया जा रहा है इसी गली के अंदर बुरी तरह से बेरहमी से लड़की की चाकू से गोद कर हत्या की। आरोपी की अगर बात की जाए तो साहिल नाम बताया गया। फिलहाल जो पुलिस है पूरे मामले की जांच में जुटी है। देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में एक बार फिर मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाला मामला है। देख सकते हैं दिल्ली के शाहबाद डेयरी की हम आपको।
All right, there you have our ground report coming in as the BJP now giving this a twist, calling this a case of love jihad. Kapil Mishra itself saying that this is a case of Kerala story and says how many Kerala stories are in every gully. Kapil Mishra says Shraddha itself, the previous case where Shraddha was murdered by her boyfriend. Again, a case of a Hindu-Muslim relationship where the Muslim murdered the Hindu girl. Kapil Mishra saying that this is that case itself not receiving justice. This is yet another one where a Sahil has killed a Sakshi, a case of love jihad that needs to be investigated, says Kapil Mishra. Gated by the police, the criminal is still absconding. 20 to 40 times, as per our reports, that this man has stabbed that young teenage girl. I'm going to cut across to Swati Maliwal, who's spoken. Listen in.
आपको लगता है इसमें जन जागरूकता की जरूरत है, क्योंकि कई लोग वहाँ से गुजरते हुए दिख रहे हैं, किसी ने कुछ हलचल भी किसी में नहीं दिखाई दे रही है, कोई बोल भी नहीं रहा कि ये क्या कर रहे हो तुम।
जी मैं बिल्कुल मानती हूँ, एक बहुत असंवेदनशीलता हो गई है और लोगों के अंदर बहुत डर है। लोगों को ये लगता है कि अगर किसी की मदद कर दी तो पता नहीं उल्टा क्या हो जाएगा। लेकिन मैं इन लोगों से सिर्फ ये बात करना चाहती हूँ कि रात में सोते कैसे होंगे। उस लड़की की इतनी चीखें जब सुनाई दी और आपने पलट के भी नहीं देखा, आपने उसकी मदद करने की कोई कोशिश नहीं करी और घर जाके सो गए, तो ऐसी जिंदगी का भी क्या फायदा।
Right, there's a manhunt that's now been launched on this killer, Sahil. At least 40 times that he stabbed that girl, a 16-year-old, a teenage girl who was hacked to death. It seems like a premeditated murder. That's what the initial report suggests, that he knew very well that girl was going to be at that spot and he tracked her down only to kill her. And shockingly, there were a bunch of people, passers-by, who noticed this murder taking place. This was in full broad public view, and yet you see not one passerby trying to interrupt this man who was right in the middle of this gruesome murder, in full rage, hacking that girl to death. Not a single person who was passing by spotted this entire crime panning out, restricted that man or stopped him, intervened. It may have been out of fear or just sheer irresponsibility. I'm not too sure what we can call the apathy of the passers-by there, who thought it was not, or it was just not important to interrupt this man as he was pulling off that murder. Those visuals there show passers-by walking to and fro, seeing this whole crime panning out, but yet did not stop that man or raise an alarm. We see that this murder has taken place at around 9:30 p.m. And as he hacks that girl to death, he walks away very brazenly, not fearing anyone around or the law. He still is absconding at this point. The murderer is absconding. Police have launched multiple teams to crack him down, but yet no news of his whereabouts so far. This video there coming in from the national capital, Delhi, just late last night at 9:30 p.m., not even too late, around a time when people are still awake and streets are still busy. Thankfully, there was a CCTV camera to capture this whole crime. But despite people around, this boy has walked up. We are still unsure of his age, but he's walked up straight to that girl, stabbed her multiple times. As per Shreya, our reporter who's brought us this report, at least 40 times this girl was hacked to death. Shreya joining us for more on that. Shreya, the BJP quick to label this a case of love jihad. The boy is the boy Muslim? Do clarify for us. His name is Sahil. The girl is Hindu. She's Sakshi. We hear Kapil Mishra of the BJP calling this a case of love jihad. How far has the police substantiated it?
Well, as of now, the police hasn't really substantiated that whether there's a religious angle that is to play in this particular murder, whether at all this is a religious murder. We are yet to get clarity on the part of the investigation per se, because only word that is coming from the Delhi police officially is that they're still yet to nab this person. They're yet to track him down. There's a manhunt that is underway. On our sources, that we've learned is that this guy had actually been in a relationship with the girl. There was a quarrel, and subsequently yesterday when the girl was actually going to a birthday party, the guy had intercepted the girl, and then he orchestrated this entire brutal murder in full public glare. So far as the religious angle is concerned, we are yet to get an official word of substantiation from the Delhi police. Yes, we do know that this guy's name is Sahil and the girl is Sakshi, who's a 16-year-old girl who was a victim of the entire murder. But we can't really substantiate right away that whether this was a religious murder. We are yet to get a word of confirmation on the same from the Delhi police.
All right, so we're not too sure if there is a religious angle associated with this, but we see that the boy has very brazenly walked out of that crime scene and quickly went into hiding. It's been now nearly a little less than 24 hours. The police have still not able to nab him, but I'm going to cut across. Stay with us, Shreya. I'm cutting across to Kapil Mishra of the BJP, who calls this a case of love jihad.
जो पुलिस के द्वारा जारी किया गया है दिल्ली का शाबाद डेयरी का, कितना दर्दनाक, कितना पीड़ादायक है, कितनी निर्ममता से वो साहिल मार रहा है उस बिटिया को। नाबालिग लड़की है वो। दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है, और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से, पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है, और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को। ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा, ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के। और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था। अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई, वो भी अभी तक जिंदा है। तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है। अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती, 2 बार सोचता इस प्रकार से एक बिटिया को मारने से पहले। लेकिन ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर मोहल्ले में केरला स्टोरी बनाई जा रही है। बहुत शर्मनाक है। आप देखिए।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Kapil Mishra, who joins us live on the phone line. Kapil Mishra जी, आपने ये केस को लव जिहाद करार कर दिया है, पुलिस ने ऐसा कुछ कहा नहीं है।
तो अपन सब लोग चुप रहते हैं, श्रद्धा के वक्त भी चुप रहेंगे, अभी भी चुप रहेंगे, आगे कहीं कुछ और होगा तब भी चुप रहेंगे। पुलिस ने नाम बताया है मारने वाले का, जो बिटिया मरी है उसकी पहचान भी पता है, नाबालिग लड़की है, और ऐसा पहला केस नहीं है देश में। तो अगर श्रद्धा के साथ हो रहा है, साक्षी के साथ हो रहा है, कहीं किसी और के साथ हो रहा है, मुझे ये लगता है कि ना बोलकर तो इसका कोई समाधान निकलेगा नहीं। जिस निर्दयता के साथ मारा जा रहा है उस बेटी को, उसका एक आक्रोश भी है, और ये भी है कि आज तक भी श्रद्धा का हत्यारा आज भी जिंदा है। तो इसीलिए इनके मन में, किसी के मन में कोई डर ही नहीं है। ये भी एक कड़वा सच है। अगर इनके हत्यारों को फांसी हो रही होती तो शायद दूसरी बार मारने से पहले कर सोचता कोई और तो दुखद है, दर्दनाक है और बहुत गुस्सा दिलाने वाली बात है। इस प्रकार कितनी बेटियों को कब कब कैसे क्यों खोया जाए।
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत ही दर्दनाक क्राइम है ये जैसे मारा गया है, मगर ये एक क्राइम के तरीके से लेना चाहिए। ये एक क्राइम का केस है, इसमें आप रिलीजन का एंगल लगा रहे हो। वैसे तो बहुत सारे क्राइम केसेस हुए हैं जहां पर हिंदू ने हिंदू को भी मारा है, तो वो केसेस भी पेंडिंग है। आप अगर इसका लव जिहाद का स्पिन दे दोगे तो फिर
आपको इसमें स्पिन नजर आएगा, आपको इसमें न्यूट्रल होना नजर आएगा। एक एक करके बेटी जाती रहेगी और आप अपने इस फर्जी सेकुलरिज्म के एजेंडे पर बैठे रहेंगे। तो आप बैठे रहिए, मैं तो आपकी बात काट नहीं रहा, लेकिन हमें मत सिखाइए, क्योंकि हमने दिल्ली के देश के गली गली में क्या हो रहा है बेटियों के साथ पर्सनल उसको महसूस कर रहे हैं, जाके मिल के आ रहे हैं। अंकिता तोमर से दुमका में जाके मिल के आया, निकिता से यहाँ फरीदाबाद में देख के आए क्या हुआ है, दिल्ली के ही संगम विहार में क्या हुआ खुद देख के आए हैं। तो आप अपना, आपका कोई एजेंडा होगा सेकुलरिज्म का, आपका एजेंडा होगा
कोई एजेंडा नहीं है, मतलब फिर आप
ये एजेंडा
कपिल मिश्रा जी, एजेंडा की बात नहीं है, ये पुलिस ने कहा नहीं है, इसलिए हम पूछ रहे हैं कि आप ये लव जिहाद का एंगल कैसे लगा रहे हैं इस पे। और आपने बोला कि दिल्ली में गली गली में ऐसे केरला स्टोरी हो रहा है, आप बोलिए साफ साफ कि क्या हो रहा है।
नहीं, दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में लव जिहाद हो रहा है। ये कोई छुपा हुआ तथ्य है क्या? वो तो केरला स्टोरी को भी नकार रहे हैं जो मार रहे हैं, तो आप भी नकार दीजिए बैठकर। तो आप नकार सकते हैं, हो सकता है आपकी जिम्मेदारी हो नकारने की, लेकिन हमारे को सच बोलने से नहीं रोका जा सकता है। वो मारने वाले की पहचान दिख रही है, मरने वाले की पहचान दिख रही है, कब तक होता रहेगा ये?
तो अगर हिंदू ने हिंदू को मारा तो फिर आप वो केस को कैसे कहेंगे? मुस्लिम ने मुस्लिम को मारा तो वो केस को कैसे लेंगे आप?
मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ, एक है क्राइम और एक है ऑर्गेनाइज्ड प्लान्ड क्राइम। दो तरह के क्राइम होते हैं, मुझे क्राइम कवर करने वाले हर पत्रकार को पता होता है। तो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम अगर हो रहा है, प्लान तरीके से क्राइम हो रहा है,
पुलिस ने ये कहा नहीं है ये ऑर्गेनाइज्ड प्लान्ड क्राइम है, पुलिस ने कहा नहीं है।
तो जब पुलिस कह देगी तब आप पुलिस की रिपोर्ट लेना। अभी हम कह रहे हैं कि हमें चिंता है इस बात की कि बेटियां निर्दयता पूर्वक मारी जा रही हैं, प्लान तरीके से मारी जा रही हैं, धर्म के आधार पर मारी जा रही हैं। देश भर में इस प्रकार की वारदात हो रही है और इसको हमने प्रत्यक्ष देखा है होते हुए। इसके बारे में हम अपना अनुभव बता रहे हैं।
जी Kapil Mishra ji, dhanyawad. There you have the BJP leader, Kapil Mishra, who says that this is a case of love jihad and a case of Kerala story happens in every gully, not just in Delhi, but across India. He speaks to India today. I'm going to slip into a short break on that note. We'll be right back with a lot more on that on the other side. Do stay with us.
Global ride-hailing platform Uber has announced plans to go 100% emission-free in the next decade. The company will be switching its fleet to EVs globally. Andrew McDonald, SVP Business Operations and Mobility, was in India and spoke to BTTV's Akanksha Chaturvedi on how the company plans this and how it will cope with the infrastructure challenges in India.
India is a really important market for Uber. It's great to be here today. This was a great event. We're keenly aware of the challenges, and frankly, these are challenges all countries face as they seek to electrify their economies, right? We're launching now in India because we think the ecosystem is ready. We've got great partners that we announced today, including BP Pulse as it relates to charging infrastructure, Everest and Move as it relates to fleets, Tata as it relates to getting vehicles available, EV vehicles available. So, you know, we like to say sustainability is a team sport, and I think the team is ready in India, and that's why we're launching Uber Green today.
Okay. And since India is also a price-sensitive market, do you think this would also impact maybe your market share in a way that since you would want to become 100% emission-free by, say, 2040 or 2030, of course, it's a very long run, but do you still think, at least in the short term, this might give your competitors an advantage?
Actually, I think it's the contrary. I think this gives us a big advantage. I mean, the first thing is consumers want this, right? I think there's a new generation of consumers who want companies who offer green products, and so we're giving consumers what they want. Key thing to remember is we have a tremendous amount of scale in India, right? We've got more than 800,000 active driver partners in 125 cities. We're doing more than 500 million trips a year. This is a business that's going to integrate green products, but we're not flipping a switch overnight to make the entire platform green. The final thing I'll say is, operating costs for electric vehicles are coming down quite substantially. So actually, I think this will lower costs for drivers, which will improve their economics, which actually means that consumer prices will come down over time.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Right, a Delhi teen stabbed to death by a jilted lover over 20 times, bludgeoned with stone over 6 times. I'm going to take you through those updates. The headlines first. Key details of FIR against wrestlers accessed. And there you have, before that, I'm cutting across to visuals there coming on our screens of this Delhi murder, gruesome murder, where this young boy kills his girlfriend, a teenage girlfriend, after stabbing over 20 times and then bludgeons her with a stone. Key details of FIR against wrestlers accessed. FIR says cops alerted stir will hurt national prestige and pride. Reveals that wrestlers broke barricades, obstructed police. They were detained. Several sections of the FIR slapped against them. Prime Minister Modi government to complete 9 years. Over 50 rallies have been planned across India. 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in states. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Modi. And Delhi High Court issues notice to Yasin Malik on NIA plea seeking death penalty. Notice to be served through Tihar Jail Authority. All right, now gut-wrenching murder reported on the streets of Delhi. A 16-year-old girl was murdered in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini's Shabad Dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly, with passers-by ignoring her screams. The act was so horrific that at one point the knife got stuck in the victim's head, is what we hear, but Sahil didn't stop there. Not just that, even when Sakshi succumbed to the stabbings, this man continued to in fact, literally continued to murder her multiple times with that knife. He continued to stab her body and then took a heavy stone and bludgeoned her, crushed her head with that stone almost 6 times. Rahul picked up a heavy slab that was lying around, started hitting her as people even passed, not one of them trying to stop him. Not even a single person there tried to intervene as Sahil continued to kill that young girl, 16-year-old Sakshi, who was allegedly in a relationship with him, had a fight just a day earlier before this incident took place. Sakshi was going to attend her friend's son's birthday party when Sahil stopped her and began stabbing her until she died. He is currently on the run. A manhunt has been launched.
देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में एक बार फिर मानवता को शर्मसार करने वाला मामला है। देख सकते हैं दिल्ली के शाबाद डेयरी की हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा। यहीं पर देर रात को एक लड़की को 16 साल उम्र बताई गई है, उसी को यहीं पर बेरहमी से चाकू से गोद कर उसकी हत्या की गई। हमलावरों की अगर बात की जाए तो चाकू से गोदने के बाद भी उसका मन नहीं भरा और उसके बाद यहीं पर पत्थरों से पीट कर उस लड़की की बेरहमी से हत्या कर दी। ये वही जो गली है, देख सकते हैं। और बात की जाए यहाँ पर तो काफी जो लोग हैं वो काफी यहाँ पर डरे हुए हैं, काफी खौफ में है, क्योंकि सरेआम ऐसी है कि जो लड़की है उसको बेरहमी से मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है।
सर हमें यही था, पता चला कि काफी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कहते यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी। पुलिस के आने के बाद जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो लेके।
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता। लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी। इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाए जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हो, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है। एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो।
तो अपन सब लोग चुप रहते हैं, श्रद्धा के वक्त भी चुप रहेंगे, अभी भी चुप रहेंगे, आगे कहीं कुछ और होगा तब भी चुप रहेंगे। पुलिस ने नाम बताया है मारने वाले का, जो बिटिया मरी है उसकी पहचान भी पता है, नाबालिग लड़की है, और ऐसा पहला केस नहीं है देश में। तो अगर श्रद्धा के साथ हो रहा है, साक्षी के साथ हो रहा है, कहीं किसी और के साथ हो रहा है, मुझे ये लगता है कि ना बोलकर तो इसका कोई समाधान निकलेगा नहीं। जिस निर्दयता के साथ मारा जा रहा है उस बेटी को, उसका एक आक्रोश भी है, और ये भी है कि आज तक भी श्रद्धा का हत्यारा आज भी जिंदा है। तो इसीलिए इनके मन में, किसी के मन में कोई डर ही नहीं है। ये भी एक कड़वा सच है। अगर इनके हत्यारों को फांसी हो रही होती तो शायद दूसरी बार मारने से पहले कर सोचता कोई और। तो दुखद है, दर्दनाक है, और बहुत गुस्सा दिलाने वाली बात है। इस प्रकार कितनी बेटियों को कब कैसे क्यों।
All right, now politics has erupted over Delhi's brutal murder. Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi, pins the blame on Delhi LG, says law and order is under the centre. Kejriwal says, LG sir, law and order is your responsibility. This has happened right in open, full public view in the streets of the national capital. The Delhi Chief Minister shifts the responsibility to the Delhi LG, says law and order is the responsibility of Delhi LG and not his. Arvind Kejriwal responds to this gruesome murder that's happened in the national capital on the streets of Delhi. That's happened late last night. Not even so late, 9:30 p.m. when people are out there moving about. The city is still wide awake. This man pulls off this gruesome crime, bludgeons a teenage girl to death. As politics erupts, well, BJP calls this a case of love jihad. Here you have Arvind Kejriwal, who's responded saying the matter of law and order in Delhi is the responsibility of Delhi LG and the centre. Kejriwal says, LG sir, law and order is your responsibility. Shreya joining us for more on that. Shreya, tell us more. Arvind Kejriwal pinning the responsibility of law and order on the centre and the Delhi LG. Tell us what's prompted his reaction. Shreya, if you're with us. All right, I'm going to try and patch Shreya's line there, but Arvind Kejriwal, Chief Minister of Delhi, has now responded to this gruesome murder that's played out on the streets of Delhi. Says politics erupts. As we see that politics erupts, Kejriwal says that LG is responsible for law and order on the streets of Delhi. This murder has taken place. It's the responsibility of the Delhi LG and the centre. Kejriwal says, LG sir, law and order is your responsibility. We know that Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, has been really struggling with the ordinance Dangal, the row over some of the powers being taken away by the Delhi government. Of course, law and order was something that always was rested on. The responsibility was with the centre, the Home Ministry, as the police comes under them in Delhi, the national capital. And this is precisely what the Chief Minister of Delhi is highlighting. He says, it's not my responsibility, it's yours. Pinning the blame on the LG and the centre. Shreya joining us for more. Shreya, we know that the police is with the centre when it comes to the national capital, but here's Arvind Kejriwal highlighting it, saying, LG sir, law and order is your responsibility. In what context did he say that? Tell us more.
Well, clearly this is politics that's being played out over a brutal murder that's happened in the national capital. The reaction that is coming in from the Delhi Chief Minister is clearly something where he tries to hit out on the Delhi police for this incident. Absolutely, we cannot deny that the Delhi police also has a lot of answering to do for the matter of the fact that this guy is yet to be arrested. He could actually abscond. What has the Delhi police been doing since yesterday? CCTV mapping, tracking of locations. These are usual protocols that are followed to trace down a criminal. It's been quite a long time that he has managed to escape. We only hope that he'll be arrested soon in all likelihood, but definitely there is a lot of answering on the part of Delhi police. Coming back to also the government's part and the role, remember, when we talk about this particular area, these are clusters. So definitely roles to be played so far as the government is also concerned. We hear a lot about, sensitization that's done in these areas, but question remains that whether these are only PR tactics, because when it comes to the ground, we we're really not seeing any change per se. These kind of incidents are reported day in and day out. Today's incident obviously has crossed all limits for the kind of brutality that this guy has actually shown in going out and carrying out.
Shreya, just stay with us. We have Harish Khurana of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Khurana, a quick word from you. How does the BJP look at it as Kejriwal pins the responsibility of law and order on the centre and the LG, saying it's responsibility of the centre to ensure law and order? The police is with you. How would you justify this crime on the streets of the national capital?
First of all, BJP condemns the brutal murder which has happened of a minor girl. It has happened, and 36 times that this has happened. I mean, this is such a brutal kind of a murder has happened. And Arvind Kejriwal, as usual, is doing the politics on this. I mean, he was the same PM used when something didn't happen. She used to say, do we want such a helpless chief minister? Now, what is he showing now? And he's blaming the central government. He was the one who used to glorify these kind of brutal murders. You remember Kerala's story? What was that? This was only the love jihad angle coming out on this, what the reports which is coming in now, that this is love jihad angle. And now he was the one who used to glorify it. And when the Sahel, I don't know, the community he belongs to, why only these kind of, when the incident happens, these kind of people comes out and do this kind of act? We want a quick action against the culprit. Already my party president has spoken to police commissioner about that, and the police is taking a strict action on this. And we condemn strongly on this. And I urge Arvind Kejriwal, don't do politics on this. Don't dare to do politics on this.
All right, well, Kejriwal is attempting at politicizing the matter. How would you look at the fact that the police are in your hands? Is there a way that, and yet the criminal is still absconding? Tell us more on how would you plan, or how does the BJP intend to carry forward with this case? We already heard Kapil Mishra calling this a case of love jihad.
It's a clear case of a love jihad. A girl who refused to accept the proposal of the guy, the reports which are coming in. And because of that 20-year-old, this Sahil brutally murdered that girl. It's not a love jihad. Is it not a love jihad? It is a love jihad. And Kejriwal is the one who used to politicize these things. And not for the first time. We have seen many occasions in the past when Arvind Kejriwal used to politicize these kind of love jihad angles. And he used to take one side of community. So this thing will happen if this kind of politics will go on. I think it's a time we should condemn this act, and whoever the culprit is, strongly should be strict action to be taken against him, and no politics on this.
The police have so far not spoken about any religious angle to this. It seems like a relationship between both the boy and girl. They happen to be of different religions. A case of love jihad is not being speculated by the police. But the BJP, you are part of a responsible party which is in governance, which is currently governing the country. So for you to make a statement and calling this a case of love jihad, even before the police prompting any religious angle on this?
I'm asking you one, who the culprit name is come out from the police only? His name is Sahil. Who Sahil is? He doesn't belong to a community?
Mr. Khurana, murders don't happen between people of other religions. A Hindu does not murder a Hindu, a Muslim does not murder a Muslim. How would you look at all those cases which are also still pending in court?
Hear me out. The reports which have initially come out that the girl refuses the proposal of Sahil. That's the reason, because of the frustration of this, he has murdered that. The report, primarily which report is coming out right now. What would you call this as? It's a brutal murder has happened, and Arvind Kejriwal, as usual, blaming a left-wing government and the centre on that. You remember, he was the one when Sheila Dixit was in government. He used to say, "We don't want a helpless chief minister." Now we are saying we don't want a helpless chief minister who used to politicize every time when some murder has happened in Delhi.
Well, the police of Delhi have failed to crack down on this man who's currently absconding. It's unfortunate that all the politicians are playing politics over it. But you have mentioned some of the details in the case which we still do not have about what led to the murder here. You have made some claims, Mr. Khurana, but we cannot substantiate that because we don't have those details as yet. But appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Suman Nalva, who's a Delhi police PRO, who's spoken with regards to this case. Listen in.
एक हत्या का मामला कल शाहबाद डेयरी में रिपोर्ट हुआ था वो भी हमारा जो केस है वो एक्टिव इन्वेस्टिगेशन में है। उसमें मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं, वह बन गई हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरे फुल स्विंग पर चल रहा है और एक्यूज्ड है उसको भी आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है और जल्द ही हम उसको गिरफ्तार करने में कामयाब होंगे। केस हमारे संज्ञान में है, इसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और सारी कोशिशें की जा रही हैं। एक्यूज आइडेंटिफाइड हैं और जल्द ही शीघ्र ही उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया जाए।
All right, you have the police right now who's currently they've launched a manhunt to try and nab this man Sahil, who's currently absconding. In fact, we believe that he stabbed his girlfriend Sakshi multiple times, close to 40 times that he stabbed her so brutally and brazenly in full public glare. And then went on to use a stone, a slab which was placed right beside, and crushed her head multiple times with that slab. With people passers-by watching very closely what was happening, not one of them trying to interrupt him. You see that man in the green t-shirt there watching this crime taking place, but just walks on as if just another day. Very unfortunate case of crime that's happened, that's coming in from Shahbad Dairy. Let's cut across to reactions.
सारी डिटेल्स पता नहीं चलेगी, टीम उसके लिए गई हुई है, जैसे ही वो पकड़ में आता है आगे कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
उसके पिता से क्या बातचीत हुई है? किसी बात को लेकर?
हाँ, अभी तो वही लग रहा है, बाकी वही मैंने जैसे कि अभी इनको कहा कि once he is not arrested, till he is not arrested, we will not have all the details and till then it is premature to comment on anything.
साहिल के परिवार से आपकी बात हुई होगी, उनका क्या आरोप है? क्या पहले एक दूसरे को जानते थे, बात करते?
Right now I don't want to comment on anything. Once our investigation has to be completed, we should have all the facts, which should be cross-verified.
साहिल काम करता है। साहिल के पिता क्या मदद कर रहे हैं जांच में?
Yes, they are cooperating.
तो वो आपके पास है, साहिल के पिता?
I am again repeating that I can't comment on these things. I am not at liberty to divulge all the details. Let us arrest the accused first and do the investigation in a proper way. Then we will give all the details.
कब तक गिरफ्तारी संभव है?
सर, कब तक गिरफ्तारी हो पाएगी? कितनी टीमें बनाई गई हैं? कितनी टीम्स बनाई गई हैं? कितनी टीम बनाई गई है?
वारदात को अंजाम दिया गया। तो क्या कहेंगे, क्या किस तरीके का काम ये साहिल करता है? क्या इसकी पहले भी
अभी तक अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग अगेन, अभी तक हमारे पास ऐसा कोई ऑन रिकॉर्ड उसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं आया है, बट जब भी वो अरेस्ट होगा उसका जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे प्रोसीड करेगी, वी विल गिव ऑल द डिटेल्स।
क्या उम्र है? 20 साल।
क्या पता चल पाया किस बात को लेकर झगड़ा हुआ था कि इतना एग्रेसिव हो गया?
क्या साक्षी के परिवार ने पहले कभी कोई शिकायत की थी? साक्षी के परिवार ने
नो सच कंप्लेंट।
जिस तरीके से तस्वीरें लग रहा है कि हत्या को ही अंजाम देने के मकसद से आया था, कहां से चाकू लिया, क्या जानकारी मिल पा रही है?
अभी तो वो मिलेगा तभी तो बता पाएंगे। मैं अभी वही बोल रहा था कि वो मिलेगा तभी सारी डिटेल्स।
कितनी टीमें बनाई गई है सर पुलिस की?
अभी हम लोग ने इसके ऊपर 6 टीम्स बनाई हुई है एंड वी आर सेंडिंग द टीम्स इन डिफरेंट डायरेक्शंस एंड वी आर ऑन इट।
सर, परिवार ने कुछ बताया साक्षी की पहले कभी झगड़ा हुआ था, इनका क्या वजह हो पाई, कब से दोस्ती थी?
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कुछ भी हमारे पास।
साहिल करता क्या है सर?
वो अभी हम आपको बताएंगे बाद में। ही इज सम मैनुअल लेबर ही कुछ है यहाँ पे। नो नथिंग।
राजा सर, ये कुछ पेशेवर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड, कई लड़कों को यहाँ से दिल्ली पुलिस ने उठाया सुबह।
अभी देखिए जांच की बात है, उसके अंदर जो भी जानकारी, जो हमें क्लू दे पाएगा, जो उसको जानकारी होगी उसको, तो इसको ऐसा नहीं कह सकते वो उठाया है। वी आर जस्ट यूजिंग द रिसोर्सेज उनके इन्फॉर्मेशन लेने के लिए।
सर, एक सवाल और बड़ा जरूरी सर, लोग भी मौजूद थे, कोई हिम्मत करता तो शायद वारदात रुक जाती है, आपको ऐसा लगता है?
वो तो आपको कैमरे में दिख ही रहा है। आई डोंट वांट टू कमेंट अपॉन दैट, दैट इज अ बिगर क्वेश्चन।
आप सर आउटर एडिशनल डीसीपी हैं?
यस।
तो राजा बाठिया जी है, प्राची आपने
हमारे पास डिटेल्स नहीं होंगे।
काफी लोग गुजर
जी।
सीसीटीवी में देखा, क्या किसी ने बताने की कोशिश नहीं की?
नहीं, वो तो आपने कैमरे में देखा ना खुद
सर,
नहीं।
साहिल का बैकग्राउंड क्या है, कुछ जानकारी? क्योंकि जिस तरीके से माते जैसा लगे खूंखार अपराधी है, इस तरीके से
अभी ऐसा कुछ भी ऑन रिकॉर्ड नहीं है जी। नहीं, प्लानिंग वी कैन नॉट डाइवर्ज ना, बिकॉज दैट इज अ सीक्रेट थिंग। वी हैव टू अरेस्ट हिम फर्स्ट, आफ्टर दैट वी विल गिव ऑल द डिटेल्स। दैट इज आवर कंपल्शन, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड।
आपस में जानते थे काफी समय से, बता दें।
यस, दे वर फ्रेंड्स। अब कितने टाइम से जानते थे, नहीं जानते थे, वो तो जब एक जो विक्टिम है, शी इज ऑलरेडी डेड, द अक्यूज्ड इज अरेस्टेड, देन ओनली वी विल बी एबल टू नो।
बिल्कुल, एडिशनल डीसीपी थे आउटर नॉर्थ जिला के।
ही इज इन दिस लोकेलिटी ओनली जी।
अभी तक इसमें किसी को गिरफ्तार किया गया है सर? अभी तक
नहीं, उसमें एक ही अक्यूज है, उसको पकड़ने के लिए टीम्स रेड पे गई हुई हैं। सो अभी तक तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है, बट यस डेफिनेटली वी आर ऑन इट। हम लोग रात से ही इस पे लगे हुए हैं एंड वी आर डेफिनेटली वर्किंग ऑन इट। वी आर यूजिंग ऑल पॉसिबल साइंटिफिक मेथड्स टू ट्रेस द अक्यूज।
सर, ये बताया गया कि लड़की यहीं पर वॉशरूम करने के लिए आई थी, तो क्या लगता
नहीं, ऑल दिस इज, अभी तो ये सारी चीज़ें ना बातें हैं, कोई इसका कंक्रीट नहीं, क्यों आई थी, किस लिए आई थी, तो ये अभी तक तो सिर्फ वो है कि हाँ, जिस कहीं सुनी बातें हैं, मेरा कहना है। तो जब सारा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा तब हम आपको डेफिनेटली बारीकी से सारी डिटेल्स देंगे, देन ओनली इट इज़ better to comment on all the aspects.
सर जो वीडियो हमने देखा है काफी ब्रूटली उसको किया गया है, क्या हालत रही बॉडी की, अगर डॉक्टर्स ने देखा क्या बताएंगे?
अभी वो तो ब्रॉड डेड ही थी वहाँ पे, अभी उसका पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह होगा, उसी में पता चलेगा क्या क्या इंजरीज हैं। इंजरीज तो काफ़ी हैं, एज यू योरसेल्फ हैज सीन इन द वीडियो। तो लेट अस सी, वी विल गिव यू ऑल द डिटेल्स इन ड्यू कोर्स।
बात क्या है, क्या कितना खतरनाक है?
It is multiple times, it must be more than 20 times I assume.
क्या बॉडी की ऐसी हालत है कि अंतिम संस्कार किया जा सकेगा?
हाँ, वो तो होगा ही, डेफिनेटली होगा ही। ठीक
कब तक आप बॉडी सौंपेंगे परिवार को ऐसा?
So right now we are still in contact with the hospital authorities. Let us see. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Arun Bhati. He is the DCP who's just spoken to India Today while he establishes the additional DCP Delhi. He's spoken to India Today establishing the nature of crime and what the police plans to do. Let's have a listen.
की जाए शाहबाद डेयरी की, तो शाहबाद डेयरी में जो है डीसीपी पहुंचे। सर
नहीं, अभी देखिए हमारे पास जितनी डिटेल्स है मैं उतनी ही डिटेल्स दे पाऊंगा। कल रात की वारदात है, यहाँ पे साहिल नाम के एक लड़के ने साक्षी की जो हत्या की है, वो आपने वीडियो ऑलरेडी आप लोगों ने देखा हुआ है सारा, तो दैट इज देयर। एंड अभी हमारी 6 टीम्स हैं जो लगी हुई है एंड दे आर ऑन इट राइट नाउ। वी आर डूइंग ऑल द इन्वेस्टिगेशन। सो अभी जब पूरी बात अभी नहीं बता पाएंगे बिकॉज जब तक वो अरेस्ट नहीं होगा हमारे पास सारी डिटेल्स नहीं होंगे।
काफी लोग गुजरे थे, सीसीटीवी में देखा, क्या किसी ने बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की?
नहीं, वो तो आपने कैमरे में देखा ना खुद में।
साहिल का बैकग्राउंड क्या है, कुछ जानकारी? क्योंकि जिस तरीके से बातें जैसे लगे खूंखार अपराधी है, इस तरीके से
अभी ऐसा कुछ भी ऑन रिकॉर्ड नहीं है जी। नहीं, प्लानिंग वी कैन नॉट डाइवर्ज ना बिकॉज दैट इज अ सीक्रेट थिंग। वी हैव टू अरेस्ट हिम फर्स्ट, आफ्टर दैट वी विल गिव ऑल द डिटेल्स। दैट इज आवर कंपल्सन, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड।
दोनों आपस में जानते थे काफी समय से, बता रहे।
यस, दे वर फ्रेंड्स। अब कितने टाइम से जानते थे नहीं जानते थे वो तो जब एक जो विक्टिम है शी इज ऑलरेडी डेड, हमसे अक्यूज्ड इज अरेस्टेड, देन ओनली वी विल बी एबल टू नो।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
बात की जाए एडिशनल डीसीपी है, इनका यही कहना है कि अभी जांच की जा रही है। सर ये बताइए कि क्या अभी तक इसमें किसी को गिरफ्तार किया गया है? सर अभी तक
नहीं, उसमें एक ही अक्यूज्ड है, उसको पकड़ने के लिए टीम्स रेड पे गई हुई है। सो अभी तक तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है, बट यस डेफिनेटली वी आर ऑन इट। हम लोग रात से ही इस पे लगे हुए हैं एंड वी आर डेफिनेटली वर्किंग ऑन इट। वी आर यूजिंग ऑल पॉसिबल साइंटिफिक मेथड्स टू ट्रेस द अक्यूज्ड।
सर ये बताया गया कि लड़की यहीं पर वॉशरूम करने के लिए आई थी, तो क्या लगता नहीं कि
ऑल दिस इज, अभी तो ये सारी चीजें ना बातें हैं, कोई इसका कंक्रीट ये क्यों आई थी, किस लिए आई थी, तो ये अभी तक तो सिर्फ वो है कि हाँ जिस कहा कहीं सुनी बातें हैं, मेरा कहना है। तो जब सारा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा तब हम आपको डेफिनेटली बारीकी से सारी डिटेल्स देंगे, देन ओनली इट इज बेटर टू कमेंट ऑन ऑल द एस्पेक्ट्स।
बिल्कुल, डीसीपी की अगर बात की जाए तो उनका यही कहना है कि अभी जो टीमें हैं वो बनाई गई है और जो जल्दी जो आरोपी है उसको गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाएगा। लेकिन अभी तक, क्योंकि बात की जाए 15 घंटे बीत चुके हैं, लेकिन अभी तक दिल्ली पुलिस के जो हाथ है वो अभी तक खाली के खाली है। क्योंकि देश की राजधानी में अगर बात की जाए दिल्ली पुलिस की, तो देश की सबसे स्मार्ट कही जाने वाली दिल्ली पुलिस है, लेकिन शायद यहाँ अभी तक 15 घंटे से दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ अभी तक खाली के खाली है। राजेश खत्री, शाहबाद डेयरी की जाए शाहबाद डेयरी की, तो शाहबाद डेयरी में जो है डीसीपी।
Right, this gruesome murder now turning political with reactions coming in from the BJP, calling this a case of love jihad. As we heard Kapil Mishra clearly stating that this is a Kerala story that's come to reality and a case of love jihad that he identifies this case as, even as the police at this point say that there are details to this case are being investigated, or right now it's all speculation, all hearsay, but until that boy is nabbed and arrested, they will not divulge details. No comments until then. In fact, a question was asked to the police if the family of Sahil have been cooperating with this case and investigation. He said yes. Let me cut across to reactions on this. Delhi BJP chief is also speaking on the case. Listen in.
दिल्ली के अंदर एक बहुत भयावह घटना सामने आई है। बार बार सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं कि एक संप्रदाय से ही ऐसी घटनाएं क्यों आती हैं। यही सवाल लेके हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के अध्यक्ष वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी के पास पहुंचे हैं। सचदेवा जी, एक बहुत दर्दनाक किस्सा जो है सामने आया है। लोग वहां खड़े रहे लेकिन उस लड़की की मदद नहीं करी। क्या लगता है आपको, बार बार ऐसी घटनाएं, अभी अतीक का मामला ठंडा भी नहीं हुआ था, एक नया हादसा देश की राजधानी दिल्ली में सामने आया है?
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है। उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था, और उससे भी दुखद है कि वहाँ 5-7 लोग खड़े हैं, तो मतलब दिल्ली में इंसानियत नाम की चीज़ बची नहीं है। लोग एक दूसरे की मदद नहीं करते, अविश्वास है। लेकिन जहाँ तक एक ही संप्रदाय की बात है, तो मैं फिर कहता हूँ कि जो राजनीतिक दल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, एक धर्म विशेष को खुश करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनको इस घटना से सबक लेना चाहिए। अगर वो बच्ची उस युवक को मना कर रही है कि भाई मुझे तुमसे बात नहीं करनी है, तो सिर्फ इसलिए कि उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं, तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की ज़रूरत है। और जिस भी शाकिर नाम शायद, साहिल नाम शायद उसका बताया है, जिसने भी ये हरकत की है, उसके खिलाफ पुलिस कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करी। मेरे भी पुलिस से अधिकारियों से बात हुई है और उन्होंने विश्वास दिलाया है कि हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया है और जल्दी वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा।
अब इस पे सियासी जो दिल्ली के अंदर जो एक पॉलिटिक्स है वो भी चालू हो चुकी है। एक तरफ स्वाति मालीवाल हैं, एक तरफ आतिशी हैं, एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं, वो भी इसके ऊपर टिप्पणी कर रहे हैं।
मुझे अरविंद केजरीवाल से और स्वाति से 2 बातें पूछनी है कि आज ये बच्ची के लिए आप बोल रहे हैं, अभी 15 दिन पहले दिल्ली सरकार के एक हॉस्पिटल में, पंथ हॉस्पिटल में, एक महिला की हत्या हो जाती है। आरोप ये भी है कि उसके साथ बलात्कार हुआ है, हॉस्पिटल के प्रेमिसेस में हुआ है। इन दोनों के मुंह से एक शब्द नहीं निकला। दलित महिला थी, करने वाला भी उसी संप्रदाय का था, शाकिर। एक शब्द इनके मुंह से नहीं निकला, क्योंकि ये सड़क पे घटना घटी है। आपको किसी न किसी को आरोप लगाना है तो इन दोनों ने फट से अपने बयान दे दिए। लेकिन अगर थोड़ी सी इंसानियत जिंदा होती तो उस लड़की के घर जाते। उसके छोटे छोटे 5 बच्चे हैं, वहाँ एक आदमी नहीं गया इनमें से लेकर। तो इनको हर चीज़ में राजनीति करनी है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को ये राजनीति करे। हमारा कंसर्न है कि ये घटनाएं नहीं होनी चाहिए, और एक खास तौर से एक धर्म विशेष के लोग अगर जिहादी मानसिकता को बढ़ाएंगे तो उनको मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा।
अगर बार बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटती रहेंगी तो मुंहतोड़ जवाब देने की ज़रूरत है। और अब ज़रूरत है कि किस तरीके से लोगों को जो ये सब जो हादसे हो रहे हैं, किस तरीके से लोगों को इनको लेके सतर्क किया जाए। कैमरा पर्सन नासिर खान के साथ ऐश्वर्या पालीवाल, आज तक।
आप देखिए ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो पुलिस के द्वारा जारी किया गया है दिल्ली का शाबाद डेयरी का, कितना दर्दनाक, कितना पीड़ादायक है। कितनी निर्ममता से वो साहिल मार रहा है उस बिटिया को। नाबालिग लड़की है वो। दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है, और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से, पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है, और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को। ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा, ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के। और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था। अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई, वो भी अभी तक जिंदा है। तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है। अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती, 2 बार सोचता इस प्रकार से एक बिटिया को मारने से पहले। लेकिन ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर मोहल्ले में केरला स्टोरी बनाई जा रही है।
All right, I'm going to cut your viewers for a better understanding on this entire crime. Here's a close-up view of that crime scene where Sahil has found his friend Sakshi. He reaches out to where she's standing right at the corner of that road and starts stabbing her nearly 20 times. And a quick close-up view here showing very clearly how Sahil fearlessly pulls off this murder in full public glare. In fact, he continues to stab her nearly 20 times, repeatedly. At one point, we believe, as per initial reports, that the knife was stuck in one part of her body while he continued to stab her as many times. And because the knife was stuck, he pulled a slab, a stone slab that was placed right next to him, and started to beat the slab on her head, bludgeoned her to death, despite a lot of the passers-by there walking, in fact, many of them passing by, spotting this entire crime taking place, but not one of them really showing the spine to stop him. We're going to continue tracking those details as the police have now launched multiple teams to track down that man that murderer who's been absconding. Do stay tuned, be right back.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd, live across the Business Today multiverse.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Summer has arrived earlier than expected. But are you prepared to handle your skin and hair with utmost care that it demands during this season? Clearly, care in summers for skin and hair is very different from care in winters. The transition period is most important to begin with.
You have to change sometimes your skin routine maybe within 2-3 days. So what you do is don't over moisturize your skin. Sometimes over moisturization with the creamy and thick layer can actually give you a lot of acne. And your sunscreen needs also to be changed because you don't need to wear a sunscreen which is very thick now, because too thick a sunscreen can also cause several damage to your skin. So use a sunscreen which is right for your skin type. Now many of you can have a dry skin or oily skin or mixed type of skin. So choose a sunscreen right, research about your skin and go to a dermatologist.
First, let's talk about the mistakes that people tend to make. We often neglect our hair. Since we can't apply sunscreen to our hair, it's essential to cover the hair as much as possible to prevent direct contact with the scalp and keep harmful UV rays away. Relaxing in a pool during the scorching heat definitely sounds too tempting to resist. But don't overdo your pool time, as the chlorine water in the pool can damage your hair and skin.
All right, coming back to this gut-wrenching murder, as reported on the streets of Delhi, a 16-year-old girl was killed in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed nearly 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini's Shabad dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly, with passers-by ignoring her screams. The act was so horrific that at one point the knife was stuck in the victim's head, but Sahil didn't stop there. He pulled a stone slab, and began to bludgeon her to death, crushed her head. Sakshi succumbed to the stabbings and the heavy stone that was thrashed on her. He used that stone to crush her head. Rahul has picked up that slab that was lying right around that area, the spot of crime, and continued with the murder. Despite the girl screaming, passers-by watching what's happening, this man wasn't deterred from pulling off this really, really gruesome act. Not a single person there, as we see passers-by, stopped to intervene, stop Sahil, or restrict him, refrain him from pulling off that murder. People there watched on and moved on. Sahil and Sakshi were allegedly in a relationship and is said to have had a fight. They said they have had a fight a day before this incident took place, is what initial reports suggest. Sakshi was going to attend her friend's son's birthday party when Sahil stopped her midway, started stabbing her multiple times. He's currently on a run and a manhunt has been launched by the police.
सीसीटीवी में साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि आरोपी साहिल के सर पर खून सवार है। वो ताबड़तोड़ पीड़िता पर चाकुओं से वार करता है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी उसका मन नहीं भरता। वो बड़ा सा पत्थर उठाता है और लड़की के सर पर हमला कर देता है। जांच में पता चला है कि साहिल और पीड़िता पहले से एक दूसरे को जानते थे और रिलेशनशिप में थे, लेकिन लड़की ने बातचीत करने से इनकार कर दिया था, जिसके बाद साहिल ने देर रात उस लड़की को गली में रोका और उसके बाद उस पर जानलेवा हमला कर दिया। सीसीटीवी में साफ साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि वारदात के वक्त लोग उस गली से गुजरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि कुछ लोग गली में बड़ी संख्या में मौजूद भी हैं, लेकिन सभी लोग सिर्फ वारदात को होते हुए देख रहे हैं। किसी शख्स ने भी चीख चिल्लाकर आरोपी साहिल को डराने की कोशिश नहीं की, किसी ने पीड़िता को बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की। कोई मदद के लिए सामने आता दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, बल्कि कुछ लोग गली से गुजरते हुए वारदात को देखते हैं और चुपचाप गली से दोबारा दूसरे रास्ते की तरफ चले जाते हैं।
सर, हमें यही था, पता चला कि काफी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कहते यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी। पुलिस के आने के बाद जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो
Right now I don't want to comment on anything. First our investigation has to be completed. We should have all the facts which should be cross verified.
साहिल काम करता है। साहिल के पिता क्या मदद कर रहे हैं जांच में?
Yes, they are cooperating.
वो आपके पास है साहिल के पिता?
I am again repeating that I can't comment on these things. I am not at liberty to divulge all the details. Let us arrest the accused first and do the investigation in a proper way. Then we will give all the details. उसमें एक ही accused है, उसको पकड़ने के लिए टीम्स रेड पे गई हुई हैं। So अभी तक तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है, but yes definitely we are on it. हम लोग रात से ही इस पे लगे हुए हैं and we are definitely working on it. We are using all possible scientific methods to trace the accused.
एक हत्या का मामला कल शाहबाद डेयरी में रिपोर्ट हुआ था, वो भी हमारा जो केस है वो एक्टिव इन्वेस्टिगेशन में है। उसमें मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं, वह बन गई हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरे फुल स्विंग पर चल रहा है और एक्यूज्ड है उसको भी आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है और जल्द ही हम उसको गिरफ्तार करने में कामयाब होंगे। केस हमारे संज्ञान में है, इसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और सारी कोशिशें की जा रही हैं। एक्यूज आइडेंटिफाइड हैं और जल्द ही शीघ्र ही उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया जाए।
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता। लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी। इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाए जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हो, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है। एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो।
आप देखिए ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो पुलिस के द्वारा जारी किया गया है दिल्ली का शाहबाद डेयरी का, कितना दर्दनाक, कितना पीड़ादायक है, कितनी निर्ममता से वो साहिल मार रहा है उस बिटिया को। नाबालिग लड़की है वो। दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से, पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को। ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा, ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के। और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था। अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई, वो भी अभी तक जिंदा है। तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है। अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती, 2 बार सोचता इस प्रकार से एक बिटिया को मारने से पहले। लेकिन ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर मोहल्ले में केरला स्टोरी बनाई जा रही है।
First of all, BJP condemns the brutal murder which has happened of a minor girl. It has happened, and 36 times that this has happened. I mean, this is such a brutal kind of a murder has happened. And Arvind Kejriwal, as usual, is doing the politics on this. I mean, he was the same CM who used when something didn't happen. She used to say, "Do we want to put a helpless chief minister?" Now, what is he showing now? And he's blaming the central government. He was the one who used to glorify these kind of brutal murders. You remember Kerala's story? What was that? This was only the love jihad angle is coming out on this. What the reports which is coming in now, that this is love jihad angle. And now he was the one who used to glorify it. And when the Sahil, I don't know the community he belongs to, why only these kind of when the incidents happen, these kind of people comes out and do this kind of act. We want a quick action against the culprit. Already my party president has spoken to police commissioner about that, and the police is taking a strict action on this. And we condemn strongly on this. And I urge Arvind Kejriwal, don't do politics on this. Don't dare to do politics on this.
All right, as a big update coming in from the police sources on this Delhi crime. Police are now quite close to arresting the accused Sahil. Police have raided most of the places where Sahil is currently hiding. Sahil has escaped the crime scene right after that murder that happened at 9:30 p.m. last night. Sahil, a manhunt has been launched to track him, but so far the police have not managed to trace him. But this is the latest update. Even as I speak at this point, that very top sources within the Delhi police have told us that they are very, very close to nabbing Sahil, as the police have raided multiple places where Sahil is likely to be hiding. Sahil can escape. The accused Sahil may just be arrested soon. Most of the places where he might just be hiding have already been raided, and the police are expecting that in just no time they will be able to nab him. We have our reporter joining us, Himanshu Mishra, for a little more on the phone line. Himanshu, tell us more. We see that the police now very close to tracking down Sahil. Some of the areas where he's likely to be hiding has been raided. Give us more details on the investigation.
देखिए, जैसे ही इस वारदात की जानकारी दिल्ली पुलिस को मिली थी, उसके तुरंत बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने सबसे पहले जो सीसीटीवी है उस सीसीटीवी को निकाला, और पहले सीसीटीवी के आधार पर पुलिस ने इसको ट्रैक किया, इसको पहचान की। और इसकी एक बार जब पहचान हो गई तो उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने उन तमाम, जो वो गली है जहां पे इस वारदात को आरोपी ने, साहिल ने अंजाम दिया, तो उसके बाद से जो रूट आसपास के गुजरते हैं उन तमाम रूट के सबसे पहले सीसीटीवी दिल्ली पुलिस ने प्रोक्योर किए, ताकि ये पता चल सके कि साहिल किस दिशा में मौके से निकला है, किस तरफ वो भागा है। और उसके बाद पुलिस ने जो तमाम उसके सोर्सेज हैं, जो उसका मोबाइल नंबर था उसको खंगाला, और उसके बाद जिन लोगों से वो ज्यादा बात करता था उनके नंबर के हिसाब से ट्रैक करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, और जो भी इसके पॉसिबल हाइड आउट हो सकते हैं उन सभी जगहों पर लगातार पुलिस दबिश दे रही है। हर जगह पर रेड की जा रही है। जो हमारी अभी पुलिस सोर्सेज से बात हुई है, जो टीमें लगी हुई हैं, तकरीबन 8 टीमें आउटर नॉर्थ डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अलावा दिल्ली पुलिस की और भी जो स्पेशलाइज्ड फोर्स है, चाहे वो क्राइम ब्रांच हो, जो दूसरी पुलिस हो, वो लगातार आउटर नॉर्थ डिस्ट्रिक्ट के कांटेक्ट में है और उनकी कोशिश है कि ट्रैक किया जाए। और जो सोर्सेज कह रहे हैं कि बेहद करीब पुलिस पहुंच चुकी है साहिल के, और इंफॉर्मेशन ये भी है कि कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि पुलिस के पहुंचने के जो उसका हाइड आउट था वहां से चंद सेकंड पहले ही वो निकला, तो बेहद करीब है पुलिस के सोर्सेज का यह कहना है कि बेहद जल्द जो आरोपी है वो साहिल पकड़ा जाएगा, क्योंकि उसके जो छिपने के तमाम जगहें हो सकती हैं उन सभी को पुलिस ट्रैक करती जा रही है। उसकी मदद उस तक, पैसे उस तक न पहुंच सके, कोई उसके पास वो किसी की मदद न ले सके, इसलिए तमाम जो उसके रिसोर्सेज हैं दिल्ली पुलिस वो काट रही है ताकि वो जहां कहीं भी हो, जरा सा भी वो सामने आएगा, पुलिस उसको ट्रैक करने की कोशिश कर रही है और लगातार ये कोशिश जारी है। नविला
जी, हिमांशु, साहिल के बारे में कुछ बताइए। ये कौन है, मतलब इनका मोटिव क्या था? ये दोनों रिलेशनशिप में थे बहुत सालों से या सिर्फ हाल ही में ही दोस्ती हुई थी?
देखिए, बहुत पुरानी दोस्ती नहीं है, क्योंकि जो पीड़िता थी उसकी उम्र 16 साल ही थी तकरीबन। जो बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ महीने पहले ही अभी दोनों की दोस्ती हुई थी, और जहां पर जो पीड़ित लड़की का घर है वहां से साहिल का घर बहुत दूर नहीं है। तो दोनों की दोस्ती कुछ समय जब पहले हुई थी तो आते जाते मिलते थे। बीच में कुछ ऐसे कांटेक्ट भी थे जो कॉमन कांटेक्ट थे, और उन्हीं के जरिए जब ग्रुप में बात हुई थी तो दोनों की आपस में बातचीत शुरू हुई थी। और जो मोटिव अभी तक निकल के आया, क्योंकि देखिए पीड़िता की मौत हो चुकी है, उसका बयान दर्ज नहीं हुआ है, आरोपी फरार है, लेकिन जो तमाम लोग जो जानते थे, जो साहिल को जानते थे, जो पीड़िता को जानते थे, जो लड़की थी उसको जो जानते थे, उसके आधार पर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, दिल्ली पुलिस का ये कहना है कि चूंकि जो दोस्ती थी उस दोस्ती से लड़की अब अलग होना चाहती थी, वो साहिल से बातचीत नहीं करना चाहती थी, और इसी बात को लेकर के साहिल बेहद उसको परेशान करने लगा था। और वारदात के वक्त वो पूरी प्लानिंग से गया था। देखिए, उसके हाथ में जो चाकू, वो चाकू लेकर के गया था। तो पुलिस को ये पूरी तरीके से अंदेशा है कि वारदात से पहले जब उसने मिलने के लिए बुलाया, शायद फाइनल बातचीत करने के लिए, तो उसने ये सोच के रखा था कि अगर मना करती है तो मैं उसे वहीं मारूंगा, और उसने वही किया। आप देखिए जिस जगह पे ये वारदात हुई है नविला, इससे कितना क्लियर हो जाता है कि रियल और रियल लाइफ में कितना अंतर है। जब रियल में इस तरीके की वारदात होती है तो लोग बगल से निकल जाते हैं, अनदेखा करने की कोशिश करते हैं, खुद को बचते हैं, डराते हैं, दूर भागते हैं, कोई उसको रोकने की कोशिश नहीं करता, एक्सेप्ट एक शख्स के जिसने उसका हल्का सा हाथ पकड़ने की कोशिश की, लेकिन उसने एकदम से उसका हाथ पीछे की तरफ झटका और उसके बाद वो शख्स वहां से निकल जाता है। लेकिन बाकी सभी लोग वहां से आते रहते, जाते रहते हैं, और किसी ने भी और लोग जो थे उसको रोकने की कोशिश वहां पे नहीं करते हैं। जबकि उसकी ब्रुटैलिटी की आप लिमिट देखिए कि जो शुरुआत के नविला 10 से 12 वार थे, उन्हीं में ही शायद पीड़िता की मौत हो चुकी थी। वो बेसुध होकर जमीन पर गिर पड़ी थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद वो मारता रहता है। एक नहीं, दो नहीं, बल्कि 40 बार उसने चाकू मारे, और इसके बाद वो जाता है दूसरी तरफ, जो पत्थर पड़ा था वो उठा करके लेके आता है, उससे उसको मारता है, फिर उसके बाद वो वहां चला जाता है। जब वो जा रहा है तो भी रोकने की कोशिश किसी ने नहीं की।
बिल्कुल, वो from the looks of it, Himanshu, it really looks like this man was mentally ill. Whatever the reason, this kind of crime that has really shocked the national capital and the country alike. Himanshu, thank you very much for joining us. Himanshu has been very closely tracking the police investigation. They've launched a manhunt for this absconding Sahil, the murderer. Shreya, in fact, is right there at the spot. Shreya, you're at the spot. Tell us a little more. What's the statements coming in from the neighborhood there? I'm sure they're terrorized and really shocked with this kind of murder that's taken place in one of those areas where homes, residences are, families live around the vicinity there. Tell us a little more on the location. What was the girl Sakshi doing on that street when the murder took place?
Well, you know, Nabila, we're right now in Shahbad Dairy's JJ Colony, the very place where that unfortunate incident took place yesterday night. I'll just ask my cameraman to show you the wall against which Sakshi was pinned against. This is the very place where that unfortunate murder took place in full public glare. Now, Sakshi was attacked 21 times, which is captured in the CCTV visuals, by a knife. The person in concern, the accused, Sahil, he did not stop it there. He then continued to kick her for 3 times, then picked up a slab, and then again bludgeoned her for 5 times. The entire incident has been captured in the very CCTV camera that we are showing right now. And we again repeat that this entire murder happened in public glare. Not a single person thought that they should be stopping this accused from, orchestrating this entire crime. This was something that we also know that the girl was actually going to a birthday party. This is something that we're picking up from our sources inside Delhi police. From initial investigation, the girl was going to a birthday party. The girl was intercepted by Sahil, and after that, Sahil tracked her down, and this is the unfortunate spot where that murder took place in public glare. I'll try and get some public voices. आप लोग यहाँ पे रहते हो? कोई आप लोग यहाँ पे नहीं रहते हो? आप लोग भी कोई यहाँ पे नहीं रहते? Okay. So also something that we are facing over here right now, Nabila, people are not really accepting that they are locals over here. They're not really cooperating and saying that whether they have witnessed it. But clearly, those visuals yesterday, Nabila, established that this was a murder in public glare, lack of good Samaritans. No one thought that they should stop Sahil from committing that brutal crime.
You know, there's a lot of talk around this being an angle of love jihad. Tell us more on the family members of Sakshi or Sahil. Has there been any statement that's come out from either of the family? And we believe Himanshu tells us that this was a case where the girl refused to meet with Sahil. She wanted to end the relationship with him, and Sahil came with a plan to murder her. If she refused his proposal or refused to continue that relationship with him, then he would murder her, and that's exactly what he's done. That's what initial information suggests. Himanshu gives us that information. Do tell us a little more on that angle, Shreya.
Well, Nabila, absolutely. This is, from what the preliminary investigation suggests, a case of a jilted lover who's gone ahead and murdered the girl. There was a quarrel that had taken place between both of them earlier in the morning, is what we've also learned. However, which does not really justify in the entire act. This person was a jilted lover, is what the preliminary investigation says. When it comes to the angle of love jihad, we are yet to get a clarification, a confirmation, a word from the Delhi police that whether or not there is any religious angle in this murder. We'll have to wait and watch as the investigation continues to narrate that entire story. But so far as the brutal murder is concerned, it is in fact what preliminary investigation suggests, that both of them knew each other. They had a quarrel. Sakshi did not want to entertain Sahil anymore, and that is probably the reason that angered Sahil, and he's went ahead and committed the murder. But the entire visual that's been caught on the CCTV doesn't justify any reason at all. This man needs to be arrested at the earliest. Delhi police says they have 6 teams that has been formed as a manhunt to nab Sahil. Yet he's to be arrested. He needs to be arrested quickly, and strictest measure need to be taken. There needs to be an example set, because as we talk about this, Nabila, this is not a one-off incident. Hardly a few days back we'd heard of a similar case of a jilted boy in Noida's Shivnada University. So time and again these incidents being repeated. This needs to be stopped with the strongest example set out by law enforcement agencies.
You know, at this point, the girl, Sakshi, is no more. Very unfortunate, 16-year-old. She was hacked to death in such a manner. But do we know of what her background? Anything about the girl at all? The family members? Do we know where she lives? And how long were the two of them in a relationship? Any clarity on that, Shreya?
Well, you know, from what we do know that the family background, they do belong from a very, not well-to-do family. And she, did know Sahil, unfortunately. They were both in a relationship. They were friends. We are yet to get a clarity on the depth of the relationship. But clearly, the preliminary investigation, I repeat, Nabila, suggests that both of them entered in a quarrel. There was a quarrel that happened between the both of them early in the morning. And subsequently, this is why Sahil actually, conspired of the entire incident. We also know that the Delhi police has tracked down a few of the friends of Sahil. They are being questioned to understand where his hideout could be. But we're yet to get a confirmation, a word that he has yet been arrested. I'll once again show that spot where this entire incident took place. This is the very wall where Sakshi was pinned against. She was stabbed 21 times, which was recorded in that visual. That man did not stop there. She kicked her again 3 times. There are stones you can see that are lying down from, a place that's been, brought down, and probably from there he's picked up that slab and bludgeoned her for 5 times. We hope that the Delhi police arrest this man at the earliest, but as of now, he's still absconding. 6 teams from the Delhi police, and investigation is on. Over to you, Nabila.
Truly terrifying news coming to light right from the streets of the national capital. Shadab, Dairy. That's the location near Rohini Nagar where this crime has come to light, where 20-year-old Sahil has stabbed 16-year-old Sakshi 20 times until she died. In fact, he didn't stop at that. Just to ensure that he finished off the job perfectly well, he takes a stone slab, and crushes her head, bludgeons her to death right in front of passers-by who are watching this in full public glare, but not one of them showing the spine to stop this man who's in the fit of rage. But clearly, this isn't a murder that was out of rage or spur of the moment. Clearly, this 20-year-old Sahil has planned to kill the girl and traced her down and decided if she said no to him, he would kill her on the spot, and that's precisely what he's done. We are seeing politics now erupting over a love jihad angle on the case. Slipping into a short break, we'll be right back with more on that. Stay with us.
Paytm has launched a credit card in collaboration with SBI Cards and NCPI. The RuPay card offers exclusive privileges to customers worth up to 75,000 rupees with a complimentary Paytm First membership that also includes offers for OTT platforms and flight ticket discounts through the Paytm app. Cardholders will also receive a 2% cashback on all purchases on the app and a 1% cashback on spends elsewhere.
दो मार्केट शेयर हो जाते हैं पेमेंट में. हाउ मेनी पीपल यूज आवर कंज्यूमर ऐप एंड हाउ मेनी पीपल यूज आवर मर्चेंट सर्विसेज. Merchant services, we dominate in this country. More number of merchant take payment using Paytm technology than any other, if you will. On issuing side, I think we've stayed focused on select much customer base, and we are continuously growing. Our public listed company होने का advantage है. You're seeing our numbers quarter on quarter and user on user. We are committed to grow. What we are not chasing is a sort of vanity number, if you will. What we are chasing is a good customer base, and we are focused on monetization as you've seen it. So we are consciously bothering about which kind of customers to acquire, which means that market share wise it may not be material, but on a revenue market share it is significantly material.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajrang, among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super. And I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior or super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product, and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 24 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 32 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 40 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Delhi teen stabbed to death by jilted lover over 20 times, bludgeoned with stone over 6 times. Key details of FIR against wrestlers' access. FIR says cops alerted stir will hit national prestige. Reveals wrestlers broke barricades, obstructed cops. Prime Minister Modi to complete 9 years, his government rather to complete 9 years, over 50 rallies planned across India, 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in the state. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Modi. Delhi High Court issues notice to Yasir Malik on NIA plea seeking death penalty. Notice to be served through Tihar Jail Authority. After failure of Chandrayaan 2, ISRO follows up. Chandrayaan 3 to be launched in July this year. The Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the passerbys and asked why did they not react to this particular gruesome murder. Gambhir, that is Gautam Gambhir, asked, would they be silent if victim was their own? He's got a point there. Arvind Ojha is going to get the story and join us in moments from now. But we also have a reaction of the mother coming in, so listen in. Breaking news right there. The Bharatiya Janata Party hits out at passerby. Asked why did they not react to this murder. Gambhir asked, would they be silent if the victim was their own? Questions are being asked by Gautam Gambhir on the Delhi horror. BJP now hitting out at the passerby. The parents of the deceased have spoken to India Today. Listen in.
कल एक लड़की के घर बर्थडे था, उसी बर्थडे का सामान खरीद के लेके आई है बाजार से, चप्पल वप्पल नया सब कुछ खरीदी है। उसके बाद बाजार में फिर वापसी गई है। उसके बाद बोली मैं शौचालय जा रहा हूँ, शौचालय से आ रही हूँ। उसके बाद उसको पता नहीं किसने मार दिया, मुझे नहीं पता चला।
कब पता चला आपको?
मुझे 9 बजे एक लड़की भागते भागते आई कि तुम साक्षी की मम्मी हो, गेट खोलो, तुम चलो, तुमको साक्षी कोई मार दिया। हमने कहा तुम झूठ बोल रही हो।
साहिल को कैसे जानती थी?
हमें नहीं सर पता है।
सर पूरा मामला ये है कि वो लड़की हमारी जो थी वो अपने सहेली के यहाँ रह रही थी। तो सर वो 10-15 दिन उसी के यहाँ थी। तो उसके 2 बच्चे थे, उसकी बहनों ने तो उसी में रहती थी। तो सर उसके वो बच्चे का जन्मदिन था। तो सर ये लोग अपना मार्केट वार्ट से केक को लेकर आए और सामान लेके आए। लड़की अपना ले कपड़े भी खरीदी, तो बच्चों के लिए खरीदी। तो फिर बोली कि उसकी जो सहेली थी उसने बोली कि ऐसा कर तू जो है रोटी बना ले, मैं सब्ज़ी बना लेती हूँ। तो बोली नहीं, अभी दीदी आते हैं फिर बनाते हैं, मैं मार्केट जाती हूँ। तो सर वो मार्केट गई, तो मार्केट के कैसे करके वो वहाँ पहुँच गई। और वो लड़के ने कैसे उसको बुलाया या इसको कैसे पता लगा या किसने भेजा, सर इसके बारे में मुझे नहीं पता। और सर वो लड़की को पता था, तो लड़की ने अभी बताई है। तो वो लड़की खड़ी है सर, उसके साथ रह रही है, उसको ज़्यादा इसके बारे में पता है।
क्या नाम था आपकी बेटी का?
सर मेरे बेटी का नाम सर साक्षी था।
और जिसने चाकू मारे वो कौन है?
सर उसका नाम मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, उस लड़की को पता।
कहाँ है वो? पुलिस ने पकड़ लिया उसको क्या?
सर नहीं सर, अभी वो पुलिस ने उसको नहीं पकड़ पाई।
कितने बार किया उसे चाकू?
सर चाकू तो उसको ऐसा लग रहा है कि पूरी हथेली पतड़ी बाहर लग गई सर। उसने 4-5 बार चाकू मारा होगा सर।
अच्छा, क्या जो आपकी बेटी है साक्षी क्या करती थी, कितनी उसकी उम्र है?
सर वो 16 साल की उसकी उम्र है सर। वो अभी 10वीं क्लास में पास हुई थी सर, पढ़ाई कर रही थी सर।
और कौन कौन है परिवार में?
सर परिवार में जो है वो एक हमारी बेटी थी और हमारी बीवी है और एक हमारा लड़का है।
जिस तरह से हमला किया है वो क्या कारण था, क्या द्वेष था उसका जो इस तरह से हमला किया?
सर इसके बारे में तो मुझे नहीं पता है, लेकिन जिस हिसाब से सुन रहा हूँ उस हिसाब से कह रहे हैं कि भाई वो उससे कोई मतलब जान पहचान था या क्या था, या उसने वो उसको बुलाया था, उसने मना कर दी सर।
कोई प्रेम प्रसंग का मामला आ रहा है?
अच्छा सर, ऐसा तो सर मुझे
दोस्ती
मुझे पता नहीं
दोस्ती
था
की कोई बात है
सर, कुछ भी हो सर, लेकिन इस बारे में ना मुझे पता था और ना मैं जानता था। तो आज मुझे पता लगा सर, जब वो लड़की ने बताई, जब मुझे पता लगा।
आप उसके पिता हैं साक्षी के?
जी सर, मैं उसके पिता हूँ।
This is the gruesome Delhi murder that we are talking about. It's a gut-wrenching murder of a 16-year-old in the national capital. Now, there were passerbys, so you can see right there when she was getting stabbed, they just didn't react. They just did not do anything. And this is the shocking part. We're living in the national capital. We're living in a civilized society. And just look at that. They're looking at this murder being committed right in front of their eyes, and they have not reacted. This is shocking, viewers, and hence, I guess, Gautam Gambhir has made this particular statement and comment asking why did the passerby did not react. Now, that's also a larger question. Were they scared, or did they just did not care? Gut-wrenching murder of the 16-year-old girl in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini's Shabad Dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly, as you can see. I just want to also tell that these visuals may be disturbing for some of our viewers, so we've blurred the visuals as well. Now you can see while she's being stabbed incessantly, the passerby were ignoring her screams. The act was so horrific that at one point the knife got stuck in victim's head, but Sahil did not stop. Not just that, even when Sakshi succumbed to the stabbings, he kept hitting her with a knife. All right, the killer Sahil has been arrested. Big breaking news coming in, and it's a big story right there. Sahil has been arrested. This monster has been arrested. And just to let you know, nobody tried to stop Sahil. Sahil and Sakshi allegedly were in a relationship. They had a fight a day earlier to the incident. Sahil, who committed this crime with a passerby, ignoring all that was going on, has been arrested. A big one as far as the Delhi police is concerned. They have arrested Sahil. This monster, this demon has been arrested. Remember, he was on the run and the hunt for him was on, but now the news trickling in at this point is that killer Sahil has been arrested. This will be, I mean, nothing can replace the loss of their daughter and this gruesome incident that happened, but will be a partial relief coming in from the family, at least, that seeks for justice at this point of time. Killer Sahil has been arrested by the Delhi police, and breaking this story first on India Today, as always, is Arvind Oja. Let's bring him on this broadcast to give us the latest as far as this development is concerned. Sahil has been arrested in the gut-wrenching murder of the 16-year-old girl in the national capital. He was on the run, he was absconding, he was at large, but finally killer Sahil has been arrested. Sahil's image is on air at the moment. As you can see, that's the picture of Sahil. We've got you. This picture is of the same demon and the same monster that you can see on your screens, who stabbed his lover 20 times in Rohini's Shabad dairy area. And just look at him. He was, all right, he's been arrested from Bulandshahr. That's another additional information that's trickling in. First on India Today, Sahil has been arrested, and he's been arrested from Bulandshahr. He was absconding, he was at large, but first up, images of Sahil on your screens at the moment. This is the same monster that stabbed the victim 20 times in Rohini's Shabad dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly, with all these passerby ignoring her screams. Arvind Oja, who breaks the story first on India Today, joins us. Arvind, और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है? साहिल को तो गिरफ्तार कर लिया है, बुलंदशहर में था, इसके बारे में और क्या जानकारी है? अगला क्या प्रोसीजर है? अरविंद, क्या आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
बिल्कुल जैसी जो साहिल है, जो अक्यूज्ड है, उसको दिल्ली पुलिस ने बुलंदशहर से अभी कुछ देर पहले डिटेन किया है और फॉर्मली उसको अरेस्ट करेगी दिल्ली पुलिस। जो पूरा इंसिडेंट हुआ था, वो इंसिडेंट को अंजाम देने के बाद साहिल दिल्ली से भाग गया था और कई टीमें दिल्ली पुलिस की लगाई गई थी और उसके बाद उत्तर प्रदेश के बुलंदशहर में इसको लोकेट किया गया और दिल्ली पुलिस ने उसको फिलहाल कस्टडी में ले लिया है।
और इंटेरोगेशन कब होने वाला है साहिल का?
देखिए, साहिल को अभी कुछ देर पहले ही दिल्ली पुलिस ने यूपी के बुलंदशहर से लोकेट किया है, उसको कस्टडी में लिया है। अब उसको दिल्ली लेकर आ रही है दिल्ली पुलिस। उसके बाद उससे इंटरोगेशन होगी कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि उसके सर पर खून सवार हुआ और इस तरीके का हॉरिफिक इंसिडेंट उसने अंजाम दिया। लेकिन जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन जब दिल्ली पुलिस ने की तो ये जानकारी मिली कि जो अक्यूज्ड और विक्टिम रिलेशनशिप में थे और उसके बाद कहीं न कहीं विक्टिम ने बात करने से इनकार कर दिया था, जिसके बाद साहिल ने ये इंसिडेंट है उसको अंजाम दिया है। फिलहाल जो साहिल है उसको दिल्ली पुलिस ने लोकेट कर लिया है और उसे दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है।
हमारे दर्शक तो देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से उसने विक्टिम को स्टैब किया है, किस तरीके से उन्होंने इतना मॉन्स्ट्रस क्राइम कमिट किया है। साहिल के बैकग्राउंड के बारे में और क्या जानकारी आ रही है अरविंद?
देखिए, जो साहिल है वो एक मैकेनिक का काम करता है। जो दिल्ली पुलिस है, उनके जो ऑफिसर हैं, उन्होंने हमें बताया कि साहिल एक मैकेनिक का काम करता है और काफी दिनों से जो विक्टिम है उसके साथ रिलेशनशिप में था। जो सोर्सेस है वो ये बताते हैं कि लड़की ने इनकार कर दिया था, जिसके बाद से वो लगातार इस लड़की का पीछा कर रहा था। उसके बाद कल गली में उसको पकड़ा है और उसके बाद मल्टीपल टाइम जो नाइफ है उससे अटैक किया है। उसके अलावा जो वहां पर बड़ा सा पत्थर पड़ा हुआ था उससे उठाकर उसके सर पर कई बार फेंका है, जिससे उसको बुरी तरह से इंजरी आई है। उसके बाद उसे हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया है, जहां पर उसकी मौत हो गई है। तो अभी तक जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक जो साहिल है वो मैकेनिक का काम करता है छोटा मोटा, और इंसिडेंट के बाद से ही वो सीधा बुलंदशहर
की बात, हैरानी की बात लग रही है ये अरविंद के, इतने सारे लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये मर्डर हो रहा है, वो जिस तरीके से उसका खून कर रहा है, इतने सारे लोग देख रहे हैं, किसी ने रिएक्ट नहीं किया?
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए, यही सबसे बड़ा सवाल है और यही इंडिया की टीम लगातार उठा रही है कि सवाल उठा रही है कि आखिर जो, अगर आप सीसीटीवी में देखेंगे तो जब ये पूरा इंसिडेंट हो रहा है तब भी उस गली से लोग आसपास से गुजरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं कुछ देर रुकते भी हैं और पूरा इंसिडेंट होते हुए देख रहे हैं। जब साहिल लगातार चाकुओं से अटैक कर रहा था वो इंसिडेंट, उसके अलावा ये जो गली है, अगर आप सीसीटीवी देखेंगे तो इसमें कई जो लोग हैं वो पास में खड़े हुए दिखाई भी दे रहे हैं। किसी ने शोर मचाने की कोशिश नहीं की, किसी ने रोकने की साहिल को कोशिश नहीं की। अगर कोई भी शख्स उसमें से, चूंकि जो अटैकर था वो एक से ज्यादा नहीं थे, वो सिर्फ एक था और वो भी कोई गन फायर नहीं कर रहा था कि बेतरतीब वो गन फायर करे और लोगों को लग जाए। वो उसके हाथ में चाकू था और चाकू से वो अटैक कर रहा था। तो अगर लोग थोड़ा बहुत शोर मचाते तो विक्टिम की जो जान है वो बचाई जा सकती थी। एक शख्स ने कोशिश की थी, अगर आप सीसीटीवी में देखेंगे, लेकिन वो काफी देर बाद उसने कोशिश की, हाथ पकड़ने की कोशिश की। हालांकि साहिल ने उसको चाकू दिखाकर डराया। और आपको ये भी बताऊं कि जब लड़की पर वो अटैक कर रहा था तो कई बार जब मल्टीपल टाइम उसने चाकू से हमला किया, उसके बाद वो चाकू दिखाकर लोगों को डरा भी रहा था। तो ये स्थिति थी, लेकिन लगातार इंडिया टुडे भी ये सवाल उठा रहा है कि इस तरह का जो इंसिडेंट,
ये जो जगह है उसमें कोई पुलिस का बंदोबस्त नहीं था रात को जब ये हादसा हुआ?
नहीं, देखिए जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो पेट्रोलिंग जरूर करती है, लेकिन एक कॉलोनी की वारदात है, ये एक गली की वारदात है। हर गली में पुलिस मौजूद हो ऐसा भी जरूरी नहीं है। जो पुलिस के सीनियर ऑफिसर से हमारी बात हुई है, ये कॉलोनी रेजिडेंशियल इलाका है आउटर नॉर्थ दिल्ली का, और इस गली में उसको ट्रैक किया है। कोई भीड़ गली के अंदर ये भीड़ थी, मेन सड़क का ये इलाका नहीं है खेती, हमें समझना होगा। एक ये गली का है और जो एरिया, जो पुलिस स्टेशन होता है वहां पर बीट ऑफिसर होते हैं जो लगातार पेट्रोलिंग करते हैं, 7-8 जो होते हैं वो। तो यहाँ सवाल पुलिस की मौजूदगी से ज्यादा खास तौर से उन लोकल लोगों का है, उन चश्मदीदों का है, उन आई विटनेस का है।
जी बिल्कुल। अरविंद आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। Shreya is also joining us with the very latest details. Shreya, the larger question here is about safety and security of women right in the national capital. We're not even talking about some back of the beyond village in this country where there would not be patrolling, where there would not be CCTV cameras, but this is happening in the national capital of the country.
Well, Chaiti, again and again, we probably need to understand that the Delhi police is also probably not manned Delhi in a perfect manner. Probably the areas which are more posh is where Delhi police's presence is more. But when we come to the outer regions, Delhi police's presence clearly establishes that there is a failure in manning Delhi in a better manner. Now, talking about the incident, this is extremely shocking that the entire murder took place in full public glare. Not a single person attempted to save the girl. Probably
cutting across to Aam Aadmi Party's Dilip Pandey, who's addressing a press conference on this. Listen in.
दिल्ली की लॉ और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को संभालने की जिम्मेदारी जिस एलजी साहब पर है उनको भी सवालों के कटघरे में खड़ा कर देता है। हमने पहले भी बार बार इस बात को कहा है कि दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था अगर एलजी साहब की 2-3 प्रमुख जिम्मेदारियों में से एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है तो एलजी साहब ऐसा कुछ करते हुए क्यों नहीं दिखाई देते कि दिल्ली की जनता और दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था, दिल्ली की पुलिस के बीच जो अविश्वास की खाई है वो कम होती नजर आए। ऐसा करते हुए एलजी साहब कभी भी क्यों नहीं दिखते? अमूमन तो एलजी साहब को बहुत शौक है छपने का, और छपने का शौक इतना ज्यादा है कि अपनी जो कार्य सीमा है उसके भी आगे जाके वो खबरें लीक करते हैं। इतना ज्यादा कि अब एलजी हाउस को लीकेज हाउस भी कहते हैं लोग। लेकिन एक ट्वीट उनका मिलेगा फरवरी महीने का, उसके अलावा एलजी साहब कहीं भी धरातल पे दिल्ली की पुलिस और दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था को दुरुस्त करते हुए किसी को नजर नहीं आएंगे। वो सब कुछ ट्वीट कर देते हैं और अधिकतर वो ट्वीट करते हैं जो उनका काम नहीं होता। मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं एलजी साहब से, 1 साल हुए उनको आए हुए दिल्ली में, और 1 साल के अंदर दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था का सत्यानाश कर दिया, बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया। बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से कह रहा हूं मैं, अगर कोई पूछ ले दिल्ली के अंदर कितने थाने, उनको पता भी नहीं होगा। मैं जानना चाहता हूं एलजी साहब से, आप तो वैसे जल बोर्ड के काम के लिए नौका विहार करने निकल जाते हैं, फ्लड के काम के लिए निकल जाते हैं पब्लिक में। दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर आप कितनी बार पब्लिक में गए हैं? कितनी बार आप जनता के बीच गए या दिल्ली के किसी थाने में गए और वहां आपने किसी फरियादी से बात करके पूछा हो कि पिछले 1 साल से जिस दिल्ली को सुरक्षित करने की जिम्मेदारी मेरे कंधों पे है, उस दिल्ली में रहकर दिल्ली वासियों आपको कितना सेफ फील हो रहा है, मुझे बताइए। कितनी बार आपने ये पूछा? कितनी बार आपने थानों का दौरा किया है? एलजी साहब, आपको तो शायद पता भी ना हो, दिल्ली के अंदर विधानसभा स्तर के थानों की समितियां भंग की गई। एमएचए ने कहा रिंस्टेट करो, वो रिंस्टेट भी नहीं हुई, और सांसदों को, आपके सांसदों को, बीजेपी के सांसदों को दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट की कमेटियों को चेयर करते हैं, थाना लेवल कमेटियों। और वो इसलिए कि उन सबके मुखिया आप हैं। आपको भी दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था से कोई मतलब नहीं है। मैं 1 साल का डाटा बताता हूं एलजी साहब आपको। जब से आप एलजी बने हैं दिल्ली के अंदर, और ये हम नहीं कह रहे, एनसीआरबी का डेटा कह रहा। एनसीआरबी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की आम आदमी पार्टी की एजेंसी नहीं है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसी है। एनसीआरबी का डेटा कह रहा है रोजाना 2 बलात्कार दिल्ली के अंदर हो रहे हैं। बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं? आपको नींद कैसे आ रही है? दिल्ली के अंदर जो घटना हुई आज और इसके पहले की जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, महिलाओं के प्रति अपराध की जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, महिलाएं डरी हुई, हमारी माताएं बहनें सहम कर सवाल पूछ रही हैं कि जी साहब वो दिन कब आएगा जब आप अपनी सियासी नींद से जागेंगे और दिल्ली की महिलाओं को सुरक्षा का भरोसा दिला पाएंगे। रोजाना 2 रेप हो रहे दिल्ली के अंदर। आपके पास इसको रोकने का न कोई उपाय है, न आपने इनको रोकने के प्रयास किए, इसका कोई प्रमाण है आपके पास। मैं आपको आंकड़े देता हूं, एनसीआरबी का डेटा कहता है कि 19 जो मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटीज हैं देश के अंदर, उन 19 शहरों में इकलौती दिल्ली जिसको सेफ रखने की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है, जहां माताओं बहनों की सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है एलजी साहब, इकलौती दिल्ली में कुल मिला दें 1/3 अपराध की घटनाएं महिलाओं के प्रति वह दिल्ली में होती हैं, लगभग 32.5%। आप क्या कर रहे हैं? बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं भाई? 4 महानगर है दिल्ली के अंदर, देश के अंदर। आप 3 महानगरों के अपराध के आंकड़े अगर क्लब कर देंगे, उससे ज्यादा अपराध सिर्फ दिल्ली में हो रहा है। ये पिछले 1 साल का बता रहा हूं मैं। एनसीआरबी का 2022 का डेटा मैं कोट कर रहा हूं आपके सामने। एक काम आपके पास कि दिल्ली को सेफ फील करवाइए, दिल्ली की महिलाओं को, माताओं बहनों को सुरक्षित महसूस करवाइए। आप वो कर नहीं पा रहे। आपको इस बात से फुर्सत नहीं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो दिल्ली की जनता के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, जो सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं, उसको कैसे रोक दूं, इस बात से आपको फुर्सत नहीं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश की अवहेलना कैसे कर दूं, इस बात से आपको फुर्सत नहीं। यह सब कुछ क्या दिखाता है? क्यों नहीं आपको फुर्सत मिलती है? क्यों नहीं आपका मन पसीजता है? आपका दिल ऐसा क्यों नहीं करता कि थानों में जाएं, दिल्ली के अंदर जो थाने, एक एक थाने में जाएं, जिले में जाएं, जनता से बात करें और समझे कहां गैप है, उसे दूर करने की कोशिश करें। ऐसा क्यों नहीं मन करता आपका? इसलिए नहीं करता क्योंकि आपकी प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट में जो आपका सबसे प्राइमरी टास्क है, जो आपकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑब्लिगेशन है कि दिल्ली का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर आपने दुरुस्त करना है, वो आपकी प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट में उतर है ही नहीं। और इस वजह से कि आपको अपने सियासी षड्यंत्रों से फुर्सत नहीं, राजनीतिक चालों से फुर्सत नहीं, इसका खामियाजा दिल्ली की माताएं बहनें भुगत रही हैं। इसके दुष्परिणामों को दिल्ली की आधी आबादी झेल रही है। आपसे हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह करते हैं जी साहब, मैं भी जनप्रतिनिधि हूं, दिल्ली की जनता की ओर से मैं आपसे हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन कर रहा हूं, जाग जाइए। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार के कामकाज को रोकना, जिसे आपने अपनी जिंदगी का मकसद बना रखा है, उसे थोड़ा सा साइड रखिए। कर लीजिएगा, वो भी उठा के सबको जेल में डाल दीजिएगा, लेकिन उसे साइड में रखिए। दिल्ली के थानों के साथ, दिल्ली के अंदर अपराध से त्रस्त जनता के साथ संवाद स्थापित करिए। कोई ऐसी कार्य योजना बनाइए और जनता के सामने रखिए जिसे देखकर, पढ़कर, सुनकर, जानकर जनता को लगे कि आप उन्हें अपराध के अंधेरी गुफा में नहीं ढकेल रहे हैं, उन्हें सुरक्षित रखने के प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और कोई रास्ता नहीं है। दिल्ली की माताएं बहनें तभी सुरक्षित महसूस करेंगी, दिल्ली की जनता ने जो आपके प्रति अविश्वास की धारणा बना रखी है वो तभी खत्म होगी जब आप वास्तव में दिल्ली के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को अपनी पहली वरीयता बनाएंगे, अपनी सबसे बड़ी प्रायोरिटी बनाएंगे और प्रायोरिटी बनाकर धरातल पे उतरकर काम करते हुए दिखेंगे। मैं आग्रह करूंगा, मैं जानना चाहूंगा दिल्ली की आधी आबादी की ओर से कि जो सवाल आज मैंने पूछे हैं दिल्ली की जनता की तरफ से, एलजी साहब उन सवालों का सार्थक, सकारात्मक और तर्कसंगत जवाब देके दिल्ली की जनता को आश्वस्त जरूर करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Party leader Dilip Pandey right there lashing out at Delhi LG. The political blame game on the back of this now begins with the Aam Aadmi Party going on there to lash out at the LG, at the ruling BJP as well. This politics over Delhi's monstrous murder is now erupting. Shreya Chatterjee is now joining us live. Shreya, the Aam Aadmi Party has pinned the blame on centre, says law and order under LG. But the fact of the matter here is, in between all their politicking, it is the people of Delhi and the women of Delhi especially who are the ones who are suffering. Their safety is in big question at this point of time. And you were talking to us earlier also about the overall law and order situation in the national capital. Go ahead.
Well, you know, Chaiti, last when I was talking with you, what clearly is established again and again is somewhere down the line, from look at the Kanjawala incident, look at this incident, somewhere down the line there is a disparity in the way Delhi police mans the entire capital. We can say that the posh areas closer to central Delhi, closer to South Delhi, they are the ones who get the maximum attention so far as Delhi police is concerned. When we look a little away, look at outer north, look at the other outer stretches, somewhere down the line, Delhi police's onus of policing is also a little low. We can see it with the past recent cases. Having said that, we also cannot say that there's also responsibility on the part of the Delhi government. We are here in the JJ colony of Shabad Delhi where this incident took place. This is a cluster. Can we really deny that governance is also something that needs to be paid attention to in these areas? What about sensitization workshops? Probably all those things have been limited only for PR activity. When it comes to changing the scenario on the ground, that really hasn't happened. The only good news that is coming now is that Sahil has been arrested. clearly he will face the stringent action by Delhi Police. Delhi Police has confirmed that he's 20-year-old and he was a fridge repairing, he was working as a fridge repairing guy. What the preliminary inquiry also suggested, there was a quarrel between both Sakshi and Sahil. Sakshi refused to entertain Sahil. This is a case of a jilted lover, which the preliminary investigation suggests. We only hope that Delhi Police makes an example out of this case so that this incidents stop in the National Capital Region.
All right, Shreya, continue to be with us right there. This is a big story that we are keeping our eyes on, and Shreya has brought forth some really important points on outside of the posh Delhi areas. What is really happening in the rest of the capital? These are questions that we'll also continue to ask here on India Today. Political blame game will continue. At the end of the day, it is people that matter. We're slipping into a short commercial break. This remains our top focus. Don't go anywhere. We're getting you the latest.
Are watching India Today.
From 604 levels, what is the kind of upside that you expect?
I feel that there could be at least 20% upside to be made from the current levels.
How long will it take for that 20% upside? Does an investor really need to have a lot of patience to get to that level?
I think what we have covered in a stock, what we feel in a year's time, this target should be easily achieved. That is what we feel.
Okay. What are the key challenges that LIC still faces that the other private players are perhaps better at this point in time? Is it the foray into the health insurance space that could unlock value for the company going forward from here? What exactly is it that will really bring back its mojo?
I think two things. I think if you look at the current quarter results, I think the new policy premiums has been in a downward journey, I think, versus the other companies. So I think that is one thing which they need to improve. That is one thing I feel that. Secondly, I think, as you rightly mentioned, that I think if they get into a healthcare segment, and there could be a value unlocking for them, and that could be a good amount of reach from the existing customer and a good extension of it. So that could trigger the stock. So I think this two factor remains more important for LIC from here.
Okay, but do you really foresee the IPO kind of levels really returning in near to medium term future? Is that something that you're also looking at?
I think if I have to comment that, I think insurance as a sector, I think the penetration will keep on increasing higher and higher, and I think we've seen in last few years the numbers of most of the insurance companies. So I feel that if you have a very long-term horizon, I think a couple of years, I'm sure that I think investor will get the IPO money, IPO price what they've been allotted at.
It is a historic moment for women in armed forces. Squadron leader Shivani Singh, the first woman pilot of the Indian Air Force to fly the Rafale, took part in the multinational military exercise Orion in France. This is the first time India has sent its Rafale fighter jets to take part in a military drill.
It was a great experience for all of us. We were exposed to challenging missions with compressed timelines. The interaction with the pilots of other nations gave us the overview of their operations as well as their ways of working. The performance of our pilots were at par with all the other nations. The Indian Rafales, being one of the best omni-role fighters in the world, were carrying out all the missions successfully with precision and perfection.
Squadron leader Shivangi Singh had earlier flown extensively in exercises during the border standoff with China.
हमारी चुनौती एयरक्राफ्ट से ही रिलेटेड है और एयरक्राफ्ट वहाँ पे अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है. इसकी वजह से ही हम अभी भी वहाँ पे हैं एंड हम सारे एक्सपेक्टेशंस को मीट कर पा रहे हैं.
Shivangi Singh joined the Air Force in 2017. She is part of the 17th Squadron, the Golden Arrows based in Ambala. Before flying the Rafale, Shivangi also flew MiG-21 Bison.
2 squadrons of Rafale fighter aircraft are deployed in the Ambala and Hashimara near China border. The men and women pilots of the squadron are making the country proud both globally and internally in the situation like the one in Ladakh. With camera person Anil Jaiswal, this is Manjit Negi for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
The gut-wrenching murder of a 16-year-old girl in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini Shabad Dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly with passerby ignoring her screams. The act was so horrific that one point... All right, we have Arvind Oja getting us a special ground report. Listen in.
खबर आई है उसके हिसाब से जो स्पेशल टीम बनी थी इसको बहुत सारे इलाकों में भेजा गया था. यूपी के बुलंदशहर से उसे पकड़ा गया है और वो टीम पकड़कर दिल्ली ला रहे हैं उसे.
सर और क्या जानकारी मिली है आरोपी के बारे में? आरोपी क्या करता है और किस तरह से इंसिडेंट को अंजाम दिया?
देखिए ये प्रिलिमिनरी स्टेज ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है. कल देर शाम में ये पुलिस को खबर लगी कि एक लड़की की हत्या हो गई है. पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है. सीसीटीवी वगैरह जो अगल बगल में है उसके आधार पर और पूछताछ के आधार पर ये बात सामने आता है कि साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है. ये बच्ची 16 साल की है. साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी उम्र लगभग 20 बरस है. पहले से जानकारी थी और कुछ अनबन हो गई थी और उस बात को लेकर जब बच्ची एक जगह से किसी अपने दोस्त के यहाँ रुकी हुई थी, जब वापस आ रही थी तब उसको रास्ते में घेरकर उससे बहुत सारे कई बार चाकू से वार किया और पत्थर से उसका सर कुचल दिया. तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कि उस जो एसेलेंट है, एसेलेंट के जितने भी पॉसिबल कनेक्ट कॉन्टैक्ट या उसका जो लोकेशन वगैरह है, इस सब के आधार पर कई टीमें भेजकर डिस्पैच कर दिया गया था और अब से थोड़ी देर पहले उसको पकड़ लिया गया है.
अच्छा, एक सवाल और है सर जिसको लगातार तमाम लोग उस पर सवाल भी उठा रहे हैं. जो सीसीटीवी दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें देखा जा रहा है कि कई लोग हैं वो पासरबाई गुजर रहे हैं, इंसिडेंट होता देख रहे हैं. जो आरोपी है वो चाकू मार रहा है, उसके बाद पत्थर भी उठा के मार रहा है, लेकिन लोग कोई बचाने नहीं आया और इस तरह के इंसिडेंट लगातार हो रहे हैं. इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस क्या करती रहती है?
देखिए पुलिस का एक फोकस्ड रोल है. मैं केवल एक जनरल यही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये हाइट ऑफ इनसेंसिटिविटी है. हम अगर अपने सामने कोई इस तरह का अपराध होता देख रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए. अगर वो इंटरवीन करते तो शायद ये नहीं होता. तो ये डिफरेंट है. जो पुलिस का हमारा प्रोफेशनल फोकस्ड रोल है कि ये एक नृशंस हत्या है और इसमें आरोपी को हमने पकड़ा है और हम साक्ष्य इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे और इस तरह से इसको फोर्सफुली न्यायालय के सामने रखेंगे ताकि इस पे कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो सके. एक्यूज्ड को मौत की सजा तक।
माफ करिएगा, दोबारा पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि सर इस वक्त आप लाइव हो चुके हैं आज तक पर। तो मेरा ये सवाल है कि किस तरीके से पुलिस को ये जानकारी मिली थी इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
देखिए, इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में सबसे पहले लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन में जो पुलिस के स्टाफ हैं उनको कहीं से जानकारी मिली कि ऐसी घटना हुई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है, पहुंचने के बाद उसने जो होता हुआ दिखा, उसके बाद सीसीटीवी और अगल बगल में पूछताछ से और लड़की जो विक्टिम है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके एक सरकमस्टांसेस एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस हम लोगों ने इस बात का आकलन कर लिया और पता कर लिया। उसके बाद जो टीम्स हैं वो डिस्पैच हो गई और एक मोटा मोटी क्या कारण हो सकता है या है इसके बारे में जानकारी हासिल किया, एक्यूज्ड आइडेंटिफाई किया और टीम गई और टीम को आज पकड़ा गया है। और बाकी जो इससे रिलेटेड एविडेंसेस हैं ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिल सके उस पर टीम काम कर रही है और अब उसे एक्यूज को पकड़ के लाएंगे और आगे की कानूनी कार्रवाई।
आखिरी सवाल है मेरा, जो आपने बताया वजह क्या है, क्या कारण है कि इतनी बड़ी हैवानियत को अंजाम दिया जो अक्यूज्ड है साहिल, जिसको आपने गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया?
देखिए, मुकम्मल तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ये बात सामने आएगी, लेकिन एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस जो बच्ची है उससे एसेलेंट की कोई जानकारी थी। शायद इधर कुछ दिनों में या तो कोई झगड़ा हुआ है या बच्ची ने बात करना बंद कर दिया। इसका रोष, इसका गुस्सा क्राइम फॉर पैशन दिखता है एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस।
लास्ट मैसेज, चूंकि आप स्पेशल कमिश्नर हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे उन लोगों को? क्योंकि देखिए जो सीसीटीवी है सर, उसमें कई लोग वहां से गुजरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कई भीड़ वहां खड़ी है। किसी ने बहुत ज्यादा रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश नहीं की। अगर रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश की होती, यही सवाल उठ रहा है, लोग यही उठा रहे हैं, तो शायद पीड़िता की जान बच सकती थी।
देखिए, दिल्ली एक महानगर है, यहाँ एनोनिमिटी है, लेकिन संबंधों की दुनिया ही समाज है। अगर हम अपने आसपास में इस तरह की कोई घटना होते हुए देखते हैं तो टू बेस्ट ऑफ आवर एबिलिटी हमको इंटरवीन कर इसको रोकना चाहिए, हो हल्ला मचाना चाहिए और जो एसेलेंट है उसको डिसुएड करना चाहिए, उसको कंटेन करना चाहिए ताकि इससे जान बच सकती है। एक बात, जो पुलिस का फोकस्ड रोल है, हम इसको विथ स्पीड एंड सर्टेनिटी इस पर हम एक्शन कर रहे हैं, करेंगे ताकि इसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, इफेक्टिव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन इफेक्ट हो और इस तरह की घटना आगे फ्यूचर में ना होने पाए। और इस केस में साक्ष्य को इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, इसे मौत की भी सजा मिले।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। बहुत बड़ी बात कही स्पेशल कमिश्नर ने जो आज तक पर लाइव थे कि मौत की सजा मिले, इस तरह के हम एविडेंस कलेक्ट करेंगे, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, बड़ी बात ये कही है कि संबंधों की दुनिया ही समाज है। जिस तरीके से अगर आप देखें सीसीटीवी फुटेज में तो जो आरोपी है जिसे अभी गिरफ्तार किया गया कुछ देर पहले, स्पेशल कमिश्नर को आपने सुना होगा कि किस तरीके से वारदात को अंजाम दे रहा है, लेकिन लोग आसपास है वो बाकायदा वहां से गुजर रहे हैं, किसी ने रोकने और बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की। वही स्पेशल कमिश्नर।
All right, that was an exclusive conversation that my colleague Arvind Ojha just had. We'll play that reaction out from Delhi police in moments from now as well. And at the moment, information is trickling in slowly on this particular gut-wrenching murder that took place of the 16-year-old girl in the national capital. What we know so far, number 1, Sahil has been arrested. Number 2, Sahil was in Bulandshahr. Number 3, this was quick by the Delhi police, given that he was absconding for a little while and the Delhi police really tracked him down, and now he is in Delhi police's custody. The Delhi police has detained him. He's soon going to be arrested. The passerby did not react as well while Sakshi was being stabbed over 20 times by the jilted lover Sahil in Rohini Shaba Dairy area. We have a reaction coming in from the parents too. Hear it.
कल एक लड़की के घर बर्थडे था, उसी बर्थडे का सामान खरीद के लेके आई है बाजार से, चप्पल वप्पल नया सब कुछ खरीदी है। उसके बाद बाजार में फिर वापसी गई है। उसके बाद बोली मैं शौचालय जा रहा हूँ, शौचालय से आ रही हूँ। उसके बाद उसको पता नहीं किसने मार दिया, मुझे नहीं पता चला।
कब पता चला आपको?
मुझे 9 बजे एक लड़की भागते भागते आई कि तुम साक्षी की मम्मी हो, गेट खोलो, तुम चलो, तुमको साक्षी कोई मार दिया। हमने कहा तुम झूठ बोल रही हो।
साहिल को कैसे जानती थी?
हमें नहीं सर पता है।
ये बताया गया कि साहिल के घर पे ही रहती थी साक्षी।
साहिल के घर पे नहीं, उसके घर पे रह रही है। वो नीतू नाम की लड़की है, उसके घर पे रहती थी।
क्या करते थे साहिल, क्या करते थे?
हमें नहीं पता सर, ये साहिल के बारे में हम अभी आज सुनी हूँ, उससे पहले कुछ नहीं।
पहले कभी जानते थे साहिल को?
हम नहीं जानते।
घर आए आपके?
नहीं, हम नहीं सुने।
साक्षी की माँ का यही कहना है कि इसकी दोस्त नीतू थी जिसके पास ये जरूर आती जाती थी अक्सर, लेकिन साहिल को नहीं जानती थी। राजेश खत्री, आज तक शाहबाद डेयरी।
सर पूरा मामला ये है कि वो लड़की हमारी जो थी वो अपने सहेली के यहाँ रह रही थी, तो सर वो 10-15 दिन उसी के यहाँ थी, तो उसके 2 बच्चे थे, उसकी बहनों ने तो उसी में रहते थे। तो सर उसके वो बच्चे का जन्मदिन था, तो सर ये लोग अपना मार्केट वार्ट से केक को लेकर आए और सामान लेके आए। लड़की अपना ले कपड़े भी खरीदी, तो बच्चों के लिए खरीदी। तो फिर बोली कि उसकी जो सहेली थी उसने बोली कि ऐसा कर तू जो है रोटी बना ले, मैं सब्जी बना लेती। तो बोली नहीं, अभी दीदी आते हैं फिर बनाते हैं, मैं मार्केट जाती हूँ। तो सर वो मार्केट गई, तो मार्केट के कैसे करके वो वहाँ पहुँच गई, और वो लड़के ने कैसे उसको बुलाया या इसको कैसे पता लगा या किसने भेजा, सर इसके बारे में मुझे नहीं पता।
Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live for the latest on this. Shreya, if you could just encapsulate the latest that is coming in. It's a fast-moving development on the story as well, with Sahil being arrested at this point.
तो ये कैसे रुकेगा?
Well, Jyoti, Sahil has been arrested from UP's Bulandshahr after Delhi police formed a six-team manhunt for him. Now, this is the place where I'm standing, where the entire incident took place yesterday between 8 to 9. There is an FIR that's registered against Sahil on the sections of murder on behalf of a complaint of the girl's father. What we clearly do know that the girl was not staying with the parents for the last 10 to 15 days. She was staying with her friend. And yesterday was a friend's son's birthday where she was actually busy in. So clearly Sahil had planned the entire incident after being refused by Sakshi to be in touch with, and that's when he entirely planned and orchestrated the matter and then killed Sakshi in this very spot in a very brutal manner in full public glare.
No, absolutely. And, the bigger question here is on the passerby not reacting to it at this point while speaking to the people. What are you gathering?
Well, the sense over here is people are not really friendly. They are saying they are not from this very location. And clearly one of the other aspects that is coming out again and again is some of the locals who are also claiming that such incidents are on the rise because there is not enough manning in these particular areas. So the question again goes back to Delhi police that probably there needs to be better policing in such areas, in such clusters. We only hope that these incidents being reported will show some light and Delhi police will change the erratic manner in which the entire capital is manned by the Delhi police.
And I'm also guessing that the parents now want death penalty for this monster who's just been arrested.
Yes.
What do the parents want at this point of time? What are you gathering from the parents?
But Jyoti, the parents do want death penalty. They want the strictest form of action. Not just the parents, the people who are also over here, they are constantly suggesting that the strictest form of punishment, death penalty, is what should be awarded to the guy because the CCTV visuals are very gruesome, very horrific. 21 times she was stabbed, then she was then kicked by the guy, and then again he lifted up a slab and bludgeoned her with the same. So very horrific details. But again, the big question lies is about the lack of good Samaritans in the national capital. Not a single passerby really made a nice effort to stop Sahil. Probably if they would have, Sakshi would have still be alive.
In fact, we also want to dip into the reactions that are coming in of the eyewitnesses, reactions coming in from the police as well. Politicking has also begun on the back of this particular incident. Listen into those reactions.
सर हमें यही था, पता चला कि काफी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कहते हैं यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी। पुलिस के आने के बाद जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो
Right now I don't want to comment on anything because our investigation has to be completed. We should have all the facts which should be cross verified.
साहिल काम करता है, साहिल के पिता क्या मदद कर रहे हैं जांच में?
Yes, they are cooperating.
तो उनको आपके साथ हैं साहिल के पिता?
I am again repeating that I can't comment on these things. I am not at liberty to divulge all the details. Let us arrest the accused first and do the investigation in a proper way. Then we will give all the details. उसमें एक ही accused है, उसको पकड़ने के लिए टीम्स रेड पे गई हुई हैं. So अभी तक तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है, but yes, definitely we are on it. हम लोग रात से ही इस पे लगे हुए हैं and we are definitely working on it. We are using all possible scientific methods to trace the accused.
एक हत्या का मामला कल शाहबाद डेयरी में रिपोर्ट हुआ था. वो भी हमारा जो केस है वो एक्टिव इन्वेस्टिगेशन में है. उसमें मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं, वह बन गई हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरे फुल स्विंग पर चल रहा है. और एक्यूज्ड है उसको भी आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है और जल्द ही हम उसको गिरफ्तार करने में कामयाब होंगे. केस हमारे संज्ञान में है, इसके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और सारी कोशिशें की जा रही हैं. एक्यूज आइडेंटिफाइड हैं और जल्द ही शीघ्र ही उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया जाए.
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है. ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता. लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी. इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है. मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाएं जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हो, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है. एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो.
Shreya is now joining us with the latest that she is picking up on this story. Shreya, time and again the questions are being asked of the Delhi police, of the centre as well, as far as the safety of women in Delhi is concerned, outside of the posh areas, in all these areas where these crimes are on the rise. We'll re-establish that connection to Shreya in moments from now, but BJP has given love jihad angle to the murder. Listen in to the reaction that's coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party.
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है. उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था और उससे भी दुखद है कि वहाँ 5-7 लोग खड़े हैं. तो मतलब दिल्ली में इंसानियत नाम की चीज़ बची नहीं है. लोग एक दूसरे की मदद नहीं करते, अविश्वास है. लेकिन जहाँ तक एक ही संप्रदाय की बात है तो मैं फिर कहता हूँ कि जो राजनीतिक दल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, एक धर्म विशेष को खुश करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनको इस घटना से सबक लेना चाहिए. अगर वो बच्ची उस युवक को मना कर रही है कि भाई मुझे तुमसे बात नहीं करनी है, तो सिर्फ इसलिए कि उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं. तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की ज़रूरत है. और जिस भी शाकिर नाम शायद साहिल नाम शायद उसका बताया है, जिसने भी ये हरकत की है उसके खिलाफ पुलिस कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करी. मेरे भी पुलिस से अधिकारियों से बात हुई है और उन्होंने विश्वास दिलाया है कि हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया है और जल्दी वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा.
आप देखिए ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो पुलिस के द्वारा जारी किया गया है दिल्ली का शाहबाद डेयरी का, कितना दर्दनाक, कितना पीड़ादायक है. कितनी निर्ममता से वो साहिल मार रहा है उस बिटिया को. नाबालिग लड़की है वो. दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से, पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को. ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के. और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था. अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई, वो भी अभी तक जिंदा है. तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है. अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती, 2 बार सोचता इस प्रकार से एक बिटिया को मारने से पहले. लेकिन ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर मोहल्ले में केरला स्टोरी बनाई जा रही है.
First of all, BJP condemns the brutal murder which has happened of a minor girl. It has happened, and 36 times that has happened. I mean, this is such a brutal kind of a murder has happened. And Arvind Kejriwal, as usual, is doing the politics on this. I mean, he was the same PM who used when something didn't happen. She used to say, do we want such a helpless chief minister? Now, what is he showing now? And he's blaming the central government. He was the one who used to glorify these kind of brutal murders. You remember Kerala's story? What was that? This was only the love jihad angle is coming out on this. What the reports that is coming in now, that this is love jihad angle. And now he was the one who used to glorify it. And when the Sahel, I don't know, the community he belongs to, why only these kind of happen, when the incidents happen, these kind of people comes out and do this kind of act. We want a quick action against the culprit. Already my party president has spoken to police commissioner about that, and the police is taking a strict action on this. And we condemn strongly on this. And I urge Arvind Kejriwal, don't do politics on this. Don't dare to do politics on this.
Shreya Chatterjee is joining us live. Shreya, let's take a moment and speak about the Delhi police. Number one, one cannot ignore the fact that swiftly this murderer and this monster was arrested by Delhi police in no time, despite him being absconding. But number two, the bigger question on the safety still really looms large in the national capital, and the onus will always fall on Delhi police for that.
Well, you know, Chaiti, when we talk about this particular incident, what we clearly can see from the looks of it, this is a case of a jilted lover who's gone ahead and murdered the girl. Now, this is the exact spot where the incident took place last night. And as we were talking about Delhi police, this is not a one-off incident, Chaiti. Just a few days back, we'd heard about a similar incident in Noida's Shiv Nadar University, where a girl was again killed by a guy, and it was also a similar case of jilted love. So probably there needs to be an example that needs to be set, and also we need to put questions on the governance of our local bodies, because can we really ignore that sensitizations in such areas, specifically these clusters, are very important. Again and again, we need to ask those things to our government as well, and also to Delhi police, about whether the manning of the entire capital is done in a perfect manner. So far as the arrest is concerned, we do agree that the Delhi police had swiftly swung into action.
Right, Shreya, I'm going to come back to you on the same story, because this is the story that defines the news agenda. It's a blood-calling murder in the national capital. We'll get you more, all the reactions, the actions that have been taken as well. For now, we're slipping into a short commercial break. See you on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The Indian job market overall has experienced slower salary growth this year, with growth rates decreasing from about 10% to 9% on an average.
Okay.
Right? So that's point number one. Of course, it's more nuanced. Telecom, media and entertainment, IT and knowledge services have exhibited salary growth slightly higher than 9%. So we will definitely have an inflation index salary hike, but more likely it will continue to be in single digits as an average. And perhaps just for specific roles in double digits, early double digits, if I say. I think IT skills are still going to be in demand because of the rate at which India is going to grow going into the next year, relatively compared to the rest of the globe. But the hike might not be, double digit with some of the more fancy things that we've heard about, people getting cars and so on and so forth to attract talent.
Right. I'm glad that you pointed out about startups and e-commerce, because this is also a space that garners a lot of interest of our viewers as well. What has been the key trend in these particular sectors, and what's the outlook for FY24?
Yeah, so a degree of slowdown for sure, and especially again in e-commerce you'll have to really split it down. I think quick commerce is one where you have seen I think a degree of rationality which is kind of coming through because of the difficulty to kind of raise funds right now. I would say edutech also kind of falls into that particular bracket. So you will not see the same degree of growth or in terms of hiring which is taking place in some of these spaces, right?
What has been your own sense? Has AI really impacted jobs so far in FY23, and what's the outlook on that? Will we see more slashing of human jobs because of AI?
So my view is, I think first of the macro view through this entire thing is, the newer technologies will keep on coming, and it might impact jobs in the short term, but it's going to end up creating newer jobs, right, around that entire thing. But coming to a specific, I think it's a really exciting and developing area right? And there is no doubt about that it is going to have some or other impact on a variety of jobs. For example, my view is a lot of mundane jobs, perhaps let's say if I have to pick up like software testing, etc., and all that, right? Can easily get done. In my own industry, to be honest with you, our ability to kind of screen resumes, shortlist them, etc., and all that, which is ideally done by people, could probably be done by AI, right? So going into next year, Sakshi, definitely I think some of these will evolve and mature a little bit more. But having said that, let me tell you, prompt engineer, for example, as to how do you query an AI engine is like one of those new jobs which are coming up, right?
Global ride-hailing platform Uber has announced plans to go 100% emission-free in the next decade. The company will be switching its fleet to EVs globally. Andrew McDonald, SVP Business Operations and Mobility, was in India and spoke to BTTV's Akanksha Chaturvedi on how the company plans this and how it will cope with the infrastructure challenges in India.
India is a really important market for Uber. It's great to be here today. This was a great event. We're keenly aware of the challenges, and frankly, these are challenges all countries face as they seek to electrify their economies, right? We're launching now in India because we think the ecosystem is ready. We've got great partners that we announced today, including BP Pulse as it relates to charging infrastructure, Everest and Move as it relates to fleets, Tata as it relates to getting vehicles available, EV vehicles available. So, we like to say sustainability is a team sport, and I think the team is ready in India, and that's why we're launching Uber Green today.
Okay. And since India is also a price-sensitive market, do you think this would also impact maybe your market share in a way that since you would want to become 100% emission-free by, say, 2040 or 2030? Of course, it's a very long run, but do you still think, at least in the short term, this might give your competitors an advantage?
Actually, I think it's the contrary. I think this gives us a big advantage. I mean, first thing is consumers want this, right? I think there's a new generation of consumers who want companies who offer green products, and so we're giving consumers what they want. Key thing to remember is we have a tremendous amount of scale in India, right? We've got more than 800,000 active driver partners in 125 cities. We're doing more than 500 million trips a year. This is a business that's going to integrate green products, but we're not flipping a switch overnight to make the entire platform green. The final thing I'll say is operating costs for electric vehicles are coming down quite substantially. So actually, I think this will lower costs for drivers, which will improve their economics, which actually means that consumer prices will come down over time.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Delhi teen stabbed to death by jilted lover over 20 times, bludgeoned with stone over 6 times. Killer Sahil taken into police custody. Key details of FIR against wrestlers access. FIR says cops alerted stir will hit national prestige. Reveals wrestlers broke barricade, obstructed cops. Prime Minister Modi, his government completes 9 years. Over 50 rallies planned across India. 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in the states. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's BJP. Delhi High Court issues notice to Yasin Malik on NIA plea seeking death penalty. Notice to be served through their Tihar Jail Authority. After failure of Chandrayaan-2, ISRO follows up Chandrayaan-3 to be launched in July this year to launch on dark side of the moon. Gut-wrenching murder of a 16-year-old girl in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini's Shabad dairy area. She was stabbed incessantly, with passerbys ignoring her screams. The act was so horrific that at one point, the knife got stuck in victim's head. But Sahil also did not stop. Not just that, even when Sakshi succumbed to the stabbings, he kept hitting her with a knife and with a heavy stone. Sahil picked up a heavy slab lying nearby and started hitting her as people just passed by. Not even a single person tried to intervene or tried to stop Sahil. Sahil and Sakshi were allegedly in a relationship. They had a fight a day earlier to the incident. Sakshi was going to attend her friend's son's birthday party when Sahil stopped her and started stabbing her multiple times. I just want to tell our viewers we blurred the images because the images are rather very disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Sahil now has been arrested from Bulandshahr. Sakshi's parents are demanding death penalty for him.
जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको कहां से गिरफ्तार किया गया?
देखिए, जो अभी खबर आई है उसके हिसाब से जो स्पेशल टीम बनी थी, इसको बहुत सारे इलाकों में भेजा गया था। यूपी के बुलंदशहर से उसे पकड़ा गया है और वो टीम पकड़कर दिल्ली ला रहे हैं उसे।
सर, और क्या जानकारी मिली है आरोपी के बारे में? आरोपी क्या करता है और किस तरह से इंसिडेंट को अंजाम दिया?
देखिए, ये प्रिलिमिनरी स्टेज ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है। कल देर शाम में ये पुलिस को खबर लगी कि एक लड़की की हत्या हो गई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है, सीसीटीवी वगैरह जो अगल बगल में है उसके आधार पर और पूछताछ के आधार पर ये बात सामने आता है कि साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है। ये बच्ची 16 साल की है। साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी उम्र लगभग 20 बरस है। पहले से जानकारी थी और कुछ अनबन हो गई थी और उस बात को लेकर जब बच्ची एक जगह से किसी अपने दोस्त के यहाँ रुकी हुई थी, जब वापस आ रही थी तब उसको रास्ते में घेरकर उससे बहुत सारे कई बार चाकू से वार किया और पत्थर से उसका सर कुचल दिया। तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कि उस जो एसेलेंट है, एसेलेंट के जितने भी पॉसिबल कनेक्ट, कॉन्टैक्ट या उसका जो लोकेशन वगैरह है, इस सब के आधार पर कई टीमें भेजकर डिस्पैच कर दिया गया था और अब से थोड़ी देर पहले उसको पकड़ लिया गया है।
अच्छा, एक सवाल और है सर, जिसको लगातार तमाम लोग उस पर सवाल भी उठा रहे हैं। जो सीसीटीवी दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें देखा जा रहा है कि कई लोग हैं वो पासरबाई गुजर रहे हैं, इंसिडेंट होता देख रहे हैं। जो आरोपी है वो चाकू मार रहा है, उसके बाद पत्थर भी उठा के मार रहा है, लेकिन लोग कोई बचाने नहीं आया और इस तरह के इंसिडेंट लगातार हो रहे हैं। इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस क्या करती रहती है?
देखिए, पुलिस का एक फोकस्ड रोल है। मैं केवल एक जनरल यही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये हाइट ऑफ इनसेंसिटिविटी है। हम अगर अपने सामने कोई इस तरह का अपराध होता देख रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए। अगर वो इंटरवीन करते तो शायद ये नहीं होता। तो ये डिफरेंट है। जो पुलिस का हमारा प्रोफेशनल फोकस्ड रोल है कि ये एक नृशंस हत्या है और इसमें आरोपी को हमने पकड़ा है और हम साक्ष्य इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे और इस तरह से इसको फोर्सफुली न्यायालय के सामने रखेंगे ताकि इस पे कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो सके, एक्यूज्ड को मौत की सजा तक।
माफ करिएगा, दोबारा पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि सर इस वक्त आप लाइव हो चुके हैं आज तक पर। तो मेरा ये सवाल है कि किस तरीके से पुलिस को ये जानकारी मिली थी इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
देखिए, इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में सबसे पहले लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन में जो पुलिस के स्टाफ हैं उनको कहीं से जानकारी मिली कि ऐसी घटना हुई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है। पहुंचने के बाद उसने जो होता हुआ दिखा, उसके बाद सीसीटीवी और अगल बगल में पूछताछ से और लड़की जो विक्टिम है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके एक सरकमस्टांसेस एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस हम लोगों ने इस बात का आकलन कर लिया और पता कर लिया। उसके बाद जो टीम्स हैं वो डिस्पैच हो गई और एक मोटा मोटी क्या कारण हो सकता है या है, इसके बारे में जानकारी हासिल किया, एक्यूज्ड आइडेंटिफाई किया और टीम गई और टीम को आज पकड़ा गया है। और बाकी जो इससे रिलेटेड एविडेंसेस हैं ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिल सके, उस पर टीम काम कर रही है और अब उसे एक्यूज्ड को पकड़ के लाएंगे और आगे की कानूनी कार्रवाई।
आखिरी सवाल है मेरा, जो आपने बताया वजह क्या है, क्या कारण है कि इतनी बड़ी हैवानियत को अंजाम दिया जो अक्यूज्ड है साहिल, जिसको आपने गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया?
देखिए, मुकम्मल तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ये बात सामने आएगी, लेकिन एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस जो बच्ची है उससे एसेलेंट की कोई जानकारी थी। शायद इधर कुछ दिनों में या तो कोई झगड़ा हुआ है या बच्ची ने बात करना बंद कर दिया। इसका रोष, इसका गुस्सा क्राइम फॉर पैशन दिखता है एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस।
लास्ट मैसेज, चूंकि आप स्पेशल कमिश्नर हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे उन लोगों को? क्योंकि देखिए जो सीसीटीवी है सर, उसमें कई लोग वहां से गुजरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कई भीड़ वहां खड़ी है, किसी ने बहुत ज्यादा रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश नहीं की। अगर रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश की होती, यही सवाल उठ रहा है, लोग यही उठा रहे हैं, तो शायद पीड़िता की जान बच सकती थी।
देखिए, दिल्ली एक महानगर है, यहाँ एनोनिमिटी है, लेकिन संबंधों की दुनिया ही समाज है। अगर हम अपने आसपास में इस तरह की कोई घटना होते हुए देखते हैं तो टू बेस्ट ऑफ आवर एबिलिटी हमको इंटरवीन कर इसको रोकना चाहिए, हो हल्ला मचाना चाहिए और जो एसेलेंट है उसको डिसुएड करना चाहिए, उसको कंटेन करना चाहिए, ताकि इससे जान बच सकती है। एक बात, जो पुलिस का फोकस्ड रोल है, हम इसको विथ स्पीड एंड सर्टेनिटी इस पर हम एक्शन कर रहे हैं, करेंगे, ताकि इसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, इफेक्टिव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन इफेक्ट हो और इस तरह की घटना आगे फ्यूचर में ना होने पाए। और इस केस में साक्ष्य को इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, इसे मौत की भी सजा मिले।
अगर मान लो रिलेशनशिप भी हो, उसने ना किया, जो कि मीडिया के द्वारा पता लग रहा है कि कुछ ऐसा हुआ, लड़ाई हुई, तो वो किस लिए ना नहीं ले पाते? क्यों नहीं सोच पाते कि लड़की की अपनी मर्जी भी हो सकती है? और जैसे आपने कहा कि वीडियो में हमने देखा लोग वहाँ थे, मैं पहले भी कह चुकी हूँ, लोगों में इतना कैसे सहन हो सकता है कि वो एक लड़की को पिटते देख लें और वो भी अब हत्या करते देख लें और ना रोके। एक अकेला लड़का इतने सारे लोगों में कैसे कर पाया? उसके पास कोई आर्म नहीं था, कुछ नहीं था, फिर भी वो मार पाया उसको। ये बहुत ही मुझे लगता है कि आजकल की जो समाज की स्थिति है बहुत सोचने वाली है, परिवारों में भी सोचने वाली है कि लड़कों को कैसा पाला जाए कि ऐसे लड़के ना बन के आए जो बाहर लड़कियों को सरेआम कत्ल कर दे।
दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है मैम, जो भी
ये जल्द से जल्द पुलिस नहीं देती है, ये जुडिशरी देती है और कहीं ना कहीं ये डिले जुडिशरी में हो रहा है। हमने पिछले कुछ ऐसे ही केसेस में 2-3 दिल्ली में हत्याएं हुई, पुलिस ने चार्जशीट भी कर दिया, लेकिन कोर्ट में ये जिस तरह से सालों साल ये होता रहेगा, घटता रहेगा, उनको जीने की भी उतनी मिलेगी, उनको अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए भी वकील खड़े कर दिए जाएंगे, गलत तरह के एविडेंसेस भी आ जाएंगे। ये बहुत मुझे लगता है ये इसी से लोगों पे डर जो है ना कमी है। जुडिशरी को चाहिए कि इसको जल्दी से जल्दी इस पे देखा जाए और फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में चलाया जाए।
कल उसी बर्थडे का सामान खरीद के लेके आई है बाजार से, चप्पल वप्पल नया सब कुछ खरीदी है। उसके बाद बाजार में फिर वापसी गई है, उसके बाद बोली मैं शौचालय जा रहा हूँ, शौचालय सर आ रही हूँ। उसके बाद उसको पता नहीं किसने मार दिया, मुझे नहीं पता चला।
कब पता चला आपको?
मुझे 9 बजे एक लड़की भागते भागते आई कि तुम साक्षी की मम्मी हो, गेट खोलो, तुम चलो, तुमको साक्षी कोई मार दिया। हमने कहा तुम झूठ बोल रही हो।
साहिल को कैसे जानती थी?
हमें नहीं सर पता है।
ये बताया गया कि साहिल के घर पे ही रहती थी साक्षी।
साहिल के घर पे नहीं, उसके घर पे रह रही है। वो नीतू नाम की लड़की है, उसके घर पे रहती थी।
क्या करते थे साहिल, क्या करते थे?
हमें नहीं पता सर, इसलिए ये साहिल के बारे में हम अभी आज सुनी हूँ, उससे पहले कुछ नहीं।
पहले कभी जानते थे साहिल को?
हम नहीं जानते।
घर आए आपके?
नहीं, हम नहीं सुने।
साक्षी की माँ का यही कहना है कि इसकी दोस्त नीतू थी जिसके पास ये जरूर आती जाती थी अक्सर, लेकिन साहिल को नहीं जानती थी। राजेश खत्री, आज तक शाहबाद डेयरी।
सर पूरा मामला ये है कि वो लड़की हमारी जो थी वो अपने सहेली के यहाँ रह रही थी तो सर वो 10-15 दिन उसी के यहाँ थी तो उसके 2 बच्चे थे, उसकी बहनों ने तो उसी में रहती थी तो सर उसके वो बच्चे का जन्मदिन था तो सर ये लोग अपना मार्केट वार्ट से केक लेकर आए और सामान लेके आए। लड़की अपने लिए कपड़े भी खरीदी और बच्चों के लिए खरीदी तो फिर बोली कि उसकी जो सहेली थी उसने बोली कि ऐसा कर तो जो है रोटी बना ले, मैं सब्ज़ी बना ले। तो बोली नहीं अभी दीदी आते हैं फिर बनाते हैं, मैं मार्केट जाती हूँ। तो सर वो मार्केट गई तो मार्केट के कैसे करके वो वहाँ पहुँच गई और वो लड़के ने कैसे उसको बुलाया या इसको कैसे पता लगा या किसने भेजा सर इसके बारे में मुझे नहीं पता।
सर हमें यही था पता चला कि काफ़ी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कहते यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी। पुलिस के आने के बाद जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो लेके
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता। लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी। इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाए जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हो, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है। एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो।
Well, we're getting you the first image of killer Sahil on India Today right there, and you heard Swati Maliwal as well asking the central government to immediately have a meeting and address this with the Home Minister as the Delhi police reports into the Home Ministry, and hence the security and safety of women in the national capital is becoming a big concern. It is a gut-wrenching murder of a 16-year-old girl in the national capital, which is defining our news agenda. For the viewers who have just joined in, we're getting you the latest. Shreya will be getting you all the latest. Shreya, for our viewers who have just joined in, if you could encapsulate the highlights that we know so far and the questions, big questions that arise at this point.
Well, Chaiti, I'm right now at Shahbad Dairy, the very spot where that unfortunate incident took place yesterday late evening. Now, 20-year-old Sahil knew Sakshi, but clearly Sakshi and Sahil had a quarrel. Sakshi refused to entertain Sahil anymore, and clearly this was a case of a jilted lover is what the preliminary investigated by Delhi police has revealed. Now, yesterday Sahil intercepted that Sakshi will be in this particular area since she was staying with a friend Neetu for the last 10 to 15 days. She had not gone home. It was Neetu's son's birthday, and after intercepting Sakshi, this is the very spot where Sahil has actually stabbed Sakshi for 21 times, kicked her and then bludgeoned her with a slab. After that, he runs away. This entire incident was captured in a CCTV. Followed by that, we know Delhi police launched a 6-team manhunt. They arrested Sahil from Bulandshahr. He will be produced before the court, remanded to Delhi police's custody, and there will be a strictest case made out against him. Clearly, because the special commissioner from Delhi police have also said that death penalty will also be something that they will be demanding for in this particular case, because the visuals are horrific. And what again that we keep talking about is the fact of the lack of good Samaritans. This murder happened in public glare. This was a time between 8 to 9. Everyone was present over here. No one really attempted to stop Sahil. If they would have, Sakshi would have been saved. What it questions is about the law and order system. Is Delhi manned in a proper manner, or is there erratic manning of Delhi by the Delhi police? That is a question that the Delhi police will have to give a better answer for. So far as governance is concerned, even that has a role to play in particularly these areas, in colonies, in clusters. There needs to be sensitization that needs to be done, and somewhere down the line that is also missing on the ground. So probably this case can be taken as an example, and we can only hope that better policing and better governance can actually give us a better day, and we do not see such incidents being repeated in the near future.
Well, that is the hope. That is the hope. If you could tell us a little more about what we know about this monster Sahil who has been arrested. We can see that elaborate tattoo on his chest. We know he was a mechanic. What else do we know about his background?
Well, you know, just before, I was checking the Instagram handle of the accused Sahil. Clearly, one thing is that he has this tendency of boasting about crimes. He has a tendency of also associating with people who are involved in the crime circle, because we have seen it from the kind of stories that he's shared on Instagram. What we've also seen, that he clearly is what people like to call an antisocial element, is into all kind of nefarious activities. But clearly Delhi police has to yet give us a clarity whether he's a history sheeter, whether he was booked in the past as well. That is something that is yet not confirmed or corroborated by the Delhi police as of now. He was a 20-year-old guy. He was working as a fridge repairing. He was doing fridge repairing work in the same region. Both of them belong from the Shabad Dairy area. Sakshi refused to entertain Sahil. That was her only fault, because of which she was brutally murdered in public glare.
Do we know anything about his education? Was he educated? What more information do we have on him?
Well, we are yet to get a complete biodata of Sahil so far is concerned, but clearly, from the looks of it, one thing can definitely be established, that Sahil wasn't keeping the best of company. Something that can be corroborated from his social media handles. India Today has actually accessed the Instagram handle of Sahil. We've gone through his recent activities that can clearly establish that he was not in the best of company. Clearly, he was motivated to commit the murder, we can say, because that was a conspiracy that we saw in the entire CCTV sequence. He conspired the murder. He intercepted the girl. This was a brutal murder. Nowhere did he show any sign of remorse, any sign of humanity. This was a monstrous act that needs to be given the strictest form of punishment.
All right, absolutely. Shreya, continue to be with us right there. Politics has exploded over the horrific 16-year-old girl's murder in Delhi. While the Aam Aadmi Party is blaming the Delhi LG, BJP has given it the love jihad twist to the murder. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has hit out at VK Saxena, alleging that law and order is LG's responsibility and the criminals have become fearless. There is no fear of the police in the national capital. Meanwhile, BJP is training guns at AAP. BJP leader Kapil Mishra linked the gruesome murder to the Kerala story. He further said that Shraddha has not yet got justice and don't know how many more Shraddhas are becoming victims of this brutality every day. All those reactions that we spoke about in moments from now. So our reporters are also working relentlessly to get you all the information that they can on this story that is defining our news agenda. Kapil Mishra's reaction will be playing out in moments from now, and other political reactions too. Listen in.
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है. उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था. और उससे भी दुखद है कि वहाँ 5-7 लोग खड़े हैं. तो मतलब दिल्ली में इंसानियत नाम की चीज़ बची नहीं है. लोग एक दूसरे की मदद नहीं करते. अविश्वास है. लेकिन जहाँ तक एक ही संप्रदाय की बात है, तो मैं फिर कहता हूँ कि जो राजनीतिक दल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, एक धर्म विशेष को खुश करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनको इस घटना से सबक लेना चाहिए. अगर वो बच्ची उस युवक को मना कर रही है कि भाई मुझे तुमसे बात नहीं करनी है, तो सिर्फ इसलिए कि उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं, तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की ज़रूरत है. और जिस भी साहिल नाम शायद उसका बताया है, जिसने भी ये हरकत की है, उसके खिलाफ पुलिस कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करी. मेरी भी पुलिस से अधिकारियों से बात हुई है और उन्होंने विश्वास दिलाया है कि हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया है और जल्दी वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा.
आप देखिए ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो पुलिस के द्वारा जारी किया गया है दिल्ली का शाबाद डेयरी का, कितना दर्दनाक, कितना पीड़ादायक है. कितनी निर्ममता से वो साहिल मार रहा है उस बिटिया को. नाबालिग लड़की है वो. दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है, और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से, पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है. और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को। ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा, ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के। और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था। अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई, वो भी अभी तक जिंदा है। तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है। अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती, 2 बार सोचता इस प्रकार से एक बिटिया को मारने से पहले। लेकिन ये तो ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे हर गली में, हर शहर में, हर मोहल्ले में केरला स्टोरी बनाई जा रही है।
First of all, BJP condemns the brutal murder which has happened of a minor girl. It has happened, and 36 times that has happened. I mean, this is such a brutal kind of a murder has happened. And Arvind Kejriwal, as usual, is doing the politics on this. I mean, he was the same PM who used when something didn't happen. She used to say, do we want such a helpless chief minister? Now, what is he showing now? And he's blaming the central government. He was the one who used to glorify these kind of brutal murders. You remember Kerala story? What was that? This was only the love jihad angle is coming out on this. What the reports which is coming in now, that this is his love jihad angle. And now he was the one who used to glorify it. And when the Sahil, I don't know the community he belongs to, why only these kind of when the incident happens, these kind of people comes out and do this kind of act. We want a quick action against the culprit. Already my party president has spoken to police commissioner about that, and the police is taking a strict action on this. And we condemn strongly on this. And I urge Arvind Kejriwal, don't do politics on this. Don't dare to do politics on this.
बार बार इस बात को कहा है कि दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था अगर एलजी साहब की 2-3 प्रमुख जिम्मेदारियों में से एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, तो एलजी साहब ऐसा कुछ करते हुए क्यों नहीं दिखाई देते कि दिल्ली की जनता और दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था, दिल्ली की पुलिस के बीच जो अविश्वास की खाई है वो कम होती नजर आए। ऐसा करते हुए एलजी साहब कभी भी क्यों नहीं दिखते? जब से आप एलजी बने हैं दिल्ली के अंदर, और ये हम नहीं कह रहे, एनसीआरबी का डेटा कह रहा है। एनसीआरबी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की आम आदमी पार्टी की एजेंसी नहीं है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसी है। एनसीआरबी का डेटा कह रहा है रोजाना 2 बलात्कार दिल्ली के अंदर हो रहे हैं। बताइए आप क्या कर रहे हैं? आपको नींद कैसे आ रही है? दिल्ली के अंदर जो घटना हुई आज और इसके पहले की जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, महिलाओं के प्रति अपराध की जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, महिलाएं डरी हुई।
Slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, key details of FIR against wrestlers' access. FIR says cops alerted stir will hit national prestige. Reveals the wrestlers broke the barricades, obstructed cops.
You are watching India Today.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Summer has arrived earlier than expected. But are you prepared to handle your skin and hair with utmost care that it demands during this season? Clearly, care in summers for skin and hair is very different from care in winters. The transition period is most important to begin with.
You have to change sometimes your skin routine maybe within 2-3 days. So what you do is don't over moisturize your skin. Sometimes over moisturization with the creamy and thick layer can actually give you a lot of acne. And your sunscreen needs also to be changed, because you don't need to wear a sunscreen which is very thick now, because too thick a sunscreen can also cause several damage to your skin. So use a sunscreen which is right for your skin type. Now many of you can have a dry skin or oily skin or mixed type of skin. So choose a sunscreen right, research about your skin and go to a dermatologist.
First, let's talk about the mistakes that people tend to make. We often neglect our hair. Since we can't apply sunscreen to our hair, it's essential to cover the hair as much as possible to prevent direct contact with the scalp and keep harmful UV rays away. Relaxing in a pool during the scorching heat definitely sounds too tempting to resist. But don't overdo your pool time, as the chlorine water in the pool can damage your hair and skin.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. A day after fiery wrestlers, Delhi police face off in the national capital are sporting heroes. Vinesh Phogat, Sakshi, Malik and Bajrang Punia along with 12 other protesters have been booked by the Delhi police. They are booked for rioting, obstructing public servant and gathering in large numbers with section 144 being in place. The FIR is mentioning Delhi police had alerted that their protests would hamper national prestige and that the wrestlers heckled and injured police on duty. Wrestlers have been demanding for a very long time now the WFI chief and BJP MP Brij Bhushan's arrest. They say no matter what, they will continue with their protests, and these wrestlers are the pride of our nation. The protest site at Jantar Mantar has also been cleared after the wrestlers were detained. The sports fraternity slammed the way the police has handled the situation, asserting this was no way that the glorious heroes should have ever been treated.
इनके खिलाफ जो भी लीगल एक्शन होना है वह नई दिल्ली डिस्ट्रिक्ट ले रही है, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए बहुत गलत है कि वो वाला दिन और वो वाला समय जब हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज हमारे नए पार्लियामेंट के उद्घाटन में बिजी थी, तब इन्होंने ये सब करने की कोशिश की है जिसकी उनको कोई परमिशन नहीं थी।
हम जैसे पैदल मार्च हमने शुरू किया तो जंतर मंतर से 10 कदम से ही बैरिकेडिंग स्टार्ट थी, तो हमने बोला कि हमें जाने दो क्योंकि हमारी सुनवाई वैसे भी नहीं हो रही। तो हम पैदल चल रहे थे तो उन्होंने आगे से पुशिंग स्टार्ट कर दी कि नहीं आगे जाने देंगे। पुशिंग में फिर ऐसे उन्होंने जबरदस्ती हमें डिटेन करने की कोशिश की। हमने भी थोड़ा सा रोकने की कोशिश की कि हमें मत लेके जाओ, हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करेंगे, हमारी बात तो सुनो, हम कोई हिंसा नहीं कर रहे, हम किसी को मार भी नहीं रहे, बस जबरदस्ती घसीटा। उसमें ये थोड़ा बहुत खरोच और ये जो भी आई, फिर उन्होंने डिटेन करके बस में ले गए, वो बुराड़ी वाले उसमें लेके गए 2 घंटे लगातार ड्राइव के बाद। और मैं अकेली उस बस में थी। मैं उनको लगातार रिक्वेस्ट कर रही थी कि मैं घबराई हुई हूँ, मुझे अकेला मत छोड़ो, और जहाँ डिटेन करके लेके जा रहे हो मुझे उनके साथ तो लेके जाओ। उस बस में सिर्फ मैं अकेली महिला थी, तो उन्होंने मेरी बात नहीं सुनी। और फिर वहाँ जाके मैं बात कर रही थी घर पे, मेरे पास मेरा फ़ोन था कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, मुझे आ जाओ या कोई तो आ जाओ क्योंकि मैं अकेली हूँ। पीछे से कांस्टेबल ने मेरा फ़ोन पुल कर लिया और फिर उन्होंने मतलब 6 बजे तक बिठाए रखा और फिर कोई फ़ोन नहीं दिया, फिर उन्होंने छोड़ा।
भाई उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ा, जो पुलिस की हिदायत थी उसको नहीं माना, कानून का उल्लंघन किया। और ये जो नए संसद भवन का उद्घाटन समारोह है, इसमें किसी तरह की खलल न पड़े, कोई विघ्न बाधा न हो, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी बात है, ये राष्ट्र विरोधी एक्शन है। तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर उन्होंने बैरिकेड तोड़ के और आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की तो उनको रोक करके यहाँ से हटाया गया है। और बाकी जो ड्यू लीगल प्रोसेस है, जो प्रोसीड्योर है, कानूनी तौर तरीका है, उसको अमल में लाकर हम लोगों ने, दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक्शन किया है और फर्दर अभी हम कर रहे हैं ताकि यहाँ पर पीस एंड ट्रैंक्विलिटी, जो शांति व्यवस्था है वो कायम रखे।
कौन सा बैरिकेड तोड़ा है? पुलिस प्रशासन जबरदस्ती उन बैरिकेडों को हमारे पैरों में मार रही है। डीसीपी बोल रहे कि देश विरोधी हम, जो देश विरोधी जिन पे टाटा लग रहा है उसका तो आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे। हम देश विरोधी बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, हम देश विरोधी तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं, हम तिरंगा लेके जा रहे हैं।
क्या आप पर क्या देश विरोधी का डीसीपी आरोप लगा रहे हैं?
देखिए, हम शांतिपूर्वक जा रहे हैं, हमने कोई हिंसा नहीं की है। और साक्षी मलिक है, उसको डिटेन कर दिया है। पद्मश्री भी है, ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट कितनी हमारे देश में, उनको डिटेन कर दिया गया है। किस लिए? वो अपने कौन यहाँ पर है, वो बहन बेटियों के लिए न्याय मांग रही, इसलिए उनको डिटेन कर दिया।
The police action triggered a massive outrage with opposition netas lashing out at the centre. Opposition highlighted how, when the police were dragging and detaining India's sporting champions and heroes, Modi was busy inaugurating Naya Sansad.
जहां पे आपको स्थान दिया गया, किसी ने नहीं रोका। कुछ दिन पहले कैंडल मार्च भी हुआ, अनुमति मिली तो हुआ। आप धरने पर थे तब भी हुआ, किसी ने नहीं रोका, कभी भी नहीं रोका। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा हम एफआईआर जाहिर करते हैं, एफआईआर दर्ज की, जांच चल रही है, सबको अपने बयान दर्ज कराने चाहिए और जांच पूरी होगी तो उचित कार्रवाई भी होगी।
भाजपा का नारा एक्सपोज हुआ ना इस बात पे, जो बेटियों का साथ देने की बात करते थे, बेटियों के सम्मान की बात करते थे, आपने देख लिया क्या सम्मान किया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। ये केवल दिखावटी नारे थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, और दिखावटी नारे इसलिए थे कि उन्हें वोट चाहिए था। वोट मिल गया, उसके बाद अपमानित करेंगे आप।
वो विषय न्यायालय में चल रहा है, इसलिए मैं उस पर ज्यादा कमेंट नहीं करता। लेकिन खेलों का जितना बढ़ावा नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इन 9 सालों में दिया है, और जितना खिलाड़ियों का मान और सम्मान बढ़ाया है खेलो इंडिया के माध्यम से, हम फिट तो इंडिया फिट। आप देख रहे होंगे ना, जो खेलने जाते हैं उन खिलाड़ियों से किस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री जी बात करते हैं। इसलिए जो विषय न्यायालय में है वो अलग विषय है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रायोरिटी है कि खेलों के माध्यम से भी हम ग्लोबल लीडर बनेंगे।
I haven't seen anywhere a complainant is saying you first arrest that person, then we will talk. This country runs on a certain law of the land. This is not a Gangaru republic. People who are famous can just come and do a press meet and say, I am famous. If I give a complaint, it is always truth only. So please arrest. Law cannot function like that. The matter has gone to the Supreme Court. The matter has gone to the High Court. The Delhi police have promptly seized the matter. They are investigating. There is a process of investigation. If at all he will be found guilty, 100% the government is going to take action against him. The Delhi police is going to take action against him.
Breaking news coming in. Sakshi's father has given a reaction saying, my daughter was stabbed many times. Her head was also bludgeoned into pieces. We demand stringent punishment for the accused. That's Sakshi's father's reaction coming in. Listen in.
देखिए तो बड़ी भीड़ भाड़ लगी थी। फिर सर जी आए, बोले चलो घर वाले को ले गए। तो वहाँ से उसने फोन की मेरे को, बोली ये तो मर गई, आके देखो। तो मैं गया तो पहचाना कि हाँ भाई मेरी बेटी।
कैसी हालत थी जब आपने देखा वहाँ पर?
मैम उसकी बहुत बुरी हालत थी मैम। उसके जो है पेट में इतने चक्कू मारे थे, सारी अतरी पतरी बाहर थी और पत्थर सर के 4 टुकड़े हो गए थे मैम।
अच्छा, फिर आपने पुलिस को फोन किया?
नहीं मैम, पुलिस तो पहले आ चुकी थी। पुलिस वालों ने हमारी घरवाली को ले गया
जी। तो क्या था, मतलब जो दोस्त बताई जा रही है साहिल को जानती थी, तो क्या आपको पता था साहिल के बारे में?
नहीं मैम, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था साहिल के बारे में।
जी, कि बताया जा रहा है उसकी दोस्ती थी उसके साथ, उसको जानती थी, झगड़ा हुआ था दोनों के बीच में।
मैम क्या पता क्या हुआ था, लेकिन ये बारे में मुझे नहीं पता था, झगड़ा हुआ था या दोस्ती थी या क्या था, ये मैम मुझे नहीं पता था। ना मैंने कभी सुना था, ना उसकी किसी सहेलियों से, ना कभी आते जाते उसको कोई लड़के की छेड़छाड़ मैंने देखा। कभी साथ में बाजार ले जाते, चल बेटा क्या खाना पीना है, तो ऐसी कोई हमने नहीं देखा कि कोई हरकत कोई लड़का करता हो या उसने कभी ऐसा मुझे दिखी हो। तो ऐसा तो मुझे नहीं था मैम। लेकिन कल जो है जब मुझे पता लगा, मैं वहाँ गया तो जब पूछताछ होने लगी तो भाई उनकी एक सहेली थी, वो कहने लगी कि उसकी वो दोस्ती थी, क्या थी ऐसा, लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता था।
So the victim's father speaks to India today. He has demanded strictest punishment for the culprit, for this murderer who's nothing short of a monster. Viewers, just look at the manner in which he has conducted this murder, and you had the passerby who have not reacted to this. Sakshi's father has said, my daughter was stabbed many times. Her head was also bludgeoned into pieces. We now demand stringent punishment for the accused. So the demand coming in from the father for strictest possible punishment. He wants justice at this point, and we're getting you the latest as far as this gruesome murder is concerned in the national capital. This issue has also turned political, and we are getting you those political reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party as well, that's blaming the LG. It's a gut-wrenching murder, viewers, of 16-year-old here in the national capital, stabbed 20 times by this monster, her jilted lover, in Rohini Shaba Dairy area. And now the father has spoken exclusively to India Today. Listen in to his demands.
देखिए तो बड़ी भीड़ भाड़ लगी थी। फिर सर जी आए, बोले चलो घर वाले को ले गए। तो वहाँ से उसने फोन की मेरे को, बोली ये तो मर गई, आके देखो। तो मैं गया तो पहचाना कि हाँ भाई मेरी बेटी।
कैसी हालत थी जब आपने देखा वहाँ पर?
मैम उसकी बहुत बुरी हालत थी मैम। उसके जो है पेट में इतने चक्कू मारे थे, सारी अतरी पतरी बाहर थी और पत्थर सर के 4 टुकड़े हो गए थे मैम।
अच्छा, फिर आपने पुलिस को फोन किया?
नहीं मैम, पुलिस तो पहले आ चुकी थी। पुलिस वालों ने हमारी घरवाली को ले गया
जी। तो क्या था, मतलब जो दोस्त बताई जा रही है साहिल को जानती थी, तो क्या आपको पता था साहिल के बारे में?
नहीं मैम, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था साहिल के बारे में।
जी, कि बताया जा रहा है उसकी दोस्ती थी उसके साथ, उसको जानती थी, झगड़ा हुआ था दोनों के बीच में।
मैम क्या पता क्या हुआ था, लेकिन ये बारे में मुझे नहीं पता था, झगड़ा हुआ था या दोस्ती थी या क्या था, ये मैम मुझे नहीं पता था, ना मैंने कभी सुना था, ना उसकी किसी सहेलियों से, ना कभी आते जाते उसको कोई लड़के की छेड़छाड़ मैंने देखा। कभी साथ में बाजार जा ले जाते, चल बेटा क्या खाना पीना है, तो ऐसी कोई हमने नहीं देखा कि कोई हरकत कोई लड़का करता हो या उसने कभी ऐसा मुझे दिखी हो। तो ऐसा तो मुझे नहीं था मैम, लेकिन कल जो है जब मुझे पता लगा मैं वहाँ गया तो जब पूछताछ होने लगी तो भाई उनकी एक सहेली थी, वो कहने लगी कि उसकी वो दोस्ती थी क्या थी ऐसा, लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता था। अभी तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि जैसे मेरे बेटी को बेरहमी से मारा है वैसे उसको सजा कड़ी से कड़ी मिलनी चाहिए, जो आगे कोई ऐसे केस या कोई ऐसी करने की हिम्मत ना ले।
कल एक लड़की के घर बर्थडे था, उसी बर्थडे का सामान खरीद के लेके आई है बाजार से, चप्पल वप्पल नया सब कुछ खरीदी है। उसके बाद बाजार में फिर वापसी गई है, उसके बाद बोली मैं शौचालय जा रहा हूँ, शौचालय से आ रही हूँ। उसके बाद उसको पता नहीं किसने मार दिया, मुझे नहीं पता चला।
कब पता चला आपको?
मुझे 9 बजे एक लड़की भागते भागते आई कि तुम साक्षी की मम्मी हो, गेट खोलो, तुम चलो तुमको साक्षी कोई मार दिया। हमने कहा तुम झूठ बोल रही हो।
साहिल को कैसे जानती थी?
हमें नहीं सर पता है।
ये बताया गया कि साहिल के घर पे ही रहती थी साक्षी।
साहिल के घर पे नहीं, उसके घर पे रह रही है। वो नीतू नाम की लड़की है, उसके घर पे रहती थी।
क्या करते थे साहिल, क्या करते थे?
हमें नहीं पता सर, ये साहिल के बारे में हम अभी आज सुनी हूँ, उससे
पहले कभी जानते थे साहिल को?
हम नहीं जानते।
घर आए आपके?
नहीं, हम नहीं सुने।
साक्षी की माँ का यही कहना है कि इसकी दोस्त नीतू थी जिसके पास ये जरूर आती जाती थी अक्सर, लेकिन साहिल को नहीं जानती थी। राजेश खत्री, आज तक शाहबाद डेयरी।
जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको कहां से गिरफ्तार किया गया?
देखिए, जो अभी खबर आई है उसके हिसाब से जो स्पेशल टीम बनी थी इसको बहुत सारे इलाकों में भेजा गया था। यूपी के बुलंदशहर से उसे पकड़ा गया है और वो टीम पकड़कर दिल्ली ला रहे हैं उसे।
सर, और क्या जानकारी मिली है आरोपी के बारे में? आरोपी क्या करता है और किस तरह से इंसिडेंट को अंजाम दिया?
देखिए, ये प्रिलिमिनरी स्टेज ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है। कल देर शाम में ये पुलिस को खबर लगी कि एक लड़की की हत्या हो गई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है, सीसीटीवी वगैरह जो अगल बगल में है उसके आधार पर और पूछताछ के आधार पर ये बात सामने आता है कि साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है। ये बच्ची 16 साल की है। साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी उम्र लगभग 20 बरस है। पहले से जानकारी थी और कुछ अनबन हो गई थी और उस बात को लेकर जब बच्ची एक जगह से किसी अपने दोस्त के यहाँ रुकी हुई थी, जब वापस आ रही थी तब उसको रास्ते में घेरकर उससे बहुत सारे कई बार चाकू से वार किया और पत्थर से उसका सर कुचल दिया। तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कि उस जो एसेलेंट है, एसेलेंट के जितने भी पॉसिबल कनेक्ट, कॉन्टैक्ट या उसका जो लोकेशन वगैरह है, इस सब के आधार पर कई टीमें भेजकर डिस्पैच कर दिया गया था और अब से थोड़ी देर पहले उसको पकड़ लिया गया है।
अच्छा, एक सवाल और है सर, जिसको लगातार तमाम लोग उस पर सवाल भी उठा रहे हैं। जो सीसीटीवी दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें देखा जा रहा है कि कई लोग हैं, वो पासरबाई गुजर रहे हैं, इंसिडेंट होता देख रहे हैं, जो आरोपी है वो चाकू मार रहा है, उसके बाद पत्थर भी उठा के मार रहा है, लेकिन लोग कोई बचाने नहीं आया और इस तरह के इंसिडेंट लगातार हो रहे हैं। इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस क्या करती रहती है?
देखिए, पुलिस का एक फोकस्ड रोल है। मैं केवल एक जनरल यही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये हाइट ऑफ इनसेंसिटिविटी है। हम अगर अपने सामने कोई इस तरह का अपराध होता देख रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए। अगर वो इंटरवीन करते तो शायद ये नहीं होता। तो ये डिफरेंट है। जो पुलिस का हमारा प्रोफेशनल फोकस्ड रोल है कि ये एक नृशंस हत्या है और इसमें आरोपी को हमने पकड़ा है और हम साक्ष्य इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे और इस तरह से इसको फोर्सफुली न्यायालय के सामने रखेंगे ताकि इस पे कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो सके, एक्यूज्ड को मौत की सजा तक।
It's a very gruesome case where a 16-year-old girl is being killed in the daylight in front of so many people crossing when the incident is happening. This man is attacking a young girl. The investigation should be properly done so that he should not be, get free from the judiciary.
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता। लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे, और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी। इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाए जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हों, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है। एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो।
BJP's plans nationwide outreach as Modi government is set to complete 9 years in power. To mark the occasion, the Bharatiya Janata Party has decided to start a mass outreach campaign across the country. Chief ministers of the BJP-ruled states along with union ministers and states are going to hold the press conference on the achievements of Modi government in the last 9 years in non-BJP governed states. The Bharatiya Janata Party is planning to hold around 50 rallies all across the country between 30th of May and 30th of June, of which the Prime Minister is going to be leading the charge and addressing half a dozen rallies. The Reach Out campaign is going to be inaugurated on 31st of May through a mega rally by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Rajasthan's Ajmer. Meanwhile, launching a direct attack on Modi government, Congress is going to be holding 35 press conferences across the length and breadth of the country, starting on Monday, in order to prove that the promises by Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party were truly fictional. Recently, Congress also revealed a document attacking the centre. It was titled "No Saal, No Sawal."
So India is now a country which believes in its own strength. Even if it believed earlier, there was no recognition for it. So there can immediately be voices from opposition parties saying, oh, what, 2014 only onwards that you have belief in yourself? No. Belief and recognition. I appeal to you all at this juncture. The data is there before you. You can always test it. But unless we understand that leadership matters,
9 वर्ष का जो एक कालखंड है, यह एक नए भारत का दर्शन हम सब कर रहे हैं। दुनिया के अंदर भारत के प्रति एक आकर्षण बढ़ा है। दुनिया के अंदर भारत के बारे में लोगों के मन में एक नई जिज्ञासा प्रारंभ हुई है, और यह जो कौतूहल है, जो आश्चर्य है, जो जिज्ञासा है, यह प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कारण।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने। 9 साल बाद आज कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री जी से 9 सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। ये सवाल राहुल गांधी जी ने भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के समय पहले उठाया था। हम चाहते हैं कि इन 9 सवालों पर प्रधानमंत्री अपनी चुप्पी तोड़े।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर, आपसे बड़ा कोई एक्टर नहीं है। आप जो 9 साल से पिक्चर बना रहे हैं ना, वो सब लोग देख के खाली खुश हो रहे, मगर जब ये पिक्चर खत्म होगी तब इस देश के लोगों को ख्याल आएगा, अरे ये पिक्चर थी, रियलिटी नहीं थी।
The Karnataka cabinet conundrum continues to grow after being denied the chief minister's post and not getting any assurance about the rotational chief minister guarantee. The deputy chief minister of Karnataka has not been given the finance ministry. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has kept the finance ministry to himself, while D.K. Shivakumar has got major and medium irrigation and Bengaluru city development. Notably, while G. Parmeshwara has got the Home Department, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has kept intelligence with himself. Moreover, H.K. Patil has got Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Legislation and Tourism. The Health and Family Welfare Department has been given to Dinesh Gundu Rao.
First they give 15 lakh rupees to all the account. When BJP had assured 1 lakh rupees loan to be waived off. First they keep up their word. We know how to keep up a word. What opposition has. First let them do their job. People has given us a mandate. We will honor our mandate.
Pilot versus Gehlot rages on in Rajasthan. Ahead of the crucial meeting with the High Command, Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot has attacked disgruntled Congress Neta Sachin Pilot and said that the grand old party cannot give away important posts just to pacify anyone. Congress Chief Malik is going to be meeting Ashok Gehlot and discuss the tussle with Pilot as well as strategize the upcoming Rajasthan elections. According to sources, former Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot may likely join the meeting as well. Remember, the two leaders have been embroiled in internal power tussle for over 4 years now. It remains to be seen if the party chief Kharge acts as a peacemaker and puts an end to this fight.
कांग्रेस पार्टी तो मजबूत है कि ऐसी स्थिति नहीं आई कि आप किसी को मनाने के लिए ऑफर करो, आप कौन सा पद स्वीकार करोगे। ऐसा आज तक ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं जिंदगी में, ना कभी होगा। कांग्रेस बहुत मजबूत संगठन है, आज भी हाईकमांड बहुत मजबूत है। ना किसी कार्यकर्ता नेता की इतनी हिम्मत है वो कहने ये नहीं मैं ये लूंगा पद। कांग्रेस पार्टी तो मजबूत है कि ऐसी स्थिति नहीं आई कि आप किसी को मनाने के लिए ऑफर करो, आप कौन सा पद स्वीकार करोगे। ऐसा आज तक ऐसे कभी हुआ नहीं जिंदगी में, ना कभी होगा। कांग्रेस बहुत मजबूत संगठन है, आज भी हाईकमांड बहुत मजबूत है। ना किसी कार्यकर्ता नेता की इतनी हिम्मत है वो कहने ये नहीं मैं ये लूंगा पद। ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है। ये सब स्टोरी अखबार में चलती रहती है या फिर कुछ लोग चलाते रहते हैं या स्टोरी बनवाते रहते होंगे, कोई दम नहीं है।
राजस्थान का विवाद आज सुलझ जाएगा क्योंकि अशोक गहलोत और सचिन पायलट दोनों से आप मुलाकात करने वाले हैं, इस तरह की
हाँ करने वाले हैं। आने के बाद ही मालूम होगा कि डिस्कशन करेंगे, पार्टी के हित में जो कुछ बातें होगी वो चर्चा करेंगे।
Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, news for the hearing impaired.
Paytm has launched a credit card in collaboration with SBI Cards and NCPI. The RuPay card offers exclusive privileges to customers worth up to 75,000 rupees with a complimentary Paytm First membership that also includes offers for OTT platforms and flight ticket discounts through the Paytm app. Cardholders will also receive a 2% cashback on all purchases on the app and a 1% cashback on spends elsewhere.
दो मार्केट शेयर हो जाते हैं पेमेंट में. हाउ मेनी पीपल यूज आवर कंज्यूमर ऐप एंड हाउ मेनी पीपल यूज आवर मर्चेंट सर्विसेज. Merchant services, we dominate in this country. More number of merchant take payment using Paytm technology than any other, if you will. On issuing side, I think we've stayed focused on select customer base and we are continuously growing. Our public listed company होने का advantage है. You're seeing our numbers quarter on quarter and user on user. We are committed to grow. What we are not chasing is a sort of vanity number, if you will. What we are chasing is a good customer base and we are focused on monetization as you've seen it. So we are consciously bothering about which kind of customers to acquire, which means that market share wise it may not be material, but on a revenue market share it is significantly material.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Now.
A 16-year-old girl was murdered brutally in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil. Sahil has been arrested from Bulandshahr. Victim's parents are demanding death penalty for him. The Congress party has refused to extend support to Aam Aadmi Party in its battle against the centre over controlling services in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party has been seeking support of the opposition parties in order to oppose the centre's ordinance. Delhi High Court issued notice to Malik after appeal by the NIA demanding death penalty for him. Backing Yasin Malik, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has said the case must be reviewed and reconsidered since even the assassins of a prime minister were pardoned.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajrang, among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super. And I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product, and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। एयरटेल 5G प्लस।
She was stabbed over 20 times. Her head smashed 5 times with a slab. India numbed over murder, most foul. 16-year-old Sakshi butchered for spurning Sahil. Delhiites stood on the side and watched her die. Delhi demonic crime quakes India. Top focus on 5 Live.
India's national capital has for long been known as the murder capital, the rape capital, the most unsafe city for women. And today, the killing of 16-year-old Sakshi in a part of India's national capital has come as a truly diabolical reminder of why each of those definitions are totally and shamefully appropriate for Hamari Delhi. It's a city we love. Those who live in it cherish it and miss it when they're not there. But this is the city that has been the bedrock of the worst crimes this country has had to see. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live, and I'm going to take you through the latest. First, the headlines. A murder most foul in the heart of Delhi. It is heartbreaking, terrifying, and I'm going to tell you some details that aren't being reported just yet. Teenager stabbed to death by her jilted lover, 20-year-old Sahil arrested by the Delhi police. Key details of the FIR against the wrestlers who've been protesting has been accessed by us. FIR says police alerted the stir will hit the national prestige, reveals wrestlers broke barricades and obstructed the police. Prime Minister Modi government to complete 9 years, over 50 rallies planned across India. 12 BJP bigwigs to woo voters in states. Congress assures mega 2024 win against Modi. Delhi High Court issues notice to terrorist Yasin Malik on NIA plea seeking his death penalty. Notice to be served through Tihar Jail Authority. Chandrayaan-3 reaches Sriharikota for journey to the moon on ISRO's powerful GSLV Mark III rocket, launch slated for June. In Delhi, we have never been unused to grisly crimes. Some of those crimes caught on camera. We've been used to viral videos of crimes being committed against women. This is the city in which the Nirbhaya crime happened as well. But the video that you see here capturing the merciless, diabolical murder of 16-year-old Sakshi by her jilted lover Sahil has quaked, shattered, terrified and numbed not just this city, but I suspect the entire country as well. I just got here from out of station and I can tell you that people all around me were watching the news on their mobile phones and consuming this horrifying video clip captured on CCTV of the killing of a 16-year-old woman by her jilted lover. He stabs her repeatedly. He smashes her head with stones. There is nothing to sensationalize in this crime because that is how terrible and horrible every aspect of it is. In a moment, you're going to hear from the families, you're going to hear from our reporters, and we will piece together how Sahil, just 20 years old himself, an AC mechanic, could pull himself to commit such a murder, and that too against someone who he called his own girlfriend. India stands numbed, but viewer, I don't only want to tell you about the crime, because this being Delhi, they say Delhi hai dilwalon ka. Well, this video has proven just how heartless Delhi can actually be. Take a very close look at the pictures once again. In the background, you can see the murder taking place, the repeated stabbing of young Sakshi, the murder of Sakshi by Sahil. But please note, viewer, what is perhaps even more terrifying, even more ghastly, and even more unbelievable to all of us. Residents coolly walking by, hardly reacting, hardly breaking into a jog. They don't even speed in their pace. They see the murder taking place in front of them and they just stroll by. They casually glance at the murder being committed, but there is no reaction. Forget about trying to intervene and stop the crime from happening. They don't even try to get away quickly. Small little glance out of curiosity. They turn around to look ki kya ho raha hai yahan par. That it's a murder taking place. It's a well-lit area. It's a street in Delhi. And they simply carry on with their work, carry on with their day. This is an image that should shatter, terrify and numb Delhi and the country, perhaps as much as, if not more, than the crime you see happening in the background. It is too grisly for us to show you those pictures without a blur on them, viewer, because that is the reality of what took place and what happened to young Sakshi. Gut-wrenching is the murder of this 16-year-old girl in the national capital. Sakshi was stabbed, as you no doubt can tell from the video, over 20 times by her jilted lover Sahil in Rohini's Shahabad Dairy area. This is a part of North Delhi. She was stabbed incessantly while all of those passers-by, each one of them will be judged at some point, I hope. They did absolutely nothing. They ignored her screams, and when she fell silent, they simply had a look like it was some mela going on, and they simply walked by. The act was so horrific that at one point, Sahil's knife got stuck in young Sakshi's head, but Sahil did not stop. When Sakshi had succumbed to the stabbings, when she had collapsed to the floor, he kept hitting her with the knife and then smashed her head with a heavy stone. The reason why I'm bringing you these details is because this is a crime that everyone is talking about at this point of time. You're tuned in and you're watching 5 Live here on India Today, but I can tell you across Delhi and across India, people are watching this story with a fresh wave of horror. Sahil picked up a heavy slab lying nearby and started hitting her as people continued to walk by with absolute indifference. Not even a single person, not one person. I wish I could say one person stopped you, but not a single person tried to intervene or stop Sahil or try and call the police immediately or gather forces and try and overpower Sahil. Any one of them could have done it. I know it's easy to say. I know it's easy to say, viewer. Believe me, when it comes to intervening, helping others, helping people you don't know, the good Samaritan impulse practically does not exist in this country. But when you see a young woman being butchered in that manner, would you not, think about it for a moment, viewer, would you not at least try and gather others to try and overpower this monster and in some way possibly try and save her, if not get her to a hospital? Sahil and Sakshi were allegedly in a relationship and had a fight a day earlier to this incident. Sakshi was going to attend her friend's son's birthday party when Sahil reportedly stopped her in that lane near his house and then committed this horrific crime. Sahil has been arrested from Bulandshahr in Uttar Pradesh. Sakshi's parents, not surprisingly, are demanding the death penalty.
जो अक्यूज्ड है उसको कहां से गिरफ्तार किया गया?
देखिए, जो अभी खबर आई है उसके हिसाब से जो स्पेशल टीम बनी थी, इसको बहुत सारे इलाकों में भेजा गया था। यूपी के बुलंदशहर से उसे पकड़ा गया है और वो टीम पकड़कर दिल्ली ला रहे हैं उसे।
सर, और क्या जानकारी मिली है आरोपी के बारे में? आरोपी क्या करता है और किस तरह से इंसिडेंट को अंजाम दिया?
देखिए, ये प्रिलिमिनरी स्टेज ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है। कल देर शाम में ये पुलिस को खबर लगी कि एक लड़की की हत्या हो गई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है, सीसीटीवी वगैरह जो अगल बगल में है उसके आधार पर और पूछताछ के आधार पर ये बात सामने आता है कि साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है। ये बच्ची 16 साल की है। साहिल नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी उम्र लगभग 20 बरस है। पहले से जानकारी थी और कुछ अनबन हो गई थी और उस बात को लेकर जब बच्ची एक जगह से किसी अपने दोस्त के यहाँ रुकी हुई थी, जब वापस आ रही थी तब उसको रास्ते में घेरकर उससे बहुत सारे कई बार चाकू से वार किया और पत्थर से उसका सर कुचल दिया। तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कि उस जो एसेलेंट है, एसेलेंट के जितने भी पॉसिबल कनेक्ट, कॉन्टैक्ट या उसका जो लोकेशन वगैरह है, इस सब के आधार पर कई टीमें भेजकर डिस्पैच कर दिया गया था और अब से थोड़ी देर पहले उसको पकड़ लिया गया है।
अच्छा, एक सवाल और है सर, जिसको लगातार तमाम लोग उस पर सवाल भी उठा रहे हैं। जो सीसीटीवी दिखाई दे रहा है उसमें देखा जा रहा है कि कई लोग हैं वो पासरबाई गुजर रहे हैं, इंसिडेंट होता देख रहे हैं, जो आरोपी है वो चाकू मार रहा है, उसके बाद पत्थर भी उठा के मार रहा है, लेकिन लोग कोई बचाने नहीं आया और इस तरह के इंसिडेंट लगातार हो रहे हैं। इसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस क्या करती रहती है?
देखिए, पुलिस का एक फोकस्ड रोल है। मैं केवल एक जनरल यही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये हाइट ऑफ इनसेंसिटिविटी है। हम अगर अपने सामने कोई इस तरह का अपराध होता देख रहे हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हमें इंटरवीन करना चाहिए। अगर वो इंटरवीन करते तो शायद ये नहीं होता। तो ये डिफरेंट है। जो पुलिस का हमारा प्रोफेशनल फोकस्ड रोल है कि ये एक नृशंस हत्या है और इसमें आरोपी को हमने पकड़ा है और हम साक्ष्य इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे और इस तरह से इसको फोर्सफुली न्यायालय के सामने रखेंगे ताकि इस पे कड़ी से कड़ी सजा हो सके, एक्यूज्ड को मौत की सजा तक।
माफ करिएगा, दोबारा पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि सर इस वक्त आप लाइव हो चुके हैं आज तक पर। तो मेरा ये सवाल है कि किस तरीके से पुलिस को ये जानकारी मिली थी इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में?
देखिए, इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में सबसे पहले लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन में जो पुलिस के स्टाफ हैं उनको कहीं से जानकारी मिली कि ऐसी घटना हुई है। पुलिस वहां पहुंचती है, पहुंचने के बाद उसने जो होता हुआ दिखा, उसके बाद सीसीटीवी और अगल बगल में पूछताछ से और लड़की जो विक्टिम है उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके एक सर्कमस्टांसेस एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस हम लोगों ने इस बात का आकलन कर लिया और पता कर लिया। उसके बाद जो टीम्स हैं वो डिस्पैच हो गई और एक मोटा मोटी क्या कारण हो सकता है या है इसके बारे में जानकारी हासिल किया, एक्यूज्ड आइडेंटिफाई किया और टीम गई और टीम को आज पकड़ा गया है। और बाकी जो इससे रिलेटेड एविडेंसेस हैं ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिल सके उस पर टीम काम कर रही है और अब उसे एक्यूज्ड को पकड़ के लाएंगे और आगे की कानूनी कार्रवाई।
सवाल है मेरा, जो आपने बताया वजह क्या है, क्या कारण है कि इतनी बड़ी हैवानियत को अंजाम दिया जो अक्यूज्ड है साहिल, जिसको आपने गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया?
देखिए, मुकम्मल तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद ये बात सामने आएगी, लेकिन एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस जो बच्ची है उससे एसेलेंट की कोई जानकारी थी। शायद इधर कुछ दिनों में या तो कोई झगड़ा हुआ है या बच्ची ने बात करना बंद कर दिया। इसका रोष, इसका गुस्सा क्राइम फॉर पैशन दिखता है एट फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस।
लास्ट मैसेज, चूंकि आप स्पेशल कमिश्नर हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे उन लोगों को? क्योंकि देखिए जो सीसीटीवी है सर, उसमें कई लोग वहां से गुजरते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कई भीड़ वहां खड़ी है। किसी ने बहुत ज्यादा रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश नहीं की। अगर रिएक्ट करने की कोशिश की होती, यही सवाल उठ रहा है, लोग यही उठा रहे हैं, तो शायद पीड़िता की जान बच सकती थी।
देखिए, दिल्ली एक महानगर है, यहाँ एनोनिमिटी है, लेकिन संबंधों की दुनिया ही समाज है। अगर हम अपने आसपास में इस तरह की कोई घटना होते हुए देखते हैं तो टू बेस्ट ऑफ आवर एबिलिटी हमको इंटरवीन कर इसको रोकना चाहिए, हो हल्ला मचाना चाहिए और जो एसेलेंट है उसको डिसुएड करना चाहिए, उसको कंटेन करना चाहिए ताकि इससे जान बच सकती है। एक बात, जो पुलिस का फोकस्ड रोल है, हम इसको विथ स्पीड एंड सर्टेनिटी इस पर हम एक्शन कर रहे हैं, करेंगे ताकि इसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, इफेक्टिव डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन इफेक्ट हो और इस तरह की घटना आगे फ्यूचर में ना होने पाए। और इस केस में साक्ष्य को इस तरह से इकट्ठा करेंगे ताकि कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले, इसे मौत की भी सजा मिले।
कल एक लड़की के घर बर्थडे था, उसी बर्थडे का सामान खरीद के लेके आई है बाजार से, चप्पल वप्पल नया सब कुछ खरीदी है। उसके बाद बाजार में फिर वापसी गई है। उसके बाद बोली मैं शौचालय जा रहा हूँ, शौचालय सर आ रही हूँ। उसके बाद उसको पता नहीं किसने मार दिया, मुझे नहीं पता चला।
कब पता चला आपको?
मुझे 9 बजे एक लड़की भागते भागते आई कि तुम साक्षी की मम्मी हो, गेट खोलो, तुम चलो, तुमको साक्षी कोई मार दिया। हमने कहा तुम झूठ बोल रही हो।
साहिल को कैसे जानती थी?
हमें नहीं सर पता है।
ये बताया गया कि साहिल के घर पे ही रहती थी साक्षी।
साहिल के घर पे नहीं, उसके घर पे रह रही है। वो नीतू नाम की लड़की है, उसके घर पे रहती थी।
क्या करते थे साहिल, क्या करते थे?
हमें नहीं पता सर, ये साहिल के बारे में हम अभी आज सुनी हूँ।
पहले कभी जानते थे साहिल को?
हम नहीं जानते।
घर आए आपके?
नहीं, हम नहीं सुने।
साक्षी की माँ का यही कहना है कि इसकी दोस्त नीतू थी जिसके पास ये जरूर आती जाती थी अक्सर, लेकिन साहिल को नहीं जानती थी। राजेश खत्री, आज तक शाहबाद डेयरी।
I want to go straight across to the murder spot itself, where India Today's Shreya Chatterjee has been reporting since the story broke on India Today earlier today. Shreya, horrifying images. Nobody has been able to digest the barbarity that's been captured on that CCTV camera. As you reported, Sahil has been arrested. He was apparently picked up in Bulandshahr in UP. Take us through what happens next procedurally, Shreya, first.
Shiv, after the arrest of Sahil, what we will likely see is the Delhi police obviously producing him before the court and taking his remand. What we have already understood
Police is making a strong case. Possibly they'll ensure penalty, because from the visuals that has been caught in the CCTV camera of the area where I'm standing right now, this was a monstrous act. This is the very wall against which Sakshi was pinned down. She was stabbed 21 times. That did not, quench the thirst of this monstrous man, Sahil. He went again, bludgeoned her with a slab. But what probably is the most unfortunate is this is a busy stretch. As we see that there are people around thronging the region. The CCTV captured the same. Not a single person acted as a good Samaritan, tried to stop Sahil. It was not a difficult act because, something that I have been, thinking ever since I've come in this area, there are heaps of stones lying. The basic thing a man could have done is just picked a stone and probably thrown at this person, Sahil. But no person made this courageous act. If they would have, possibly Sakshi would have been alive.
That's exactly what I was wondering as well, Shreya, when we started this show. As disturbing, as terrifying as the crime itself is the unbelievable apathy and indifference of each of those people passing by. They hardly stop for a second. They glance. It's not like it was very dark. You could easily see what was taking place. The girl was screaming in the first part of the video, apparently. And they just continue to walk. None of them even stop. They just keep walking. And they could have easily collected a few people and overpowered Sahil.
Well, easily they could have done that. I cannot deny that it was a difficult task. This man wasn't wielding a gun. He had a knife. Overpowering Sahil wasn't difficult. Where I'm standing right now, Shiv, this is a house. There are people living inside. What unfortunately happened, no one really thought they should come out and stop him. What their alibi is, they do not want to come on camera, but they say that Sahil was shouting over here saying that if anyone comes out, he will attack them too. That's what stopped everyone to come and stop Sahil. Not a single person acted as a good Samaritan. Possibly that could have saved Sakshi. But also one question that a lot of locals here have been raising is that this particular area has seen a lot of nefarious activities. There are people like drug addicts who come over here. Despite so, Delhi police patrolling is also very low and relatively not seen in the area. There's some answering also on the part of the police because probably that's also missing somewhere on the ground.
Shreya, thanks for that update. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. Being produced in court is the next step since Sahil has now been arrested from UP's Bulandshahr. We'll get you a bit about how he was arrested as well. There are some interesting details and disturbing details from that angle as well. But here are some reactions coming in from some eyewitnesses on the ground, as also people from the National and State Commission for Women in the capital.
सर हमें यही था, पता चला कि काफी भीड़ लगी हुई थी, हम लोग आए उधर से तो कहते हैं यहाँ किसी को मार के फेंक दिया है कुछ लड़कों ने और वो भाग गए। तो उसके बाद हम लोग भी आए, काफी देर तक भीड़ थी, काफी देर तक लड़की पड़ी थी, करीब आधे पौने घंटे वो लड़की यहीं पड़ी थी। पुलिस के आने के बाद जब फॉरेंसिक आई तो उसके बाद वो लेके
अगर मान लो रिलेशनशिप भी हो, उसने ना किया, जो कि मीडिया की द्वारा पता लग रहा है कि कुछ ऐसा हुआ, लड़ाई हुई, तो वो किस लिए ना नहीं ले पाते? क्यों नहीं सोच पाते कि लड़की की अपनी मर्जी भी हो सकती है? लोगों में इतना कैसे सहन हो सकता है कि वो एक लड़की को पिटते देख लें और वो भी अब हत्या करते देख लें और ना रोके?
दिल्ली एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा असुरक्षित जगह है महिलाओं के लिए और बच्चियों के लिए, और साथ में दिल्ली बहुत असंवेदनशील भी हो गई है। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ये मानती हूँ कि आज दिल्ली में किसी को डर नहीं लगता। लोगों को लगता है कि वो किसी भी महिला के खिलाफ, किसी भी बच्ची के खिलाफ कुछ भी कर देंगे, घिनौना से घिनौना अपराध कर देंगे और कानून व्यवस्था और दिल्ली पुलिस उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएगी। इसको बदलने की ज़रूरत है। मेरी केंद्र सरकार से अपील है, तुरंत एक हाई लेवल कमेटी की मीटिंग बुलाएं जिसमें देश के होम मिनिस्टर हों, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस सीधे सीधे उन्हें रिपोर्ट करती है। एलजी साहब हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर हो और दिल्ली महिला आयोग की अध्यक्ष हो।
Now, the deceased girl, Sakshi's father, has unsurprisingly demanded the death penalty for Sahil. My daughter was stabbed many times. Her head was bludgeoned into pieces. I want to tell you that India Today will continue to cover this case with a great deal of sensitivity, and we will tread very carefully in the claims and the reportage that we're doing on this developing story. Here is what Sakshi's father has just told the press.
देखी तो बड़ी भीड़ भाड़ लगी थी। फिर सर जी आए, बोले चलो घर वाले को ले गए। तो वहाँ से उसने फोन की मेरे को, बोली ये तो मर गई, आगे देखो। तो मैं गया तो पहचाना कि हाँ भाई मेरी बेटी।
कैसी हालत थी जब आपने देखा वहाँ पर?
मैम उसकी बहुत बुरी हालत थी मैम। उसके जो है पेट में इतने चक्कू मारे थे, सारी अतरी पतड़ी बाहर थी और पत्थर सर के 4 टुकड़े हो गए थे मैम।
अच्छा, फिर आपने पुलिस को फोन किया?
नहीं मैम, पुलिस तो पहले आ चुकी थी। पुलिस वालों ने हमारी घरवाली को ले गया।
जी, तो क्या था मतलब जो दोस्त बताई जा रही है साहिल को जानती थी, तो क्या आपको पता था साहिल के बारे में?
नहीं मैम, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था साहिल के बारे में।
जी, कि बताया जा रहा है उसकी दोस्ती थी उसके साथ, उसको जानती थी, झगड़ा हुआ था दोनों के बीच में।
मैम क्या पता क्या हुआ था, लेकिन ये बारे में मुझे नहीं पता था, झगड़ा हुआ था या दोस्ती थी या क्या था, ये मैम मुझे नहीं पता था। ना मैंने कभी सुना था, ना उसकी किसी सहेलियों से, ना कभी आते जाते उसको कोई लड़के की छेड़छाड़ मैंने देखा। कभी साथ में बाजार जा ले जाते, चल बेटा क्या खाना पीना है, तो ऐसी कोई हमने नहीं देखा कि कोई हरकत कोई लड़का करता हो या उसने कभी ऐसा मुझे दिखी हो। तो ऐसा तो मुझे नहीं था मैम। लेकिन कल जो है जब मुझे पता लगा, मैं वहाँ गया तो जब पूछताछ होने लगी तो भाई उनकी एक सहेली थी, वो कहने लगी कि उसकी वो दोस्ती थी क्या थी ऐसा, लेकिन मुझे नहीं पता था। अभी तो मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि जैसे मेरे बेटी को बेरहमी से मारा है, वैसे उसको सजा कड़ी से कड़ी मिलनी चाहिए, जो आगे कोई ऐसे केस या कोई ऐसी करने की हिम्मत ना ले।
Okay, let's go straight across to Shreya once again to get an update on that. Shreya, not surprising whatsoever after such a ghastly crime for parents in shock to demand the death penalty. They've lost their child in the most horrible, grisly manner. So one can only imagine their mental state at this point of time. I wanted to ask you, Shreya, since you've been at the site and the spot through the day, the mother of Sakshi says she has no idea who Sahil was. Was the family aware? Did they know about what was going on? Were they familiar with Sahil?
Of the presence of Sahil in Sakshi's life. The mother has spoken to the media, and the mother is very clearly suggested that she wasn't aware that Sahil knew Sakshi. And what is another shocking development that we've learned is that Sakshi wasn't staying with the parents for the last 10 to 15 days. He was staying at a friend Neetu's house. It was the birthday of Neetu's son yesterday, something that Sahil was aware of, and that's exactly how he intercepted Sakshi in this very spot and subsequently carried out the entire murder. But so far as the family knowing about Sahil's whereabouts in Sakshi's life, they clearly denied that. They say they did not know that Sahil was Sakshi's friend.
Okay, Shreya, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. The victim's father has also spoken out at this point of time, demanding the death penalty. We've got more breaking news coming in now. Okay, Sakshi's friend has also spoken out, says Sakshi knew Sahil for more than 3 to 4 years. The two were fighting because Sakshi had refused any conversation with Sahil. Listen in, Sakshi's friend has just spoken out, says that they knew each other for the last 3 to 4 years. The two were fighting because Sakshi had refused to speak to Sahil. They'd obviously had an altercation or maybe had broken up.
मेरे हस्बैंड कहीं बाहर गए काम के सिलसिले में, तो मैं अकेली थी 2 बच्चों के साथ। वो मेरे पास ही ज़्यादा खुश रहती थी, इसलिए मेरे पास ही थी। मुझे मिलती है बाज़ार में वो कपड़े लेती है मेरी बेटी के लिए। फिर वहाँ से सीधा कहती नहीं तो आप घर जाओ, मैं अपने घर जा रही हूँ। वो भावना के पास जा रही हूँ, मतलब भावना नाम की दोस्त है हमारी, उनके पास गई थी वो। तो वहाँ से उसने यूँ बोला कि मैं जा रही हूँ फ्रेश होने, टॉयलेट जा रही हूँ वॉशरूम। उसके बाद से सर वो वापस नहीं आया हमारे।
कौन है लड़का जिसने?
साहिल नाम का लड़का है।
साहिल नाम का। कितने दिन से इस लड़की से मिल रहा था?
सर मेरी तो जान पहचान इससे 6 या 7 महीने ही हुए इस लड़की से, लेकिन वो लड़की पहले से साहिल को जानती थी करीब 3-4 साल से।
3-4 साल से जानती थी। आपको मालूम था इसको लड़की का 3-4 साल से?
नहीं सर, उस टाइम तो यार मेरे को मालूम नहीं था, लेकिन जब ये मेरे बिल्कुल क्लोज आ गई उसके बाद इसने मुझे बताया था कि दीदी साहिल नाम के लड़के से मेरी दोस्ती है।
तो अगर दोस्ती थी तो इसने फिर चाकू?
सर इनकी लड़ाई चल रही थी काफ़ी टाइम से।
किस बात?
बात ना कर रही थी।
And this being the national capital, obviously politics has followed the grisly crime. The 16-year-old's death is now the big flashpoint over which politicians are fighting. While the Aam Aadmi Party is blaming the Delhi Lieutenant Governor who's appointed by the centre, the BJP has provided a love jihad twist to this ghastly crime. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has hit out at the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, saying it's his responsibility, law and order is his responsibility, and that criminals have become fearless. There is no fear of the police in the national capital. For our viewers who may not be familiar, remember the Delhi police doesn't come under the Delhi government. It comes under the national capital territory, the Lieutenant Governor and thereby the Home Ministry at the centre. Meanwhile, the BJP has trained its guns at the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP leader Kapil Mishra has linked the gruesome murder to the Kerala story. He further said that even Shraddha, remember Shraddha Walkar? He said she's not got justice yet and doesn't know how many more Shraddhas are becoming victims of this brutality every day. That's his insinuation that this is love jihad.
दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया है ये साहिल सन ऑफ सरफराज है जो मार रहा है और वो एक नाबालिग हिंदू बेटी है जिसको इस प्रकार से गोदा जा रहा है, चक्कुओं से पत्थरों से मारा जा रहा है और भरी भीड़ के बीच में कोई बचा नहीं पा रहा उस बिटिया को। ये गली गली कितनी केरला स्टोरी, आखिर कितनी, कब तक बेटियों को इस तरह मारा जाता रहेगा ऐसे निर्दयता के साथ, इस प्रकार कुचल कुचल के। और अभी इसी दिल्ली में श्रद्धा के साथ भी यही हुआ था। अभी तक श्रद्धा के हत्यारे को भी कोई फांसी नहीं हुई। तो ये न्यायपालिका की भी बहुत बड़ी फेलियर है। अगर श्रद्धा का हत्यारा फांसी पे लटका हुआ होता तो शायद इस साहिल की, सरफराज के बेटे साहिल की हिम्मत नहीं होती।
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है। उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था और उससे भी दुखद है कि वहाँ 5-7 लोग खड़े हैं। तो मतलब दिल्ली में इंसानियत नाम की चीज़ बची नहीं है। लोग एक दूसरे की मदद नहीं करते, अविश्वास है। लेकिन जहाँ तक एक ही संप्रदाय की बात है तो मैं फिर कहता हूँ कि जो राजनीतिक दल तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं, एक धर्म विशेष को खुश करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उनको इस घटना से सबक लेना चाहिए। अगर वो बच्ची उस युवक को मना कर रही है कि भाई मुझे तुमसे बात नहीं करनी है, तो सिर्फ इसलिए कि उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं। तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की ज़रूरत है। और जिस भी साहिल नाम शायद उसका बताया है, जिसने भी ये हरकत की है, उसके खिलाफ पुलिस कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई करी। मेरी भी पुलिस से अधिकारियों से बात हुई है और उन्होंने विश्वास दिलाया है कि हमने आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया है और जल्दी वो सलाखों के पीछे होगा।
बार बार इस बात को कहा है कि दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था अगर एलजी साहब की 2-3 प्रमुख जिम्मेदारियों में से एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है तो एलजी साहब ऐसा कुछ करते हुए क्यों नहीं दिखाई देते कि दिल्ली की जनता और दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था, दिल्ली की पुलिस के बीच जो अविश्वास की खाई है वो कम होती नजर आए। ऐसा करते हुए एलजी साहब कभी भी क्यों नहीं दिखते।
Very quick break here. On the other side, Delhi High Court issues notice to terrorist Yasin Malik on the NIA's plea seeking his death penalty. But you won't be surprised about the politicians who are actually speaking out for him. Full story next.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
It is no less than a miracle. Kurt Oskam would never have walked again.
He suffered a spinal cord injury 12 years ago and the 40-year-old had no chance of using his feet again. Today he's back on his feet, walking with the use of crutches thanks to the so-called digital bridge between his brain and the nerves below his injury.
Within 5 to 10 minutes, I could control my hips, like they were like the brain implant picked up what I was doing with my hips, so that was like the best outcome, I think, for everyone.
When Oscar thinks about walking, electrodes in his brain relay the messages to electrodes on his spinal cord, stimulating the spine. Oscar took part in a trial in 2018 that showed with intensive training, the human mind could trigger artificial electrical impulses to stimulate the spine and spur movement. Now, when Oscar thinks about walking, the skull implants detect electrical activity in the cortex, the outer layer of the brain.
So when everything is installed, the patient has first to learn how to work with his brain signals, and we also have to learn how to correlate this brain signal to the spinal cord stimulation. But this is pretty short. In a few sessions, everything is linked and the patient starts training.
Interestingly, the study and its miraculous results were revealed the same day. That an American company, Neuralink, announced that it had received approval from the US Food and Drug Administration to implant chips in human brains. The announcement was retweeted by Elon Musk, who is the founder of the 7-year-old company. The company claims that its chips can surgically be inserted into the brain by a robot and are capable of decoding brain activity and linking it to the computers. Up until now, the company has conducted research only in animals. It is, however, unclear when the human trial will.
On the green carpet at IFA 2020, how is the feeling that you've come here and your co-actor is hosting the show?
It's great. I'm feeling suddenly a little lonely because Kapil is missing. Kapil is Vicky in my film on the 2nd of June. So he was lovely enough to do most of this carpet with me, even though he did it yesterday. But now he's been summoned to host, so he's no more a dost.
Sarah, you just walked the Cannes red carpet. How was the feeling and what 3 things that you learned there?
I think that I learned that every country has their own culture, you know. I mean, of course, we know this. But seeing it being celebrated, you know, I was with actors from Saudi Arabia. I was with an actor from Egypt. I was with an actor from Lebanon, an actor from Paris. I even met Leonardo DiCaprio. And I think that ultimately, despite all our national differences in terms of just regions, the passion that we all feel is the same. And truly, it shows me how cinema transcends all kinds of nationalistic boundaries.
If you had to walk the green carpet with one Hollywood star, who would be?
I think right now Vicky Kaushal is the only thing I will say, even though I know you said Hollywood. But Ryan Gosling. मैं हमेशा ऐसे करती हूँ, मैं सही जवाब देके and मैं बोल ही देती हूँ.
What are you wearing today?
I am wearing a sari because I'm hatke. So it's a hatke sari by Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla.
One thing that you cannot step out without from home?
Nothing really. I'm a very avid traveler. So I mean, like, I enjoy Kedarnath as much as I enjoy Cannes, as much as I enjoy Kolkata, as much as I enjoy Abu Dhabi. And funny thing, I've been to all of these in the span of 20 days. So I don't think ऐसी कोई एक चीज़ है जो हर जगह गई है except me. Maybe sunblock.
Who's the inspiration behind your styling?
Nobody, it's me. To be very honest, it's me, and Mama has just raised me in a way. I think style was a very important factor in her life, and I was just raised around her being stylish and styling my father. So I don't think about anybody else. I just think about what I would like to wear, and I wear it.
Babil, what was her first reaction when she saw you on screen?
I was very nervous about her reaction because she used to critique Baba like hell. Like Baba used to think, "Aaj to bahut hi acha actor hu main." And Mama used to be like, "Baith jao," you know. And Mama used to really like instruct him on where he has to go in terms of his craft. So I was really nervous. And she, of course, she's, you know, it's not easy for her to say that you did a good job.
Politics over the new parliament inauguration hotting up in a big way after the inauguration. Now West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has fired her own shot, posting before and after pictures of her view of what parliament currently looks like. She's posted a picture of parliament after Independence Day and a picture of the Prime Minister along with the seers from Tamil Nadu, obviously insinuating that parliament has been taken over by religious seers, an attack on Hindutva by Mamata Banerjee, escalating the politics over India's new parliament. I want to go across to India today's Ritik Monda live from Kolkata. Ritik, the new parliament inauguration, the crossfire over it, obviously not going to peter out anytime soon, clearly. And Mamata Banerjee firing, a very emotive shot, a black and white picture from right after independence and a picture from yesterday's ceremony.
Right. Exactly, Shiv. We did see that the slugfest between the ruling BJP and the opposition party had started yesterday on the occasion of inauguration of new parliament building. We know that like other opposition parties, TMC also stayed away, taking part in this much talked about ceremony. But now this is first reaction is coming since this mega event unfolded in national capital yesterday. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee took this to her Twitter handle, posted a picture. One of the picture, what we can see, a very old picture, just the post-independent, depicting Jawaharlal Nehru and other top leaders of the nation, and in which we can read that after independence, we read, and of course another picture, the glimpses and the momentum we had yesterday at the new parliament building, with Prime Minister and other dignitaries and guests. So, and Mamata Banerjee gone on record stating, and now actually it's very very significant. We believe, we know that TMC, several top leaders and member of parliaments, they hit out at BJP, like the way they kept the president Draupadi Murmu away from this ceremony, and now Mamata Banerjee's very significant reaction, and she took this to her Twitter handle. It's very significant. It seems like this war of words will continue in future as well.
Ritwik, thanks very much for getting us the latest on that. This is an escalation from Mamata Banerjee's side, a clear signal that the inauguration of parliament may be over, but the issue is not going to be allowed to rest. It's going to be the fuel for politics going forward until the next parliament session. Going to be very interesting to see what the next parliament session is going to look like, especially since it's going to happen in this new parliament building. Will the boycott of that new parliament continue? Will there be greater protests by all of these political parties that decided to stay away from parliament? In what form or shape is that protest and dissent going to take by the opposition? We'll have to wait and see. But now it's very interestingly shape-shifted from contemporary politics into a before and after, the then and now, the Nehru cabinet versus Modi with all of these Hindu seers from South India. Obviously an insinuation being made that Modi has taken over parliament and infused it with Hindu religiosity. But that is not perhaps a fair comparison, given that that's not the cabinet. But the politics and the insinuation of what Mamata Banerjee is saying is absolutely and utterly clear. And this is the flashpoint that we're reporting to you right now. courtesy the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Remember, the Trinamool is one of over 20 parties that had decided to vociferously boycott the ceremony that took place for the inauguration of the new parliament yesterday. And that, of course, included the installation of the ornamental Sengol. Also, more breaking news coming in. The RJD, that's Lalu Prasad's party in Bihar, a day after comparing the new parliament to a coffin, has now mocked the Sengol, the Chora ornament that was relocated from the Nehru Museum in Prayagraj to Parliament, has now tweeted a picture of Amrish Puri with the caption, "Have you seen this movie lately?" in which a huge actor is holding some familiar object in his hand. Please tell the name of the artist and the film. Well, if I'm not mistaken, that picture is from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. The actor is Amrish Puri. He's holding a staff in his hand, and the RJD, well, obviously with a great deal of sarcasm, trying to compare Amrish Puri holding that staff with the Prime Minister holding the Sengol. Doesn't need you don't need to be a rocket scientist to guess what the message is there. They're saying that this is all filmy, but the BJP, which has been looking at all of the attacks as far as the Sengol is concerned, has been counter-attacking, calling all of these insinuations, these memes, these jokes as basically attacks on Hinduism, also calling out the irony that those who had watched Ponniyin Selvan and denied that Chora history was Hindu history, now openly attacking the ornament of the Cholas and saying that it is not an attack on Hinduism. So these free-for-all attacks, this time by the RJD, comparing an Indiana Jones picture of Amrish Puri, who was one of the villains in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, that famous iconic picture of Amrish Puri now being compared to the Prime Minister, courtesy Lalu Prasad's party. Free speech, freedom of expression on full display here by parties that talk about how democracy is dead. And remember, the RJD is also a party that is presided over by a criminal neta, one of the first to be disqualified owing to his criminality. And the nature of that criminality, of course, was stealing from the poorest of the poor as part of the infamous fodder scam. Chara Chori, courtesy the Rashtriya Janata Dal. The RJD of Lalu Prasad is busy making memes now to attack the Sengol ceremony that was presided over by the Indian Prime Minister. Just information, just putting it out there. Freedom of expression above all. But that's the meme that the RJD of Lalu Prasad has just put out. This is on Twitter, picture of Amrish Puri. Okay, let's get you out of Parliament politics and on to another big development that India today has been tracking closely after breaking the story earlier today. The news looks like it's tightening around. Has issued a notice to terrorist Yasin Malik after an appeal by India's National Investigation Agency has demanded the death penalty for him. He will now be produced in court on the 9th of August this year. Well, comparing Yasin Malik with Osama bin Laden, the NIA in court termed Yasin as the catalyst of the deadly 26/11 terror attacks and underscored his role behind coordinated stone pelting in Jammu and Kashmir. The NIA in court also listed out Yasin's involvement in Air Force personnel killings during the 1990s in Jammu and Kashmir. Yasin has been convicted of indulging in acts of terror and raising funds for terror groups and activities. He was convicted after pleading guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and secessionist activities in Kashmir in 2017. Well, unsurprisingly, backing Yasin Malik, PDP chief and former J&K Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti said that the case must be reviewed, and considering since even the assassins of a Prime Minister were pardoned, a same kind of view may be taken here as well. Well, Yasin Malik was convicted. Remember, he's a convict. So here's more information about the case in case we need to refresh your memory, viewer. Charge number 1, indulging in acts of terror. He was found guilty. Charge number 2, raising funds for terrorist activities. Yasin Malik was found guilty. Charge number 3, conspiracy to commit acts of terror. found guilty. Charge number 4, links to terror groups, found guilty. Charge number 5, anti-India activities, he was found guilty as well. So all 5 charges, he has been found guilty. Gaurav, the NIA wants the death penalty for Yasin Malik. PDP chief, former Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti wants a sympathetic view to be taken for Yasin Malik. He's been found guilty on 5 of India's most serious charges of terrorism.
Shiv, you're absolutely right. Mehbooba Mufti has been taking a very soft line on separatists in instances, even terrorists. But let's talk about Yasin Malik for the moment. Yasin Malik stands convicted. He's been involved, incidentally, in the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel. It's amazing that Mehbooba Mufti wants a soft line on him because Yasin Malik was involved in the kidnapping of Mehbooba Mufti's sister, Rubaiya Saeed, and who was then Home Minister Mufti Mohammad Saeed's daughter. In fact, that is seen as the first step that led to the rise of terrorism, radical Islamist terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, when terrorists were released on the instructions of then Home Minister in a case which was of absolute conflict of interest, that the Home Minister's daughter was abducted. He'd just become Home Minister of the country. Rubaiya Saeed was abducted. Yasin Malik was involved in that abduction and terrorists were released. Those terrorists who were subsequently then involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, from plotting to other aspects of it. But that is how terrorism also started in Jammu and Kashmir. It's amazing that Mufti Mohammad Saeed's daughter, the other daughter, would want leniency towards a terrorist like Yasin Malik.
Incredible. One of India's biggest terrorists, and that's the kind of line politicians, and no less than a former Chief Minister of J&K, has taken. Truly, truly shameful. But like I said, not surprising at all. Gaurav, thanks very much for joining me on that. Very quick break here on 5 Live. Coming up next, the Chennai Super Kings all set to create history at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. MS Dhoni's led side is eyeing their 5th IPL title. Can they make it? We give you a big preview next.
Stevia, an artificial sweetener, is a plant derivative. Why is it being advised against? Is that the question on top of your mind? Well, that certainly is the question that many experts are asking.
Stevia, being derived from a plant, has generally been considered to be safer than the synthetic sweeteners. In fact, some studies show that stevia can help improve glucose tolerance. There are some studies which have shown that stevia can help lower blood sugar as well as blood pressure. So people who are consuming medications for diabetes or hypertension or are on diuretics must consult a professional or a doctor before consuming stevia, and they must also regularly monitor their levels.
It is to be noted that stevia falls in the category of sweeteners advised against by the World Body. But monk fruit extracts, which hardly is used in India, does not. Some experts say a blanket advisory was the need of the hour. Others do not agree.
Guideline has very clearly defined what is a non-sugar sweetener, and stevia is a part of it. So we cannot single out stevia. So there, as I said earlier, there are many non-sugar sweeteners. We very commonly used are aspartame and saccharin and now stevia, sucralose. All are part of the guideline. The evidence is studied for all of them. So stevia is equally harmful, I would say.
Some experts say some amount of confusion has been created